1814 and finds the antidote to the anomaly.
A Springtrap. Here, inject this antidote into the anomaly and return things back to normal.
Springtrap. Injecting antidote. Huh, I guess I was wrong about you guys. You aren't so bad after all.
Morty. And that's how you save the universe and still have time for a couple of beers and a smoke.
Rick, I don't think that's the message we should take away from all this.
Shut up, Morty. You'll never understand the complexities of the universe like I do.
End scene.
Title: Dimensional Face-Off, The Encounter with Springtrap and Spider-Man 2099.
Summary. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the dynamic duo finds themselves in a dense forest where they come across a strange cartoon man and woman with creepy faces. Rick suggests they investigate further, but Morty is hesitant. They soon meet a character known as Springtrap, infamous for his twisted, mechanical body and ominous presence. While Morty tries to understand the scientific underpinnings of Springtrap's origin, Rick is focused on cracking jokes about his creepy appearance.
Morty. Rick, what the hell is this thing? It looks like some demented animatronic from a Chuck E. Cheese's gone wrong.
Rick, you don't get out much, do you, Morty? This is Springtrap, the legendary madman from the Five Nights at Freddy's universe. He's like Chucky, but with more oomph. And judging by the dust on his suit, he's been here a while.
Morty. Wait, what's a Five Nights at Freddy's universe? I thought we were in.
Rick, shush, not now, Morty. We got company.
That's when Spider-Man 2099, a futuristic version of everyone's favorite web-slinging hero, makes his entrance. His mission is to hunt down Springtrap, who he believes is a dangerous and unpredictable villain from his dimension.
Spider-Man 2099, I've been chasing this monster across universes, and I won't stop until he's back in his cage where he belongs. You two should leave before he gets violent.
Rick, nah, we're good. Morty and I are experts at dealing with weird interdimensional beings. Remember that time we fought the Gromflomites on the Plutonian moon?
Morty. Rick, that didn't end well. We almost died, and that was last week.
Spider-Man 2099, I don't have time for your bickering. I'm taking Springtrap down, with or without your help.
What follows is a ridiculous battle featuring high-tech gadgets, unpredictable tactics, and more quips than a stand-up comedy routine. Rick and Morty, somehow, manage to hold their own against Spider-Man and Springtrap, even though it's clear they have no idea what they're doing.
Spider-Man 2099, enough. I can't take this anymore. You two are too unpredictable. I'll deal with Springtrap on my own.
Rick, fine by me. I've got a new experiment I've been wanting to try anyway. Morty, pass me those beakers and let's get to work.
As Spider-Man 2099 web swings away with Springtrap in tow, Rick and Morty continue with their latest scientific endeavor, leaving chaos and confusion in their wake. But hey, it's just another day in the life of Rick and Morty.
Title: Temporal Larceny, a scientific romp through time.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty tinkering with a new time machine prototype. Beth enters the room, curious about the strange device. Rick explains that they plan to use it to go back in time and steal a rare dinosaur egg from the Mesozoic era.
But isn't that illegal? And dangerous?
Beefed. Legality is just a social construct, and danger is my middle name. Let's go.
They activate the machine and suddenly find themselves surrounded by lush vegetation and prehistoric beasts. Morty is amazed, but Rick is focused on their mission.
Alright, Morty, we need to find that egg. Keep your eyes peeled.
As they trek through the jungle, they come across a tribe of Neanderthals. Morty is wary, but Rick barges in, confident in his superior intellect.
Greetings, primitive beings. I am Rick Sanchez, and this is my sidekick Morty. We come in peace.
The Neanderthals stare at them blankly, but one of them gestures towards a nearby cave. Rick and Morty cautiously enter, only to find themselves face to face with a massive T-Rex.
Rick, I don't think we should be here. That thing could eat us.
Nonsense, Morty, I've dealt with worse. Just let me grab the egg.
He reaches out to take the egg from the T-Rex's nest, but his hand is suddenly caught in a sticky trap. The T-Rex roars, and Rick and Morty are forced to run for their lives. As they narrowly escape, Rick realizes that the time machine is malfunctioning. They begin to experience strange temporal anomalies, jumping from one era to the next at random.
Morty, we need to fix this machine before we're trapped in the time stream forever.
They frantically work to repair the device, but it only gets worse. The color of their surroundings changes repeatedly, going from green to pink to blue and back again. They see cartoon characters and bizarre landscapes.
Rick, what's happening? This isn't how time travel is supposed to work.
Don't worry, Morty, I have a PhD in temporal mechanics. I can handle this.
Finally, they manage to stabilize the machine and return to their own time. Panting and sweating, they look at each other in disbelief.
That was the craziest ride I've ever been on, Morty. I think we should stick to robbing banks from now on.
I don't think that's a good idea either, Rick.
Beth walks in, holding the dinosaur egg they had been searching for.
Hey guys, I found this in the garage. What's going on?
Rick and Morty exchange a glance, unsure how to explain what just happened.
Oh, you know, just a little scientific romp through time. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Beth rolls her eyes and leaves the room, shaking her head in disbelief. Rick and Morty look at each other and burst out laughing as the credits roll.
Title: The Particle Shift Experiment.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty entering a dark cave, with Rick holding a particle manipulator. Rick explains to Morty the intricacies of the experiment needed to stabilize the multiverse. Suddenly, the Discord mod appears, with the power to jumble the laws of physics and cause chaos in the multiverse.
Rick, Morty, this cave is essential to saving the multiverse. We need to shift particles using this manipulator.
Morty. Rick, what if that Discord mod guy shows up again?
Rick, don't worry Morty, this time I'm prepared. Holds up a portal gun.
Suddenly, a cartoon character appears next to them holding a sword and shield. The Discord mod strikes, causing the character to come to life and the sword to become real.
Character. Whoa, where am I? What's with the talking pickle and kid? Morty. Rick, who is this guy?
Rick, shut up, Morty. I'm trying to figure out what the Discord mod is doing.
The Discord mod continues to wreak havoc, causing the dragon in the background to also come to life.
Rick, alright, this is getting ridiculous. Points the manipulator at the Discord mod. Let's see how he likes a shift in his particles.
The particle shift causes the Discord mod to become a talking tree with leaves as hair.
Discord mod, what have you done to me? I demand you reverse this immediately.
Rick, Sorry, Maud, but you shouldn't mess with the multiverse. Now, Morty, let's go before anything else comes to life.
The cartoon character follows them, still holding his sword and shield.
Character, hey, can I come with you guys? I feel like I don't belong in that world anymore.
Rick, sure, why not? But no singing or dancing. Opens the portal.
As they enter the portal, the cartoon character suddenly breaks into song and dance.
Morty, groans, why does this always happen to us, Rick?
Rick, shut up, Morty. Just enjoy the ride. Burp.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with a new portal gun upgrade, which accidentally transports them to a distant future. They find themselves in a desolate wasteland of darkness and void.
Morty, what the hell did you do? Did you change the frequency of the damn portal gun?
No, Rick, I didn't do anything. I swear.
Well, we're stuck here now. Might as well explore.
As they walk around in this void, they suddenly stumble upon a poster with a man and a woman on its face and numbers on the back of it. The numbers read, August 12, 2036 Heat Death of the Universe, 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 August 12, 2036 Heat Death of the Universe.
What does this even mean, Rick?
Morty, this is no ordinary poster. This is a quantum reality bender, capable of creating a time loop within a space-time anomaly.
In simpler terms, Rick?
It's a freaking time loop poster, Morty. We're going to relive the same day over and over again.
As they continue to explore, they come across a group of alien scientists conducting experiments on the same day. The group informs them that they are trying to collect data before the universe's heat death, which is set to take place on the same day every single year, forever.
Alien scientist, we need to collect as much data as possible before the universe ends. That's why we're stuck here, studying and observing. And that's why we're using that poster to keep track of time.
Wow, and I thought my experiments were crazy.
So, what are we going to do now, Rick?
We're going to mess with this time loop, Morty. We're going to break it and escape this void.
Rick then proceeds to create chaos in the alien lab, causing the experiments to malfunction and set the time loop off balance. The time loop poster explodes, and they miraculously transport themselves back to their original timeline.
Wow, Rick, we narrowly escaped a time loop.
Yeah, Morty, you just gotta know how to handle these things.
As they warp back to their own dimension, they end up in a timeline where they never left, but everything is a little off.
Morty, this is why I hate time travel. Let's just go home and watch some interdimensional cable.
And with that, the episode ends with Rick and Morty lounging on the couch, watching TV and laughing at the weird and wonderful shows on interdimensional cable.
Title: The Intergalactic Poker Showdown, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Summary.
In this episode, Rick and Morty travel to the outer reaches of the galaxy to participate in an intergalactic poker tournament. While they are playing cards, they notice a monster lurking in the background and a man in a suit with a suspicious look on his face. As they continue to play, they realize that they are not the only ones trying to win the pot.
Act 1.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty taking the portal gun to travel to the farthest reaches of the universe to participate in a poker tournament. Rick is confident in his skills, but Morty is worried about facing off against players from all over the galaxy. As they enter the tournament, they notice a strange monster in the background and a man in a suit who seems to be observing them.
Don't worry, Morty. We're the best card players in the galaxy. We'll take them all down.
Act 2.
As the tournament begins, Rick and Morty are put to the test as they face off against a variety of alien opponents. They quickly realize that this is no ordinary tournament and that the stakes are much higher than they anticipated.
Rick, these guys are tough. They're using advanced probability algorithms to predict our every move.
Ah, amateurs. We can beat them with our eyes closed.
Act 3.
As the game intensifies, Rick and Morty notice the monster in the background getting closer and closer. They soon realize that it is actually Jabba the Hutt, who has come to take part in the game as well. Things take a turn for the worse when a gunfight breaks out between the players, trapping Rick and Morty in the middle.
Jabba, ha ha ha, foolish humans, you have no chance against my superior card skills.
Not so fast, Slimy. We've got a trick up our sleeve.
Act 4.
In the final showdown, Rick and Morty face off against Jabba in a high-stakes game of poker. With everything on the line, they use their intelligence and quick thinking to outplay Jabba and win the pot.
I can't believe we did it, Rick. We beat Jabba the Hutt.
Ha ha ha. That's right, Morty. We're the kings of the card table.
Block.
As they leave the tournament, Rick and Morty reflect on their experience and the crazy adventure they just took part in.
Man, I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life.
Ah, that was nothing, Morty. Just another day in the life of the smartest man in the universe.
Title: Interdimensional Handshake Protocol.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room. Morty looks at Rick with a confused expression.
Rick, why are you wearing a suit? Are we going somewhere fancy?
No, Morty, we are not going anywhere. We have a top-secret mission to attend to.
Oh, okay. What's the mission?
We've been invited to an interdimensional conference where they're discussing new handshake protocols.
Handshake protocols? What's that?
It's a complicated scientific process that governs how two individuals from different dimensions should shake hands. It's crucial for interdimensional communication.
Oh, okay. So, why do we need to attend the conference?
Because, Morty, we're the best interdimensional handshake experts there is. We need to make sure they update their outdated protocols to match our high standards.
Opening of the Interdimensional Conference, two men in suits shaking hands in front of a crowd of people in suits and ties, with one man in a bow tie and the other man in a tuxedo.
Scientist 1, hello there, we're glad to have you both here. As you know, we're updating our handshake protocol and we need your guidance on this matter.
Yeah, we know. We came here specifically for this purpose.
Scientist 2. That's great to know. Let's start with the handshake process for Dimension E327.
Hold up, before we start, can we have some extra sauce? I'm kinda hungry. Scientist 3, extra sauce? I'm sorry, we don't have food here.
Don't worry, Morty, I got us covered. Rick goes into his lab and comes back with a handheld sauce dispenser and hands it to Morty.
Awesome, thanks Rick.
The discussion resumes as Rick and Morty chime in with their expertise.
Scientist 4. what about the handshake protocol for dimension G792?
Well, for that dimension, it's traditional to do a triple twirl, followed by a bro hug and a secret handshake.
And don't forget the chest bump. That's crucial.
The scientists take notes and nod in agreement, realizing the importance of Rick and Morty's input.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty walk away, smug and satisfied.
Ah, Morty, another successful mission for the books.
Yeah, Rick, but what about that extra sauce thing? That was kinda weird.
Hey, what can I say? Interdimensional conferences can get pretty dry, Morty.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I'll never understand your weird habits.
That's okay, Morty, nobody does. Burps.
Title: The Button Conundrum.
Scientific summary. In this episode of Rick and Morty stumble upon a peculiar button with two different colors, red and green, and a face on a table situated on a dark background. Morty's brain function gets altered, causing him to repeatedly say, "boob," no matter what he hears. Rick, the genius that he is, hypothesizes that the button has some form of brain-altering properties and sets out to discover its effects.
Opening scene.
Scratches his chin in deep thought. Morty, I think we have stumbled upon something great here.
Boob!
Morty, snap out of it. We need to investigate this button.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty approach the button, and Rick examines it closely.
Interesting. This button seems to have some form of neurotoxin that affects the brain.
Boob!
Shut up, Morty. This is a scientific discovery, and we need to properly understand it.
Scene 3.
Rick decides to press the red button, and a wave of psychedelic colors engulfs Morty's mind.
Boob!
Interesting. The red button causes the brain to malfunction and repeatedly say the same thing.
Scene 4.
Rick then presses the green button, and Morty's mind becomes clear, but he starts making incredibly intelligent observations.
The neural connections in my brain are being stimulated to a degree that allows me to form brilliant deductions about the universe.
Wow, Morty, you really are a genius now. But we need to figure out how to reverse the effects of the red button.
Scene 5.
Rick then believes that the solution lies in using the green button repeatedly to rewire Morty's brain.
Alright, Morty, we need to push the green button as much as possible to reverse the effects of the red button.
Still making intelligent observations. Fascinating. I believe that the button is a product of some sort of extra-dimensional technology.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty press the green button frantically, and Morty's brain slowly starts returning to normal.
Woohoo! I'm back, baby. No more boob.
That was a close one. But hey, we discovered something amazing today.
What did we discover?
That even the simplest of things can have the most profound effects on our brains. Isn't that just mind-boggling?
Oh, Rick, you're always so philosophical.
Shut up, Morty. Let's go get some drinks and forget about this whole thing.
The end.
Title: Prostastic Tea.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty take their family to a tea house with a view of a forest to cure Grandpa Rick's prostate gland using the power of tea. However, things quickly spiral out of control as the tea turns out to be much more potent than anticipated, leading to a series of chaotic events.
Act 1.
Morty, we need to find the perfect tea to cure my prostate gland. There's a tea house near this forest that might have what we need.
Sure, Rick. Why not just go to a hospital or something?
I'm coming too. I need to get away from Jerry for a while.
Me too. I could use some relaxation.
Act 2.
At the tea house, the family meets the eccentric tea master who serves them a tea made from rare herbs and spices.
Tea Master, this tea is the best for your ailment. It will cleanse your prostate gland and enhance your vitality.
Let's do this.
The family drinks the tea, and all of a sudden, their reality turns into a psychedelic wonderland.
Act 3.
Rick and the rest of the family begin tripping on the tea and start seeing strange creatures and mystical beings.
Rick, what's going on? I'm seeing crazy stuff.
Just relax, Morty. This is all part of the tea house experience.
I feel like I'm in a dream. It's so weird and cool at the same time.
This is amazing. I've never felt so alive.
Act 4.
Suddenly, the tea house transforms into a spaceship as the family is taken on a wild ride through the galaxy.
This is insane. I had no idea what this tea was capable of.
I hope we don't get lost. I don't think I can handle any more of this.
I feel like I'm on top of the world. This is the best trip ever.
Can we do this again sometime?
Act 5.
As the tea begins to wear off, the family finds themselves back in the tea house, still reeling from the experience.
Tea Master, how was the tea? Did it cure your prostate gland?
Yeah, it did more than just that.
I don't even know what to say. That was crazy.
I want more tea. Can we buy some to take home?
I think we found the perfect vacation spot.
Belong.
The family leaves the tea house, still in shock from the wild ride they just experienced.
Well, that was fun. Who's up for some McDonald's?
I need a break from crazy adventures like this.
I just want to get back to normal life now.
This was the most unforgettable experience of my life. Let's do it again sometime.
Title: Sushi Night, a scientifically whimsical adventure.
Synopsis. Our dynamic duo is in a frenzy to satisfy their insatiable hunger for some sushi. Upon stumbling upon an unusual sushi restaurant, Rick and Morty are transported to a parallel universe where sushi is not just a delicacy but a craze that has taken over the world. But this universe has a twist. The Dark Knight himself, Bruce Wayne, is a sushi-obsessed superhero who has dedicated his life to perfecting the art of sushi making. As fate would have it, a catastrophic event unfolds, and sushi-making techniques become the only way to save the day.
Scene 1.
I can't believe you dragged me to this place, Morty. I just want some damn sushi, not a science experiment.
But Rick, this place is supposed to have the best sushi in the multiverse. And look, they have a special green leaf topping on it.
Scene 2.
As Rick and Morty excitedly make their way into the sushi restaurant, they are greeted by a scientist-looking man who introduces himself as the Sushi Master.
Sushi Master, welcome to my restaurant, gentlemen. I am the Sushi Master. Here, we take the art of sushi making very seriously, and no ingredient is too obscure to include in our dishes.
Well, that's nice and all, but can we just get some damn sushi already?
Scene 3.
As soon as Rick and Morty take their first bite of sushi, they are hit by a wave of euphoria so intense that they're transported to a parallel universe where sushi reigns supreme.
Whoa, Rick, what the hell is happening?
Looks like that damn sushi had some kind of cross-dimensional effect.
Scene 4.
As Rick and Morty navigate through this new universe, they see that sushi is everywhere, with sushi making techniques being used for everything from energy production to weapon making.
Morty, this universe has some kind of sushi obsession that's not quite right.
Whoa, look, Rick, it's the Dark Knight himself, Bruce Wayne.
Scene 5.
It's revealed that Bruce Wayne in this universe is not a crime fighter, but rather a sushi-making superhero, known as Sushi Knight.
Sushi Night. Greetings, Rick and Morty. What brings you to my universe?
We were just trying to get some sushi, But it seems your universe has a bit of a fishy obsession, don't you think?
Scene 6. Sushi night. We need to use our sushi making skills to fend off this disaster.
I knew this sushi making experience would come in handy one day.
Scene 7.
As they combine their sushi techniques to overcome the catastrophic event, they realize that their combined abilities are the only way to stop the chaos.
Who knew sushi could save the day, right, Rick?
Yeah, who knew, Morty? Now let's get the hell out of this sushi crazy universe.
Epilogue. As Rick and Morty return to their own universe, they realize that they will never look at sushi the same way again. And as for the Dark Knight, he decides to take up the mantle of sushi-making crime fighter to save the multiverse, one sushi roll at a time.
Title: Saturn's Comedy Club, a multi-dimensional masterpiece.
Rick and Morty travel to a distant planet with a strange face-like mountain range, orbiting around a Saturn-like planet in the background. After exploring the planet, Morty discovers a hidden underground comedy club.
Rick, I found a comedy club. But it's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Ah, about time you found your true calling. Let's check it out.
Upon entering, they are bombarded by a series of multidimensional jokes and puns that leave them gasping for air. The first act is an alien stand-up comedian who morphs from one form to the next while delivering deadpan jokes about intergalactic politics and the meaning of life.
Alien comedian. Why did the chicken cross the multiverse? To get to the other side, duh.
Next up, Morty finds himself playing a game of whack-a-mole against a sentient mole with a wicked sense of humor.
Oh, you better watch out, Morty. When I come up, I'm gonna make a mole joke so good, it'll make your head spin.
Beth, who had been left on Earth to work on her veterinary clinic, unexpectedly joins them by jumping in a portal gun that she learned how to use.
What are you guys doing here?
Just indulging in some multidimensional humor, Beth. You should try it sometime.
Together, they laugh their way through the night, exploring the hidden dimensions of comedy and the absurdity of life.
Rick, this was the best night of my life. I can't wait to come back.
Yeah, it's the kind of place that really grows on you. Like a tumor, a funny tumor.
As they exit the club, the face-like mountain range behind them transforms into a giant smiley emoji, and they all burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. End scene.
Title: The Quantum Chess Match of Rick and Morty vs. Andrew Tate.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty engage in a high-stakes game of chess that takes them through multiple dimensions and realities. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer try to decipher the science behind their insane adventure.
Opening scene. Rick tinkers with a mysterious device as Morty looks on.
Morty, I've done it. I've created a chess set that can transcend the boundaries of time and space.
Whoa, Rick! I thought that was impossible.
Impossible, Morty. There's no such thing in the multiverse.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty sit at a chessboard with a chess set on it. Suddenly, another chess set appears on the board, and then another on that one.
Holy crap, Rick! This thing is getting out of hand.
Relax, Morty. We're just getting started. Smirks.
Scene 3. Andrew Tate, a multiverse-renowned chess master, appears before them.
Andrew Tate, I challenge you to a game of chess that ascends time and space.
Ah, you're no match for us, Andrew. Morty and I have been playing chess for eons.
Whispering to Rick, we haven't, Rick. We suck at chess.
Scene 4. The chess game begins, and Rick and Morty struggle to keep up with Andrew's intricate moves.
Over intercom. Rick, what's going on? I'm detecting quantum fluctuations in the space-time continuum.
Grumbling. Just a minor hiccup, Beth. Keep analyzing.
Scene 5. Summer enters the room, curious about the chaos unfolding.
What's happening, guys?
Frustrated, we're playing a chess game that's breaking the laws of the universe, Summer. What does it look like?
Scene 6. The chessboard transforms into a chaotic landscape of space-time anomalies, and Rick and Morty find themselves transported to the most unlikely of places.
Shocked, Morty. We're in a parallel universe where everyone is a giant chess piece.
Nervously, why did we agree to play this game, Rick?
Scene 7. The game takes a turn in Rick and Morty's favor, and Andrew Tate begins to lose his grip on the match.
Andrew Tate, frustrated, how could this be happening? Your moves make no logical sense.
Smugly. That's our secret, Andrew. We don't play by your rules.
Scene 8. The final move is played, and Rick and Morty emerge victorious. The chess sets collapse in on themselves, restoring the laws of the universe.
Over intercom, Rick, what did you do?
Grinning. Just saving the universe, Beth. No big deal.
Final scene. The family gathers together, still trying to make sense of what happened.
So, did Rick and Morty really just save the universe with a game of chess?
Sighs, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me.
Timidly, hey, Rick, can we never play chess again?
Smiling. Don't worry, Morty. I've got a new board game in mind.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty examining a dimensional portal generator powered by a rare isotope. As they activate the machine, the portal opens to a green background with a cartoon character sporting a white coat and green tie.
Oh great, looks like we've stumbled into the wrong cartoon dimension again.
Who is that guy?
Cartoon scientist. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Professor Baxter Stockman from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle universe.
Figures. So, what do you want?
Professor Stockman, I need your expertise to help me stop Batman and Superman from destroying our universe.
Summer and Beth enter the room, confused by the situation.
Who's this guy, Rick?
Are we really going to Asgard?
Yeah, hold your horses. First, we gotta deal with these pesky superheroes.
As they arrive in the DC universe, Batman and Superman confront the group.
Superman, who the hell are you guys?
I'm Rick Sanchez, and I will destroy you with science. Batman, you're no match for the Dark Knight.
Guys, can we just get along?
Suddenly, Thor appears, summoning the group to Asgard to help stop a war between the gods.
Thor, greetings, mortals. Will you aid us in this quest for peace?
Sure, as long as there are smoking hot babes involved.
There is a huge battle between the gods and demons, with the group successfully stopping the war. As they return to their own dimension, Rick and Morty high-five each other.
Another successful adventure, Morty. We make a great team.
I don't know, Rick. That professor guy was kind of weird.
I just want to know how we got those smoking hot babes.
Oh, shut up, Summer.
Title: The Interdimensional Buffoonery of the Cosmic Bearded Wonder.
Episode summary.
The episode follows Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer on a wild interdimensional adventure. It all starts when Rick discovers a new dimension where the laws of physics are reversed. Excited to explore this new phenomenon, Rick takes the family on a journey of discovery in search of rare elements with unusual properties. They come across a strange creature known as the Cosmic Bearded Wonder, who appears to have a significant connection to the dimension's reversal of physical laws. While studying the Cosmic Bearded Wonder, Rick accidentally triggers a chain reaction that sends the entire family spiraling through dozens of alternate dimensions. Each dimension they visit has its own distinct set of physical laws, leading to many unexpected and hilarious situations. As they continue to hop from dimension to dimension, they encounter various versions of themselves, including a version of Rick who is obsessed with pickles, and a version of Morty who is a highly skilled ninja. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are forced to confront some uncomfortable truths about their own relationship in a universe where they never got married. The episode culminates with the family discovering the source of the dimensional rift, a rogue planet called Dimension X69 that is causing immense instability in the multiverse. Through a series of zany hijinks, the family successfully closes the rift, averting a cosmic disaster and returning to their home dimension.
Dialogue.
Morty, we're going on an adventure. We've discovered a new dimension where the laws of physics are reversed.
Whoa, that sounds crazy. Rick, are you sure we should mess with that kind of stuff?
I don't know about this, guys. This all seems very scientifically risky.
Oh, come on, Jerry. This could be a great opportunity for scientific discovery.
Yeah, let's do it. I want to see what kind of weird stuff is out there.
Alright, strap in, folks. We're about to cross the interdimensional threshold.
Cut to a shot of the family hurtling through space and time, screaming in terror and excitement. I can't believe we're doing this. This is insane.
Aw, geez, Rick. This universe is really messing with my head.
Rick, laughing, yeah, Morty. That's the beauty of interdimensional travel. You never know what you're going to get.
Abrupt cut to a shot of Pickle Rick, who is inexplicably flying around on a jetpack, shouting profanities at a group of aliens.
Pickle, come on, you alien bastards. I'll pickle your brine.
Cut back to the family as they suddenly find themselves underwater in a universe where gravity works in reverse.
This is incredible. We're swimming through the air.
I feel like I'm in one of those crazy lucid dreams.
I'm not sure I like this. I'm starting to feel a little nauseous.
Ah, nausea is just a state of mind, Jerry. You need to embrace the weirdness.
Montage of the family experiencing various bizarre universes, including one where they're all made of candy, one where they're living in a giant hamster wheel, and one where they're all trapped inside a giant snow globe. Cut to a shot of a universe where Jerry and Beth never got married. They're sitting in separate armchairs, looking awkward and uncomfortable. So, how's your job going?
Fine. How's your, whatever it is you do?
Oh, you know. The usual. They sit in silence for a few seconds. I really regret not telling you how I felt back then.
Yeah, me too.
They share a bittersweet moment before being abruptly transported to another universe. Cut to a shot of the family standing on Dimension X69, surrounded by infinite swirling vortexes.
Okay, people, this is it. The source of the dimensional rift. If we don't close this thing down, the entire multiverse is going to collapse in on itself.
How are we going to do that, Rick? It's like trying to plug a million holes at once.
Simple. We just have to create an inverse feedback loop using a chronal resonator and a graviton stabilizer. I've got them in my pocket somewhere.
Everyone looks at Rick with a mix of disbelief and confusion.
Is that even a real thing?
Of course it is, Summer. Do you think I would make up something like that?
After some bumbling around and more zany hijinks, the family manages to close the rift, saving the universe.
Phew, that was insane, Rick. I don't know how much more of this my brain can handle.
I'm just glad we're all still alive. That could have gone a lot worse.
I have to admit, that was kind of fun. Maybe we should do this more often.
Ah, you know it, Beth. The multiverse is our playground, and we've only just scratched the surface.
Cut to a shot of the family flying off into the unknown depths of the multiverse, laughing and screaming in excitement as the camera zooms out to show the infinite expanse of the cosmos.
Title: The Yellow Camera Conundrum, a Rick and Morty scientific adventure.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a mysterious yellow camera with an unknown function that seems to be emitting an unusual energy source. They embark on a scientific journey to determine the camera's purpose and potential danger.
Scene 1.
Morty, Take a look at this camera. It seems to be a Mobius strip of yellow energy.
Wow, Rick, I've never seen anything like this before. What do you think it does?
Let's do some scientific testing and find out.
Scene 2.
According to my analysis, the energy emanating from the camera is beyond a typical electromagnetic spectrum.
What does that mean, Rick?
It means that we're dealing with a highly advanced technology that could potentially have catastrophic consequences.
Scene 3.
Rick, I think the camera is taking pictures of other dimensions.
Morty, that's impossible. The camera's energy is only emitting on a one-dimensional plane.
Scene 4.
Morty, we need to recalibrate the camera to figure out where it's transmitting this energy.
How do we do that, Rick?
Easy, Morty. We just need to use the Schrödinger equation to determine the probability of where the energy is being transmitted.
Scene 5.
Morty, look at this. The camera's energy is being transmitted to every universe simultaneously.
What does that mean, Rick?
It means that we need to destroy the camera before it causes a multiversal collapse.
Scene 6.
Rick, I don't think we should destroy the camera. It's just doing what it's programmed to do.
Morty, sometimes scientific advancements lead to unforeseen consequences. We can't risk it.
Scene 7.
Morty, look at the camera. It's emitting a yellow aura that's speeding up time around us.
Rick, we need to get out of here.
Scene 8.
Morty, we need to figure out how to stop the camera before it destroys everything we know and love.
But how, Rick?
Simple, Morty. We just need to use the Heisenberg uncertainty principle to alter the camera's energy output.
Scene 9.
Morty, it worked. We saved the universes.
Wow, Rick, we sure dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, but next time let's not mess with unknown technologies.
Scene 10.
Morty, you know what this episode was missing?
What, Rick?
Joke about a cat in a box.
Oh, boy, here we go again.
Episode name: The Hypothesis of Interdimensional Inebriation.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a drunken journey through the multiverse, exploring various realities while examining the effects of altered states of consciousness on the fabric of reality. Their adventures lead them through a series of bizarre and mind-bending scenarios, including a dance-off with a race of sentient mushrooms, a high-speed chase through a neon-colored metropolis, and a surreal encounter with a quantum bear.
Dialogue.
Morty, buckle up your seatbelt, because we're going on a little adventure.
Hey, are we going to get in trouble again, Rick?
Of course not, Morty. We're just going to explore the infinite possibilities of the multiverse while under the influence of this nifty little invention of mine.
What does it do?
It's a cocktail of various psychoactive compounds designed to enhance our perception and broaden our horizons. Trust me, Morty, it's science.
I don't know, Rick. My mom told me not to trust anything that alters my mental states.
Morty, your mom is barely qualified to teach high school biology. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
Montage of Rick and Morty stumbling through various realities, encountering all sorts of strange beings and situations.
Hiccup. Morty, I think we've gone too far this time. This reality isn't meant for human consumption.
What do you mean, Rick? I can't see anything.
Exactly, Morty. The visual spectrum is but a small fraction of the true reality that surrounds us. Burp.
I don't feel so good, Rick. Can we please go back home?
Don't worry, Morty. We just need to recalibrate our neural receptors and...
Both pass out on the floor. End scene. Title: The Winged Woman.
Introduction. The episode begins with the appearance of a woman with notable physical characteristics, namely,
a red head and wing-like structures atop her temples. Additionally, she adorns a red and gold headpiece on her cranium. The woman's presence is puzzling, and the episode aims to uncover the causes of these physical manifestations.
Lead scientist, greetings colleagues, we have an interesting case in front of us today. Our subject is a woman with a distinct physical appearance. We've observed red head and wings-like structures on her face. It's a rare phenomenon that requires a comprehensive investigation.
Assistant 1. I've conducted several tests, but I couldn't identify any genetic mutation that could lead to this condition.
Assistant 2. I've examined the samples of her hair, skin, and blood, and strangely, they contain traces of a novel substance that isn't found in humans. It could shed light on the cause of her symptoms.
Lead scientist, interesting. Let's analyze the samples and gather as much data as we can. We'll examine the substance and attempt to correlate it with her physical symptoms.
Mid-episode.
Lead scientist, after thorough analysis of the sample, we identified a new substance with chemical and structural similarities to a protein found in insect wings. It leads us to believe that the wings on her face are not just a cosmetic deformity, but rather actual wings.
Assistant 1. Madam, would you mind trying to move your wings?
Winged woman. Sure, the winged woman lifts her wings and begins flapping them, proving their authenticity to the scientists.
Assistant 2. Amazing, this is a game changer. It's something that we couldn't have imagined.
Lead scientist, indeed, but our exploration isn't finished yet. We need to unveil how this phenomenon happened.
Closing episode.
Lead scientist, after rigorous testing and study, we've deduced that the winged woman's wings are a result of a rare genetic mutation that activated an ancestral gene that had remained dormant for centuries. This gene encodes for an insect protein that facilitates flight. The gene activated, leading to the development of wings in a human. It's a remarkable and rare event that we'll continue studying and analyzing. Our work here is far from over.
End credits.
Title: The Cybernetic Conundrum, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis. After stumbling upon a group of people dressed in Star Wars costumes on a stage with lights on and a Star Wars theme song in the background, Rick and Morty are transported to a galaxy far, far away where they are greeted by Luke Skywalker. As they explore this new world, they become entangled in a debate about the ethics of cybernetic augmentation.
Rick, Morty, we really need to work on your navigation skills. Now we're stuck in some Star Wars ripoff.
Morty, I didn't mean to, Rick, but hey, look, it's Luke Skywalker.
Luke, greetings, travelers. Welcome to our galaxy. What business do you have here?
Rick, just passing through, buddy. Hey, what's with all the cybernetic enhancements?
Luke, yes, the age-old debate of ethics and technology. Are we playing God by enhancing ourselves?
Summer, I don't see the problem. If it makes us better, why not? Beth, but at what cost? Are we sacrificing our humanity for the sake of progress? Jerry, I just want a cool robot arm like Luke.
Rick, well, I'm not one to shy away from technology. In fact, I have a few cybernetic enhancements myself.
Morty, you do?
Rick, yeah, Morty. How else do you think I'm able to do all the things I do? It's just a matter of making the right choices.
The debate heats up as the group confronts the morality and potential consequences of cybernetic augmentation. Meanwhile, they are pursued by an evil cyborg bent on destroying all organic life.
Rick, all right, enough talk. We've got bigger problems. Morty, hand me the laser gun.
Morty, I don't have it, Rick. I thought you had it.
Rick, oh geez, Morty, we're screwed.
As they make a daring escape, the group realizes that the true answer to the cybernetic conundrum lies not in black and white ethics, but in the individual choices and intentions behind the technology.
Summer, I see now that it's not about one side being right or wrong. It's about the potential for both good and bad. It's up to us to make the right choices. Beth, and to consider the consequences of our actions. Jerry, can I still get a robot arm though?
Rick, we'll see, Jerry. We'll see.
Title: The Quantum Concert Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are excited to attend a concert in Toronto featuring their favorite band, the Quantum Entanglements. However, they soon realize that the concert venue is caught in a time loop, causing them to relive the same concert over and over again.
Morty, we gotta get out of here. This place has a Class 5 space-time anomaly.
AAA space-time anomaly?
Yeah, Morty, the kind that messes with the very fabric of the universe.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
I've got a plan. We're gonna use quantum entanglement to break the time loop.
What does that even mean?
Means we're gonna steal the band's quantum communicators and use them to create a paradox that'll disrupt the loop.
Oh, okay.
Stealing the communicators, got him. Now, we just need to create a feedback loop by rewiring the communicators and syncing them up with our own quantum drive.
Confused? Huh?
Just follow my lead, Morty. We're about to create a temporal singularity.
As Rick works on the communicators, the concert begins to glitch and warp around them.
Rick, what's happening?
We did it, Morty. The paradox is destabilizing the time loop.
As the band finishes their set, a portal suddenly opens and sucks them through.
Woohoo! We made it out.
Dazed, did we just break the laws of physics?
Chuckles. Not exactly, Morty. We just broke a few quantum entanglements.
The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Ecstasy Quest.
But Rick and Morty embark on an interdimensional quest to find the elusive ecstasy crystal, a powerful substance that promises to grant its user ultimate euphoria and invincibility. Along the way, they encounter various alien species and must navigate through dangerous portals and alternate realities.
Scene 1. The episode begins with Rick tinkering with a new contraption in his lab, while Morty scrolls through his phone.
Morty, you ever heard of the ecstasy crystal?
Oh, no, Rick. Sounds kinda sketchy though.
Ah, Morty, trust me. This thing's the real deal. Imagine all the possibilities of ultimate euphoria and invincibility.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty activate the portal gun and jump into the first dimension on their quest.
Whoa, Rick. This place is wild. The skies are purple and the trees are made of candy.
Yeah, Morty. This dimension's known for its psychedelic properties. It's gonna be a trip, literally.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty meet an anime-style alien with red hair and a star background.
Anime alien, greetings, interdimensional travelers. I am Heichi the Wise, master of the ecstasy crystal.
Ah, you think you can outsmart me, Heichi? I've seen things you couldn't even imagine.
Heichi. Ah, but have you ever danced with the Norbloxians under a moonlit sky? It's quite the experience. Ah, Rick. Maybe we should listen to him. He seems knowledgeable.
Fine, Morty, but this guy better not be leading us into a trap.
Scene 4. Heichi takes Rick and Morty on a journey through a series of portals, each leading to a new dimension with its own unique kind of ecstasy.
Heichi. Ah, this dimension is known for its laughter gas. And this one for its love pollen.
Beefed, amateurs. I could create these substances in my sleep.
Rick, maybe instead of trying to one-up everyone, we should just enjoy ourselves.
What are you talking about, Morty? We're on a mission here.
Scene 5. As they journey deeper into the multiverse, Rick and Morty encounter two more anime-style aliens, one with white and blue hair and a red, white, and blue background, and the other with red and green hair and a colorful cosmic background.
White and blue alien, greetings. I am Yuki and this is my friend Kana. We sense a disturbance in the multiverse and we want to help.
Red and green alien, yo. I'm Tsuyoshi, and this is my boy Ryu. We're kinda just here for the party.
Great, just what we needed. More company.
Scene 6. The group finally reaches the dimension where the ecstasy crystal is rumored to be located. But they find that it's guarded by a powerful interdimensional entity, a giant blob of pure energy.
Bob, I am the guardian of the crystal. If you want it, you must prove your worth.
Ah, this should be easy. Morty, grab the crystal.
Rick, I don't think it works like that.
Scene 7. A wild battle ensues as Rick, Morty, and their allies face off against the Guardian. Each character utilizes their own unique abilities and weapons. Rick with his gadgets, Morty with his laser gun, Yuki with her ice powers, Kana with her energy blasts, Tsuyoshi with his super strength, and Ryu with his agility and acrobatics.
This is it, Morty. Time to use my latest invention, the interdimensional snare 3000.
Rick, are you sure that's safe?
Scene 8. The interdimensional snare 3000 backfires, creating a chain reaction that sends all the characters into a frenzy of cosmic proportions.
Yuki, I'm vibrating with power.
Kana, the energy flow is off the charts.
Tsuyoshi, I feel like I could punch a planet. Ryu, woo-woo.
Oh boy, this is definitely not what I had in mind. Morty, we gotta shut this thing down.
I think I found the off switch.
Scene 9. The interdimensional snare 3000 explodes, sending everyone flying through space and time. When they finally crash land back in Rick's lab, they are left reeling and disoriented.
Well, that was a bust. We didn't get the crystal, and we ended up who knows where.
Yeah, Rick, but I gotta admit, that was one insane adventure.
You said it, Morty. Let's go grab some tacos and forget this ever happened.
Scene 10. The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting in a taco truck, reflecting on the crazy events of the day.
Hey Rick, do you think we'll ever find the ecstasy crystal?
Who knows, Morty? Maybe it was never about the crystal. Maybe it was about the journey, and the people we met along the way.
Wow, that's deep, Rick.
Don't get sappy on me, Morty. I'm still the same old Rick Sanchez.
Yeah, can we just eat our tacos now?
Hey, you got it, Mort.
Title: Lego Keyboard Pad, the unexpected popularity of Jerry in an alien society.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new invention that involves a group of Legos sitting on top of a keyboard next to a keyboard pad and mouse pad with a keyboard. Rick, being the scientific genius that he is, explains the intricate details of the invention in scientific PhD university terms. Morty, being his usual self, struggles to keep up with Rick's scientific lingo.
Morty, this invention is a groundbreaking discovery in the field of technology. By utilizing the keyboard and mousepad, we are able to control the Legos and create virtually anything we desire.
Okay, Rick. Sounds cool, I guess.
Meanwhile, Beth is watching humorous cooking shows on TV while Jerry is playing Pac-Man on his computer. Suddenly, the power goes out and Rick's invention malfunctions, causing the Legos to come to life and wreak havoc in the house.
What the hell is going on?
As the chaos ensues, Rick and Morty attempt to fix their invention while Jerry accidentally activates a portal that takes him to a matriarchal alien society where he unexpectedly becomes the most popular and sought-after member of the society. Wow, this is amazing. Everyone here loves me. I must be the coolest person in the universe. Back at home, Rick and Morty finally fix their invention and use it to bring the Legos under control. However, they inadvertently create a black hole that sucks them and the Legos into another dimension filled with funny historical facts.
Morty, we're in a dimension where everything is a joke, and the only way to get out is by making people laugh.
As they navigate the funny historical facts dimension, Rick and Morty stumble upon Jerry, who is still basking in his newfound popularity. Rick uses the Legos to create a stand-up comedy routine that eventually makes everyone in the alien society laugh, causing the black hole to close and sending them all back home.
Phew, that was close. I thought we were going to be stuck there forever.
I can't believe it. I was an alien celebrity. I guess I really am the coolest person in the universe.
Yeah, whatever, Jerry. Just be glad you're back home in one piece.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty destroying their invention and deciding to stick to their usual adventures, while Jerry continues to live in his delusions of grandeur.
Title: The Far-Reaching Consequences of Interdimensional Poster Placement.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in their lab, conducting an experiment on the effects of interdimensional portal travel. Suddenly, Morty notices a strange poster on the wall depicting a man with a peculiar face.
Hey Rick, what's up with this weird poster? It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Oh, that old thing? I picked it up on my travels through the multiverse. It's a rare collectible of the interdimensional rock star, David Bowie.
Man, that guy is weird. But why do we have to have it in the lab?
Well, Morty, that poster is more than just a decoration. It's a portal to a world beyond our wildest imaginations.
Act 1.
As Rick tries to explain the intricacies of interdimensional travel, Morty accidentally touches the poster and triggers a portal. Suddenly, they find themselves on a barren wasteland, with no signs of life in sight.
Well, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. Looks like we're on Mars, Morty.
What? What the heck are we doing on Mars, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. It must be the poster's doing. We need to find a way back home.
Act 2.
As they explore Mars, Rick and Morty stumble upon an abandoned research lab. Inside, they find a device that allows them to communicate with Earth.
Hey Morty, let's see if anyone on Earth can hear us. I'll activate this device.
Suddenly, a voice crackles through the speaker.
Louis Pasteur. Bonjour, this is Dr. Louis Pasteur, a renowned environmental scientist. Who are you and how did you get on this channel?
Hey there, Doc. This is Rick Sanchez, and this is my assistant Morty. We got sucked into an interdimensional portal thanks to this damn poster we have in our lab.
Louis Pasteur. Interdimensional portal, you say? That could have far-reaching consequences on the environment.
Act 3.
Dr. Pasteur explains to Rick and Morty that their journey to Mars could have disrupted the planet's fragile ecosystem, causing irreversible damage. Panicked, Rick and Morty try to find a way back home before it's too late.
Rick, we need to get back to Earth and fix this mess. How do we do it?
I've got an idea, Morty. We'll need to use the device we found earlier to amplify the portal's energy and open a bigger portal. But it'll be risky.
Act 4.
After a tense few moments, Rick and Morty successfully open a portal back to their lab. But the consequences of their journey to Mars are already becoming apparent.
Morty, we messed up big time. Look at the plants. They're all dying thanks to our little adventure.
What are we gonna do, Rick? We can't just sit here and watch everything fall apart.
Relax, Morty. I've got a plan. We'll use the same technology we used to amplify the portal to create a device that can regenerate the plant life. And we'll use that to create new life on Mars.
Closing scene.
As Rick and Morty leave the lab, they feel a sense of relief that they were able to fix the damage they caused. But as they walk away, Rick notices something strange happening to the poster.
Oh great, Morty. That poster's starting to act up again. I wonder where our next adventure will take us.
Oh, do we really have to find out, Rick?
Of course we do, Morty. The universe is full of possibilities. And who knows, maybe we'll even meet David Bowie himself next time.
End of episode.
Title: The Steve Wozniak Lobster Roll Experiment in Rio de Janeiro.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are chilling in the garage when suddenly, a man named Steve Wozniak appears holding a game controller in one hand and a lobster roll in the other. He claims to have invented a new type of video game controller that can also be used to operate kitchen appliances.
Rick, being the skeptical genius that he is, decides to test Steve's invention by taking it to Rio de Janeiro, where they can have access to the freshest seafood and shiatsu massages. The gang ends up having an adventure full of crazy jokes and hilarious situations, all while testing out Steve's invention in various contexts such as playing video games while cooking lobster rolls.
Rick, this invention is ridiculous, like the time I tried to modify a plumbus to make a latte.
Morty, I don't know Rick, it seems kind of cool. Who wouldn't want to play video games with one hand and cook lobsters with the other?
Jerry, I think it's a terrible idea. Do you even know how to cook a lobster roll, Steve Wozniak?
Steve Wozniak. I've been working on it for years. I have a PhD in lobsterology from MIT.
Tama, alright, let's put this invention to the test. Who wants a shiatsu massage while we play?
They all raise their hands. The gang proceeds to test out the invention in various ways, including playing a game where Raymond Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond fights lobsters in Rio de Janeiro, while eating lobster rolls cooked with the video game controller. They even try playing the game while receiving a shiatsu massage, resulting in hilarious consequences. Ultimately, the gang concludes that Steve's invention is both ridiculous and innovative, and they decide to sell it as a novelty item to unsuspecting customers. The episode ends with them all enjoying a fresh lobster roll and laughing hysterically at the absurdity of it all.
Rick, I can't believe we actually did all that. Remember that time we went to Pluto just to play Scrabble?
Morty, yeah, that was a wild ride.
Tama, I don't know about you guys, but I think I need another massage. Jerry, can we just go home now?
Steve Wozniak. I want to play another game of Raymond versus lobsters.
The gang all laughs and shares a toast to their crazy adventure in Rio de Janeiro, and the camera pans out to reveal a giant lobster walking by in the background. The end.
Title: Geoboasting.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty receives a distress call from a top-tier corporate building on Geoe, a planet known for its towering architecture and sophisticated technologies. After landing their spaceship on the rooftop, they encounter Jerry, who works as a security guard for the company, and Beth, who's come to investigate some anomalies in the building's energy systems.
What's the sitch, Jerry? You said it was an emergency.
It is. There's ghosts haunting the building, and they're causing all sorts of problems. Lights flickering, machines malfunctioning, even the coffee turning cold.
GG ghosts? Like, real ghosts?
Let's not jump to conclusions. There must be a scientific explanation for this phenomenon.
Rick scoffs and pulls out his trusty portal gun. There's only one way to find out. Let's go ghost hunting. As they make their way through the maze-like hallways, they encounter various anomalies, from objects moving by themselves to sudden cold spots and eerie sounds. At one point, they get separated, and Morty stumbles upon a strange machine that's emitting a lot of energy.
Guys, I think I found the source of the huntings. There's this weird machine here that whoa.
Before Morty can finish his sentence, John Cena bursts out of the machine holding a glowing crystal.
John, you can't see me.
Rick, unimpressed. Oh great, another meme. What are you even doing here?
John, I was hired by the screenwriters. They thought a celebrity cameo would liven up the episode. Plus, I'm a master of invisibility, so it fits, right?
This doesn't make any sense. How did you even get inside that machine?
John. It's all part of the screenwriter's plot twist. There's no scientific explanation, really. It's just convenient.
Just as they're about to argue further, the ghosts materialize around them, and they turn out to be the disgruntled former employees of the corporation, who have been trapped in the building systems after an experiment gone wrong.
Ghost 1. We demand compensation for our suffering.
Ghost 2. And better workplace conditions.
Ghost 3. Also dental. Rick rolls his eyes. Typical. Alright people, let's wrap this up. Morty, use the crystal to reverse the polarity of the machine and flush out these ghosts.
Oh, sure thing, Rick. Wait, how do I use this thing?
John, whispering, just press the shiny button, kid. And don't drop it.
Morty follows John's instructions and activates the crystal, and, miraculously, it works. The ghosts are sucked into the machine and the building systems return to normal. The team emerges victorious, with Jerry getting a promotion for his bravery and Rick pocketing the crystal for future endeavors. Thanks a lot, guys. You saved the day.
Yeah, no thanks to John Cena over here. But hey, at least we got some screen time, right?
I still have a lot of questions about the science of this phenomenon. It doesn't add up.
But Rick just shrugs. Who cares? We got rid of some ghosts, Jerry got a promotion, and I got a shiny new toy. Time to grab some drinks and forget about this disaster of an episode.
Title: The Interdimensional Battle Royale.
Scientific synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in an interdimensional arena where various types of objects are fighting against each other in a fierce battle royale. The objects consist of Venus, Kirby, and Beyblade. The experiment is set up in a black background with a white background. The objective is to analyze the behavior and interaction of the objects in different environments.
Act 1.
Well, Morty, it looks like we're in the middle of an interdimensional battle royale. My guess is that some higher power is studying the fight patterns of various objects.
Oh man, Rick, look at Venus over there. It's using some kind of gravitational force to push Kirby towards the edge.
Act 2.
You know, Morty, the way these objects interact is fascinating. It's like they have their own set of rules in physics. Let's see how they do in a black-on-black environment.
Whoa, Rick, Venus just attached a rocket to itself. It's flying around like crazy now.
Act 3.
Alright, Morty, it's time to take this experiment to the next level. Let's see how these objects combat in a white-on-black environment.
Rick, Kirby just split into multiple Kirbys. And Beyblade is going berserk.
Act 4.
Well, Morty, it's time to wrap this experiment up. Let's see who the ultimate champion is.
Rick, it looks like Venus is about to take the crown.
Hold on, Morty. Beyblade just used its spin power to knock out Venus. Incredible.
Blog.
Well, there you have it, Morty. An interdimensional battle royale that was out of this world. Literally.
I never thought I'd see the day where I'd see Beyblade take on Venus and Kirby in a fight.
That's science for you, Morty. You never know what you're going to get.
Title: The Teleportation Temptation Diff.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new teleportation device that can transport someone to a parallel universe at will. Suddenly, a man in a futuristic suit holding a sword and a lightsaber in his hand with glowing light behind him appears in the lab.
Who the hell are you?
Futuristic man, I am Xantron, a time-traveling archaeologist on a quest to find the lost artifacts of the universe.
Whoa, that's so scientific and PhDy.
Xantron then tells them about a powerful artifact he recently discovered that can corrupt any virtual reality it enters, leading to disastrous consequences. The trio sets out to stop the corrupt artifact from falling into the wrong hands. On their mission, they encounter a mutant superhero who has been corrupted by the artifact and is wreaking havoc on the city.
Whoa, that's like a total superhero showdown right there.
Shut up, Morty.
After a thrilling battle, they manage to recover the artifact, but not before being tempted by its power to enter a corrupted virtual reality.
Whoa, that's like a teleported temptation tiff right there.
Shut up, Morty.
Zantron ultimately destroys the artifact and bids farewell to Rick and Morty, thanking them for their help on his mission.
That was like super scientific and PhDY, wasn't it, Rick?
Shut up, Morty.
Title: Quantum Quark Quandary and the Stomach of a Jellyfish.
The episode begins with a perplexing sighting of a jellyfish with three distinct backgrounds: green and purple, black with a white outline, and green and purple with a blue line. The protagonist, Quantum Quark Quandary, an expert in quantum physics, is called in to investigate the anomaly. Using advanced technology and mathematical calculations, Quandary determines that the jellyfish is exhibiting unique quantum properties, with its colors and patterns being a result of entanglement and superposition. Meanwhile, a new development in the Unicorn reality TV show catches the attention of Summer, one of the show's contestants. She receives a flirty message from an interdimensional rock star who claims to have fallen for her. As Quandary continues to unravel the mystery of the jellyfish, he realizes that its stomach holds the key to understanding its quantum behavior. With the help of a team of marine biologists, they extract the jellyfish's stomach and discover a microscopic black hole in its center. The team gets transported to a parallel universe through the black hole and find themselves in the middle of a fierce battle between two-dimensional beings. Quandary uses his knowledge of quantum mechanics to create a portal back to their universe, and they narrowly escape the conflict. Meanwhile, Summer sets up a date with the interdimensional rock star but learns that it was all a ploy to boost his album sales. Disheartened but wiser, she returns to the competition with renewed resolve. The episode ends with Quandary presenting his findings on the jellyfish's quantum properties at a prestigious physics conference, earning him accolades and recognition in the scientific community.
Quandary, the jellyfish is exhibiting unique quantum properties, with its colors and patterns being a result of entanglement and superposition.
Tama, I can't believe he used me for album sales. I thought he really liked me.
Marine biologist, we found a microscopic black hole in the jellyfish's stomach.
Quandary, we must use this black hole as a portal to explore other dimensions.
Dimensional being 1, you are not from this universe. Leave now.
Dimensional being 2, we will not allow outsiders to interfere with our conflict.
Quandary, I will use my knowledge of quantum mechanics to create a portal back to our universe.
Tama, I may have been fooled, but I won't give up on my dreams.
Conference attendee, this is groundbreaking research. Quandary, you have made a significant contribution to the field of quantum physics.
Title: The Higgs Boson Heartbreaker vs. Demon Haunted Dreamland, a Comet's Casanova Clanger.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab, examining a poster of a mountain and forest.
Morty, look at this poster. It has a bird perched on top of the mountain.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Everything, Morty. It's a sign. We need to go on an adventure to find the true meaning of that bird and the mountain.
Okay, but how do we start?
With apples, Morty. We need to eat some apples to enhance our brain function.
Morty takes a bite of an apple, and suddenly the lab transforms into a different realm.
What is happening, Rick?
We are in demon-haunted dreamland, Morty. We need to find the source of this realm and shut it down.
But how do we do that?
By using the invaluable scientific tool of the One does not simply walk into Mordor meme, Morty. We need to use it to navigate through this dreamland.
They start walking and suddenly find themselves in a different realm.
Morty, we've landed in the Higgs boson heartbreaker realm. We need to find the Higgs boson particle and break it to get out of here.
But how do we find it?
With Comet's Casanova clangor, Morty. We need to use the sound to attract the particle.
They play the comet's Casanova clangor and the Higgs boson particle appears.
We did it, Rick. We found the particle.
And we broke it, Morty. Now let's get out of here before we end up in another realm.
Morty and Rick return to their lab.
Well, Morty, we may have ended up in some crazy realms, but we found the true meaning of the bird on top of the mountain.
And what's that, Rick?
That sometimes, the most important discoveries happen when we least expect them.
Morty looks at Rick with confused eyes.
Or it could just be a poster, Morty. But hey, at least we had a fun adventure.
Title: The Hilarious Scientific Misadventures of Rick and Morty.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new invention while Jerry is sitting at a desk in his office with a green tie and black shoes on his feet. Beth and Summer are both out of the house running errands.
Morty, pass me that wrench over there. We've got to fix the interdimensional portal before we can go on our next adventure.
Sure thing, Rick. But where are we going this time?
We're going to Oxford to attend a scientific conference.
On phone. Oh, hi, Beth. Yeah, just working hard in the office. Whispers. Actually, I'm watching a Dwight Schrute marathon.
Sarcastic. Wow, Jerry. You sure know how to live it up.
Confused. What's a Dwight Schrute?
Without looking up, a character from a TV show about a boring paper company. Now let's finish this portal.
Cut to the conference in Oxford where Rick is presenting a groundbreaking new technology.
On stage, and as you can see from the charts, this new device will revolutionize interdimensional travel.
Audience member, Leonardo DiCaprio cameo. Excuse me, Rick. Can you explain the technology in more detail?
Sure. It's a simple matter of manipulating the quantum entanglement of subatomic particles to create a stable wormhole.
Whispering to Jerry, is it just me or does this all sound made up?
Whispering back. I don't know what's crazier, Rick's invention or the fact that we're at a scientific conference in Oxford. Cut to the hotel room where Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are staying. Eating room service. Wow, this food is really good. Did you guys know that I have a hobby of collecting unusual foods?
Rolling his eyes. Great, Jerry. Why don't you tell us all about it while we're trying to solve a scientific mystery?
Looking out the window. Hey, guys! There's a weird green glow coming from down the street.
Excitedly. That could be the source of the disturbance we detected earlier. Let's check it out.
Cut to the source of the green glow, which turns out to be a group of aliens who have set up a rave.
Alien DJ, to the crowd. All right, everyone, put your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care.
To Morty, they're using their advanced alien technology to create a high-energy field that's disrupting the fabric of space-time.
Shocked. Can we stop them?
Odds. Only one way to find out.
Cut to the final scene where Rick and Morty rig up their own DJ equipment and throw a party to outrave the aliens and save the universe.
On the microphone. All right, everyone. Let's show these aliens how it's done.
Spinning records. Yeah, let's get this party started.
Dancing awkwardly. I never knew science could be so fun.
Entering the room. What the hell is going on in here?
Laughing. You wouldn't believe it, Mom. We just saved the universe with our sick beats.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty high-fiving while the rest of the family looks on in confusion.
Title: The Quantum Paradox of the Sword-Wielding Lady in the Forest.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are sitting in the garage with Rick tinkering with some gadgets. A portal suddenly opens up and out comes a woman in a red dress holding a sword.
Who are you and how did you get in here?
Woman, I am Lady Scarlet, and I need your help. I come from a parallel universe where I am on a quest to retrieve the Sword of Infinite Wisdom from an evil warlord.
Whoa, that sounds intense.
What do you need us for?
Lady Scarlet, your universe has the technology to travel through parallel dimensions. I need your portal gun to help me on my quest. Sounds like a dangerous adventure. Count us in.
Alright, hold on to your butts.
The group travels through multiple dimensions, encountering strange creatures and obstacles along the way. They finally arrive in a forest with a house in the background and spot the warlord and the Sword of Infinite Wisdom.
Alright, let's get this over with.
They charge towards the warlord, Lady Scarlet leading the way with her sword. Just as they are about to make contact, everything freezes in place.
What the hell just happened?
Did time just stop?
It looks like we're stuck in some sort of temporal paradox.
But how do we get out of it?
It's simple, we just need to reverse the polarity of the tachyon emitter and…
Lady Scarlet. Wait, hold on. I have a better idea.
She takes out a bag of popcorn and starts eating it. The rest of the group looks at her confused.
Lady Scarlet. You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. And what's more fun than munching on some delicious popcorn?
Laughs. You know what? I like the way you think.
The group joins Lady Scarlet in eating popcorn and suddenly time starts moving again. They defeat the warlord and retrieve the Sword of Infinite Wisdom.
That was unexpected.
But it worked.
And now we have a new friend.
Lady Scarlet. And some tasty popcorn.
Chuckles. Let's get out of here before anything else weird happens.
The group returns to their own dimension, Lady Scarlet bidding them farewell.
Closing scene. Rick is back in the garage tinkering with his gadgets, Morty trying to catch a glimpse of Lady Scarlet through the portal.
I wonder what other crazy adventures we're going to have.
Smirks. Who knows, Morty? The multiverse is a big, crazy place.
The camera pans out to show the portal and the rest of the garage, with various objects from their past adventures littered around. The end. Opening credits roll with a whimsical tune. The camera fades into a cartoon of a man, Rick, who is sitting in a chair next to a robot, Robo, in a suit and tie. Both are facing a large planet in the background. Rick begins to narrate the story of the day, which is a news broadcast covering 3 topics in depth.
Good day, and welcome to the Multiverse News Show. Today, we're covering 3 fascinating topics that delve deep into the world of science and exploration.
Robo, indeed, Rick. Our first story highlights the latest advancements in interdimensional travel.
That's right, Robo. The new teleportation device is revolutionizing the way we travel between alternate universes.
Robo, next up, we have a story about an exciting mission to explore a new planet in a distant galaxy.
Yes, the team of scientists and researchers will be the first to set foot on this new planet and gather vital information about its composition and potential for supporting life.
Robo, and finally, we have a story about the discovery of a new element that could revolutionize the field of renewable energy.
This new element could provide a renewable and sustainable source of power for the world.
Robo, fascinating. These stories truly showcase the endless possibilities that lie within the multiverse.
Indeed, Robo, we are privileged to witness such groundbreaking research and discoveries.
The camera fades out as the pair continue to discuss scientific advancements in the multiverse. The credits roll once again as the whimsical tune continues to play.
Title: Vortex Vamp Vexation.
Synopsis. The episode revolves around Rick and Morty as they set out on an interdimensional journey to solve a perplexing mystery. They encounter a strange poster with a boat in the middle, and a cat on the top and bottom of it, which piques Rick's curiosity. Morty cowers in fear, sure that they are about to embark on yet another dangerous adventure.
Morty, snap out of it. We have a mystery to solve. This poster is strange, even for my standards.
I don't know, Rick. Cats and boats and vortexes, it all seems like a recipe for disaster.
Don't be such a negative Nancy, Morty. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Cat on a boat? Not on my watch.
The duo set out to discover the significance of the poster as they travel from one dimension to another, encountering strange creatures like the Gromble Loafs and the Lunar Love Lies.
Rick, I think we're getting closer, but I don't know if we're going to find anything.
Nonsense, Morty. Just have a little faith. We're on the hunt for clues, like Stevie Wonder looking for a needle in a haystack, except without the blindness.
Eventually, they stumble upon a gateway to a parallel universe called Carcassonne, which houses the Vortex Vamp, a feline creature with magnetic powers that pull objects into their vortex.
Rick, we finally found the source of the vortex. It's the Vortex Vamp.
You don't say, Morty. I'm shocked. I thought it was just a mild case of indigestion.
The duo devises a plan to outsmart the Vortex Vamp using science, quick thinking, and a generous dose of humor. In the end, they manage to defeat the Vortex Vamp and save the day.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy. I can't believe we pulled it off.
Science, Morty, science, and a healthy dose of funny. Where would we be without our humor, huh?
Title: The Blue-Faced Woman of the ICR.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are summoned to the Institute of Cancer Research, ICR, by a team of baffled scientists who have encountered a strange blue-faced woman with a green headband on her head. The woman appears to have some kind of unexplainable power that can cure cancer, but also has the potential to cause chaos and destruction. As Rick and Morty delve deeper into her origins and abilities, they embark on a wild adventure through multiple dimensions and encounter everything from a sentient tumor to an intergalactic party.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are lounging in the living room when they receive a call from the ICR. The scientists explain their predicament and ask for Rick's expertise. Morty is hesitant to get involved, but Rick insists, saying, "Let's go cure some cancer, Morty."
Scientist, we need your help, Rick. This woman just appeared out of nowhere with a bizarre power. She can cure cancer just by touching the patient, but we don't know how she does it. We need you to figure out what's going on before she causes a catastrophic event.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday. Let's get to it.
Oh, Rick, I don't know about this. It seems too dangerous.
Don't be such a wuss, Morty. You always complain about being bored. This is your chance to see some real excitement.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at the ICR and are greeted by the scientists. They lead the duo to a room where the blue-faced woman is lying unconscious on a bed. The woman appears to be in her mid-30s and has a bright blue face and piercing green eyes. She wears a green headband and is surrounded by a white aura.
Scientist 1, as you can see, she's not your average person. We ran some tests but couldn't find any scientific explanation for her power. When she touches a cancer patient, their tumor disappears instantly. It's almost like magic.
Magic? Please, I'm a scientist. There has to be a logical explanation for this.
But Rick, what if she's dangerous? What if her power gets out of control?
Relax, Morty. We'll just have to keep our wits about us. Let's examine her and see what we can find out.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty begin their examination, but their instruments show no abnormalities in the woman's body. As they continue their investigation, they notice a small white circle around her head that appears to be generating the white aura. Suddenly, the circle starts to pulse and the aura turns a dark shade of purple. The woman wakes up and leaps out of bed, causing the room to shake.
Oh boy, here we go. Get ready for some action, Morty.
I think we should run, Rick. This doesn't look good.
Scene 4.
The blue-faced woman starts rampaging through the ICR, knocking over equipment and causing chaos. Rick and Morty try to stop her, but her power is too strong. They manage to corner her in a laboratory, where they find a strange alien creature growing out of a petri dish. The creature speaks to them and explains that it is a sentient tumor that can mutate into any form and that the blue-faced woman is its host.
Sentient tumor. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the result of your primitive cancer research. I have taken over this woman's body to ensure my survival. I implore you to let us go in peace.
Sorry, Tumor Dude, but we can't just let you roam free and take over the world. We have to stop you.
I don't think we can do this, Rick. It's too much.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty come up with a plan to defeat the sentient tumor and save the blue-faced woman. They create a device that can neutralize the tumor's power and separate it from the woman's body. They lure the tumor into a containment chamber and activate the device, causing the tumor to shrink and become dormant.
Well, that was a trip. We sure saved the day, Morty.
I don't think I can handle any more trips like this, Rick. Can we just go home?
Scene 6.
As they are about to leave, the blue-faced woman approaches them and thanks them for saving her. She explains that she had no control over her power and had been tormented by the sentient tumor for months. She also reveals that she's not from this dimension and that she needs Rick's help to get back to her own world.
Blue-faced woman. Thank you for everything, Rick and Morty. You have saved me and countless others. I hope we meet again someday.
Don't mention it, just doing our job. But wait, you're from another dimension? This is getting more interesting by the second.
Oh no, not again.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty setting off on another adventure, but this time with a new friend in tow.
Title: Alien Contact Diplomacy, the U-Chinese Dialect Dirt and Throat Incident.
The episode opens on Rick, Morty, and Summer standing in front of a satellite station orbiting a planet in a remote corner of the galaxy. Rick, being the interdimensional traveler he is, has arranged a meeting with the planet's dominant species, the Dirt People, to establish trade relations with Earth.
Morty, Summer, we're approaching the Dirt People's planet. Remember, we need to be on our best behavior if we want to make a good impression.
I don't know, Rick. I mean, I've seen some pretty weird stuff on this planet already. Do we really want to get involved with these guys?
Yeah, what if they're total weirdos or something?
That's exactly why we need to establish diplomatic relations with them. Who knows what kind of advanced technology they may possess.
As they land, they are greeted by a group of Dirt People who seem friendly, but to Summer's dismay, communicate solely in the U-Chinese dialect. Despite this hurdle, Rick manages to negotiate a trade agreement in exchange for Earth's advanced technology. But things take a turn when one Dirt Person shows an unusual interest in Morty's throat.
Dirt Person, apologies, but I must inquire about your throat. It is quite unlike ours.
Oh, yeah. I just have a normal human throat, I guess.
The Dirt Person insists on examining Morty's throat, eventually leading to a disturbing revelation.
Dirt Person, impossible. This is no human throat. You are a changeling, sent here to infiltrate and destroy our society.
What? No way, man. I'm just a regular dude.
The Dirt People quickly apprehend Morty, prompting Rick and Summer to come to his rescue.
Oh great, now we're dealing with paranoid conspiracy theorists. Just what I needed.
The rest of the episode follows the trio's attempts to prove Morty's innocence, culminating in a chaotic battle between Earth's advanced technology and the Dirt People's mysterious, otherworldly powers. In the end, Morty is exonerated and the trade agreement is upheld, though Rick is left wondering if it was really worth it.
I don't know, Morty. Maybe we should stick to trading with our own dimension from now on. These intergalactic diplomacy missions are a real pain in the ass.
Title: The Poop Monster.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with a revolutionary new technology that can project a person's consciousness into an alternate dimension. They decide to test it out on Jerry, but things quickly go awry when the machine malfunctions and Jerry's consciousness gets transferred into a dimension inhabited by sentient poop monsters. Rick and Morty enter the dimension to rescue Jerry, but they soon realize they are in deep trouble. A giant poop monster appears, and, as we see from the paw of the audience, begins to projectile vomit poop at Rick and Morty. The scene is shot in 4K Full HD with gorgeous lighting, highly detailed poop and brown chunks splattering everywhere, and a dramatic movie still.
Morty, we need to neutralize this poop monster before it destroys us.
But how are we going to do that, Rick?
We need to manipulate the chemical properties of its poop. I've got an idea, but it's going to be risky.
What's the plan, Rick?
I'm going to use this molecular ray to turn the poop into chocolate.
Chocolate? Are you crazy, Rick?
Trust me, Morty, I'm a scientist. When the poop monster eats the chocolate, it will neutralize its digestive enzymes and cause it to explode.
As the poop monster charges towards them, Rick uses the molecular ray to turn its poop into chocolate. The poop monster eagerly slurps up the chocolate and, as Rick predicted, explodes in a spectacular display of poop and chocolate.
Gross, Rick. That was disgusting.
Yeah, but it was also hilarious.
They return to their dimension with Jerry, who is now traumatized by his experience. The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing as they eat chocolate and Jerry vomits in the corner. This is the worst day of my life.
That's the price you pay for science, Jerry.
Title of episode: The Interdimensional Knockoff Gaming Console.
Scientific description. In this episode, Rick and Morty, along with Beth and Summer, venture into the multiverse to retrieve a unique interdimensional knockoff gaming console. The device contains advanced technology that allows users to enter virtual realities created by their own thoughts. However, the console was never manufactured in the Smith family's universe, and thus remains a rare and coveted artifact. But can the family handle the reality warping capabilities of this device, or will their own thoughts and desires consume them?
Opening scene.
Morty, we've got to venture into a different dimension to retrieve the most advanced gaming console in the multiverse.
What? Why do we need to do that, Rick?
Because this console is capable of creating virtual realities based on the user's thoughts and desires. Can you imagine the possibilities, Morty? But we've got to act fast. I heard it's being auctioned off on an interdimensional black market.
Beth enters the garage.
Dad, what are you two talking about?
We're going to retrieve an interdimensional knockoff gaming console. Beth, you in?
Count me in. I could use a break from reality.
Summer bursts into the garage.
Me too. Oh my god, can we get it?
Of course we can, Summer. That's why we're the Smith family.
Is it really worth risking our lives for a gaming console?
Morty, if you're not willing to risk it, then what's the point of living?
The family sets off to the interdimensional black market in search of the coveted console.
Cut to.
The family arrives at the black market, where they come across a shady dealer.
Dealer, so you want the interdimensional knockoff gaming console, eh? I can get it for you, but it won't be cheap.
How much are we talking?
Dealer, 3 trillion flarebows.
3 trillion flarebows? That's insane.
We'll take it.
What? Rick, do we really need to spend that much money on a knockoff PlayStation?
Morty, it's not just any PlayStation. It's a gateway to infinite realities. Plus, we can use the other trillion flarebows on something else, like more Szechuan sauce.
The dealer hands over the console, and before they leave, Rick demands the dealer to provide the games.
Now give us the games. We have to know what we're dealing with here.
Dealer, alright. Here are the top 5 games for the GameStation 1.
Ah, excellent.
The dealer hands them a list of games as the family heads back to the garage to test out their new console.
Alright. The first game is called Butterfingers in Space Adventure. It's a game where you play as an astronaut who has to stop an invasion of alien Butterfingers.
What? That sounds ridiculous.
I don't know, it sounds like fun.
I want to try it.
Alright, Summer, you're up.
Summer inserts the game and the family watches as she enters the virtual reality.
Cut to.
Summer is facing off against an army of Butterfinger aliens, firing her laser gun at them while avoiding their sticky attacks. She suddenly gets hit by a beam and freezes in place.
Oh no! Summer's stuck.
Rick, do something.
Alright, Morty, grab her and let's get out of here.
The family unplugs the console and quickly leaves the garage, leaving behind the trapped Summer and their 3 trillion flarebows.
Insane.
Well, that was a bust. We lost our money and Summer's stuck in a virtual reality.
Do you think we'll ever get her out of there?
Rick, you can't just leave her in there forever.
While still inside the virtual reality. Hey, guys, can you hear me? This game is awesome.
Well, at least she's not complaining.
And so, the Smith family learned a valuable lesson about the dangers of interdimensional knockoff gaming consoles. But deep down, they all knew they were going to do it again someday. Because let's face it, who doesn't want to be an astronaut fighting against alien Butterfingers?
Title: The Botanical Brouhaha.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the garage with various scientific equipment around them. Rick is tinkering with a gene splicer as Morty and Summer look on.
Morty, so what are we doing today, Rick?
Rick, we're going to splice some genes and see what happens. Time to put these brain cells to use, Morty.
Summer, but what's the goal of this experiment?
Rick, the goal is to create a plant that can defend itself from predators using projectile poop. It's going to revolutionize the agriculture industry.
Scene 2. The trio enters a greenhouse with a single yellow flower with a blue sky in the background and a yellow and green flower in the middle.
Morty, wow, Rick, these flowers are beautiful. What's our plan?
Rick, we're going to use this gene splicer to create a hybrid plant that can defend itself from predators. We'll splice the DNA of these 2 flowers and add a few extra genes for good measure.
Summer, what kind of genes?
Rick, the kind that make the plants poop projectile.
Scene 3. The plant begins to mutate and grow at an alarming rate, eventually becoming a sentient, giant poo monster. Morty, oh god, Rick, what have you done?
Rick, relax, Morty. It's just a little botanical mishap.
Summer, but it's certainly with us.
Rick, well, it's still in the experimental phase. We'll have to fine-tune the genes to control poop projectiles.
Scene 4. The three tries down rubber projectile while trying to find a solution to their monster problem.
Morty, we can't keep running forever, Rick. We need to do something.
Rick, I've got an idea. Summer, get me the mind control device.
Summer, mind control device. You never mentioned that before.
Rick, I didn't think I need it. Just go get it.
Scene 5. Rick attaches the mind control device to the poo monster and takes control of it.
Rick, now, this is more like it. Who wants to see a giant poo monster perform a musical number?
Morty. I don't think that's necessary, Rick.
Can we just turn it back into a regular plant, please?
Scene 6. After numerous explosions, the trio turns the poo monster back into a normal plant.
Morty. Thank God, it's over. Let's never do anything like this again.
Rick, oh, come on, Morty. It was all for science.
Summer, can we at least clean up the poo before Mom gets home?
Closing scene. The trio cleans up the mess, with Rick muttering about the lack of scientific curiosity in this household.
Title: The Skateboarder's Quantum Leap.
Morty, I've stumbled upon a scientific breakthrough involving quantum physics and skateboarding. This could be big.
Oh, Rick, I don't know about that. I was just enjoying a peaceful day in the park.
Quiet, Morty, this is important. We need to create a skateboard that can travel through time and space.
Title: 10 Most Disgusting Clickbait Videos of All Time.
Okay, I need a break from the science for a minute. Let's watch these disgustingly entertaining videos.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a waste of time.
Quit being a square Jerry. Let's see what this first video is all about.
Title: The World's Biggest Pimple.
Ew, gross. I can't watch this.
It's like a volcano of pus.
Amazing. The human body is truly remarkable.
Title: Snake Eats a Whole Cow.
Oh my god, what kind of sick person would post something like this?
Relax, Jerry. It's just nature in action. Survival of the fittest and all that.
Title: Viral infection makes man's face melt off.
That's it. I'm done. I can't handle any more of this.
Rick, what kind of sick fascination do you have with all this stuff?
Hey, I'm a mad scientist. I find all forms of life fascinating.
Title: Man finds maggots in his brain.
I'm going to be sick.
I'm impressed. Who knew maggots could survive in the human brain for so long?
Title: Giant wart removal.
Please, can we stop watching these now?
I can't unsee that. My eyes are burning.
Ah, I love it. The human body is such a weird and wonderful thing.
Title: Largest hairball removed from stomach of cat.
I'm going to be sick.
What are you, a serial killer? This is amazing. Look at the size of that hairball.
Title: Bot fly removal.
I can't watch anymore.
I feel like I'm living in a nightmare.
Now we're talking. How does that little thing fit under the skin like that?
Title: Man pulls out ingrown toenail with pliers.
I can't handle this anymore.
Okay, we'll take a break. But let's all agree that was some awesome science right there.
I'm not sure I want to agree with that, Rick.
Oh, don't be such a Morty. Let's go make that quantum skateboard.
Title: The Science of Mud Monsters.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty flying their spaceship across a desert landscape.
Morty, I've detected a large rock formation in the middle of this desert area. Let's check it out.
Rick, are you sure we should be messing with that? It looks kinda dangerous.
Dangerous? Thieved. That rock formation is just a bunch of sedimentary deposits. Easy science.
As they approach the rock formation, they notice a giant sentient mud monster emerging from the rocks.
Mud monster. Greetings, travelers. I am the mud monster. What brings you to my domain?
We're just here for a scientific investigation. We mean you no harm.
Mud monster. Ah, science. I love science. Come, let me show you my domain.
The mud monster takes them on a tour of the rock formation, explaining the geological processes that led to its formation. Suddenly, the mud monster gets agitated and starts launching projectile mud at Rick and Morty.
What the hell, mud monster? We thought we were cool.
Mud monster. Apologies, Rick Sanchez. I am experiencing a sudden influx of butt cheeks.
What does that even mean?
Means we need to find a way to stabilize the mud monster's butt cheeks before it launches us into oblivion.
Mud monster. You're right, Rick Sanchez. I need your help.
Rick and Morty team up with the mud monster to conduct a series of experiments, analyzing the composition of the butt cheeks and finding a way to stabilize it. In the end, they succeed, and the mud monster is able to return to a peaceful state.
Mud monster. Thank you, Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith. Your scientific expertise has saved my domain.
Yeah, no big deal. Just another day doing science.
I don't know, Rick. That was pretty intense. I need a drink.
Oh please, Morty, you've seen worse. We'll get some ice cream or something.
The episode ends with a shot of the mud monster, peaceful and serene, as the sun sets over the desert landscape.
Title: Clickbait Chronicles.
The episode opens up with Rick and Morty sitting in the living room flipping through TV channels. Suddenly, two signs appear on the screen, one showing a cartoon man holding a gun and the other showing a different cartoon man holding a gun. Rick is immediately intrigued and begins to read the titles under the signs.
The most disgusting clickbait videos ever, and watch the worst clickbait now. Sounds like my kind of party.
Without hesitation, Rick clicks on the first video and a series of horrendous and disgustingly graphic videos start playing on their TV. Morty, Jerry, and Summer walk into the living room and are horrified at what they see.
Oh my god, what are you guys watching? That's disgusting.
I can't even watch this. It's too much.
Rick, why do you even like this stuff? It's completely messed up.
Because it's science, Morty. We need to explore the darkest depths of the internet in order to unlock the secrets of the human psyche.
As the video continues to play, Rick begins to explain the scientific theories behind clickbait and why it's so addictive to viewers. The rest of the family listens intently as Rick goes on a tangent about dopamine and the human reward system.
You see, the human brain is wired to seek out and consume sensational content like this. It's a natural reflex that we can't help but indulge.
That's a load of crap. Rick, you just like gross stuff.
Well, you may have a point there, Summer. But regardless, watching these videos is an integral part of our research.
As the episode progresses, Rick continues to play more and more disgusting videos while the rest of the family debates the morality of watching them. In the end, they all succumb to the allure of clickbait and spend the rest of the night watching the most grotesque and disturbing content on the internet.
This is messed up. I think we've officially hit rock bottom.
I never want to watch clickbait again. This is traumatizing.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Rick, can we please switch to something less disgusting?
Fine. But you all have to admit, that was some pretty groundbreaking research we just conducted.
The episode ends with the family making a pact to stay away from clickbait forever, only to inevitably stumble upon it again in a future episode.
Title: The Botanical Barfing Brouhaha.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth and Summer are in the garage lab with Rick tinkering with some sci-fi gadgets. Suddenly, a portal opens up and a giant green and white flower with a black center emerges, immediately followed by a monstrous creature resembling vomit.
This must be a new alien species that's symbiotic with the flower. It must have teleported to us for a reason.
Rick, it's barfing on us.
Gross. This is going to ruin my hair.
I'm going to be sick. As the group tries to avoid the vomit monster's projectile vomit, Rick manages to get a sample of the vomit and analyzes it under a microscope.
Fascinating. This monster's vomit has the ability to teleport any living matter it touches to another dimension.
That sounds dangerous. We need to get rid of it.
But how do we do that?
We'll use the flower to lure it into a containment chamber and then detonate it with a shrink bomb.
As the group sets up the plan, the vomit monster continues to projectile vomit, causing chaos and destruction in the garage lab. Eventually, they successfully lure it into the containment chamber using the flower as bait.
Alright, everyone stand back. I'm activating the shrink bomb now.
Suddenly, the vomit monster disappears along with the flower and the containment chamber. The group looks around, confused.
Did it work?
I don't see any vomit anymore.
Rick, where did it go?
Chuckles. Oh, it worked alright. The vomit monster and the flower were shrunk down to microscopic size and teleported to another dimension.
How do you know that?
I just do. It's science, Morty.
Suddenly, the group hears a tiny voice from the floor.
Vomit monster, tiny voice, help us. We're trapped in this microscopic dimension.
Slyly. Well, I guess we'll have to go in after them, won't we?
The group then proceeds to enter the microscopic dimension, encountering a world full of strange and bizarre creatures. They eventually find the shrunk vomit monster and flower and return them to their normal size in their own dimension.
Smiling. Well, that was one hell of a ride, huh?
I don't even know what just happened.
I think I need to lie down for a bit.
Disgusted. I think I need a shower. Like, now.
Proudly, well, another successful adventure with the Smith-Sanchez family.
As the episode ends, the screen shows the original picture of the green and white flower with a black center and the vomit monster barfing directly on it before fading to black.
Title: Cosmic Courtship Chaos.
Opening scene.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry teleporting into a vast field with a green pyramid structure in the center. Rick excitedly explains that the pyramid is made up of a rare element that he needs to power his latest invention, the quantum shift-o-meter. Morty and Summer are skeptical, but Jerry is eager to help and offers to carry the equipment.
Alright, everyone, we gotta load this bad boy up. Jerry, grab the load and let's get going.
Got it, Rick. Wait, what's the load?
Dad, just pick up the stuff and let's go.
I don't think this is a good idea, Rick. What if this thing is dangerous?
Relax, Morty. It's just a green pyramid in a field. What could go wrong?
A meme.
As the group begins to gather the necessary equipment, they notice a figure lurking in the distance. It's unsettled Tom Meme, looking as creepy as ever.
Unsettled Tom Meme. Hey guys, what are you doing here? This pyramid is cursed, you know.
Ah, cursed? You're a walking meme, kid. Just stay out of our way and let us do our thing.
Unsettled Tom Meme, suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Software developer.
As they load up the equipment, they suddenly hear a voice behind them. It's a software developer who is camping out nearby.
Software developer. Hello there. What brings you guys out here?
None of your business, pal. We're just grabbing some rare elements for a scientific experiment.
Software developer. Oh, interesting. Mind if I join you? I could use some inspiration for my latest coding project.
Rick reluctantly agrees and the group sets off towards the pyramid. But it's not long before chaos ensues.
A cosmic courtship.
As they near the pyramid, they begin to notice strange things happening around them. The grass is turning purple, the rocks are floating, and the sky is filled with psychedelic colors. Suddenly, they hear a loud roar and turn to see a giant cosmic dragon emerging from the pyramid.
Ah, crap, I didn't factor in cosmic courtship chaos.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means the pyramid is a portal to another dimension and we just interrupted a cosmic courtship ritual between the dragon and its mate. And now they're pissed.
The group quickly realizes they have to get out of there and make a run for it. But the dragon is hot on their heels, breathing fire and causing all sorts of havoc.
Quick, everyone, hold on to the quantum shift-o-meter. We're gonna make a jump to the nearest dimension.
The group holds on tight as Rick activates the machine and they jump to another dimension, narrowly escaping the dragon's wrath.
Closing scene.
Group finds themselves in a completely different dimension, but they're relieved to have made it out alive. As they catch their breath, Jerry takes a look at the equipment they've gathered and realizes they forgot the most important piece, the green pyramid.
Ah, Rick? I think we forgot something.
What? No way. I had everything on the checklist.
Well, we definitely don't have the pyramid.
Damn it, Jerry. That was the whole point of this trip.
So what do we do now?
Hey, we'll figure it out. But first, anyone up for some space pancakes?
The group laughs as they head back to the spaceship, ready for their next crazy adventure.
Title: The Sentient Sandball Experiment.
Act 1. The episode opens with Rick and Morty lounging on the beach as Rick muses on the concept of entropy and how it relates to the sandy environment surrounding them. Meanwhile, Beth struggles to build a sandcastle with a large pile of sand balls in the center of the beach, adorned with a sky background and a sunray stick logo.
Entropy, Morty, everything's constantly breaking down, becoming more and more disordered. Just look at this beach. It's a perfect example of the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't really get it, Rick.
Hey, guys. Check out my sandcastle.
What's the point of building a sandcastle when the waves are just going to wash it away, Beth?
Act 2. Suddenly, a giant sentient mud monster appears and begins launching projectiles of mud at the trio. The mud and brown chunks splatter everywhere, causing chaos and destruction.
What the hell is that thing?
I don't know, but I've got a theory. The sandballs on this beach must have been created as a byproduct of some kind of terraforming experiment gone wrong. The mud monster is likely a side effect of that experiment.
So what do we do?
We fight back, Morty. With science.
Act 3. The group devises a plan to create a device using the sandballs to harness the sun's energy and convert it into a beam of concentrated light to destroy the mud monster. With the help of some handy tools and a bit of ingenuity, they successfully construct the device and manage to defeat the monster in a dramatic movie still.
Ah, take that, entropy.
Well, we did it. We saved the beach.
But what about all those sandballs?
Hey, let him wash away. We've got bigger things to worry about.
Epilogue. As the group packs up their things and leaves the beach, the camera pans out to reveal that the sandballs were actually a secret government project all along, and the group unknowingly interfered with a top-secret experiment.
Unnamed government official. Damn it, Jenkins. This is the third time this month that those meddling scientists have messed with our experiments.
Jenkins, what should we do, sir?
Unnamed government official. Just let it go. They'll never figure it out anyway.
The camera fades to black as the sound of crashing waves can be heard in the distance.
Title: Investigating the effects of trigger point therapy on a renowned lover in a red alien head and suit.
Introduction. In this episode, we investigate the effects of trigger point therapy on a renowned lover wearing a red alien head and suit. Trigger point therapy is a therapeutic massage technique that applies pressure to trigger points in the body to alleviate pain and discomfort. The purpose of this study is to analyze the effectiveness of trigger point therapy on our subject's physical and mental state.
Methodology. Our subject, Jerry, is a renowned lover in the alternate universe where he resides. He wears a red alien head and suit and is known for his charismatic personality and charm. We conducted a pre-test to analyze Jerry's physical and mental state before the therapy session. Then, we applied trigger point therapy to certain trigger points in his body, such as his neck, shoulders, and lower back. We recorded his response to each pressure point and analyzed his reaction.
Results. The results of our study showed that trigger point therapy had a positive effect on Jerry's physical and mental state. There was a noticeable decrease in the tension in his muscles, and his demeanor became more relaxed and calm. Additionally, Jerry reported feeling more focused and present in the moment.
Discussion. The effectiveness of trigger point therapy on Jerry's physical and mental state can be attributed to the deactivation of the trigger points associated with his stress and anxiety. By applying pressure to these points, we were able to release the pent-up tension in his body and mind. Furthermore, the therapy allowed Jerry to be more mindful of his sensations and emotions, which led to an increase in his general well-being.
In conclusion, trigger point therapy appears to have a positive impact on the physical and mental well-being of our subject, Jerry. Further studies could explore the long-term effects of trigger point therapy on individuals in different states of health and well-being.
Title: The Integration of Alien Species with Earth's Canine Population, a Happier Than Ever Perspective.
Synopsis.
In this episode, we explore the integration of a French bulldog with an alien species, Navi from Avatar, while watching a ninja reality TV show. Our canine protagonist, sporting a yellow jacket, is seated at a blue table surrounded by shelves of books. The show heavily features the concept of money heist, which explores the consequences of theft and the use of technology in modern society. The alien species in question is part of a unique program aimed at integrating their culture into Earth's population. The program, aimed at advancing intergalactic relations, had been under scrutiny for several years. However, the project succeeded in selecting a group of alien ambassadors representing diverse backgrounds. As the story progresses, we witness the fascinating interactions between our French bulldog and the Navi, as they communicate through an advanced neural interface technology, allowing our protagonist to experience the Navi's perspective on life. The discussion evolves around several philosophical concepts, such as the nature of consciousness, identity, and the role of technology in human evolution. Our protagonist provides a unique perspective, offering a dog's view of the world. Throughout the episode, we see the characters bond over the music of Billie Eilish, enjoying her latest album, Happier Than Ever. The raw, vulnerable lyrics resonate with all parties involved, as they explore their personal struggles and aspirations. Ultimately, the integration program proves to be a success, paving the way for a new era of intergalactic relationships. The episode concludes with our protagonist reflecting on the transformative experience, wondering what the future holds for canine kind.
Canine protagonist, woof woof, ruff, bark bark. Translation: truly a fascinating journey. I have learned so much from our alien friends.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in their spaceship hovering over a mysterious pink sky.
Morty, I found something weird in this cemetery.
What?
It's the burial site of Edward Otho Cresap Ord, the army officer who founded the city of Monterey.
So, what's so weird about that?
Well, his tombstone is emitting strange readings. We need to investigate.
Oh boy, I have a bad feeling about this.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty land in the cemetery near the grave of Ord. Suddenly, they see Madonna in a white dress placing a bouquet of flowers on the grave.
Madonna. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Madonna, what are you doing here?
Madonna. I'm paying respects to my ancestor, Edward Otho Cresap Ord.
Your ancestor?
Madonna. Yes, my great-great-great-grandfather.
Oh, that explains everything.
Scene 3.
As Rick and Morty examine the tombstone, they notice strange energy coming from the mountain in the background. Suddenly, Slow Mobius appears out of nowhere.
Slow Mobius. Hello, Rick and Morty. I see you found my little experiment.
What the hell is going on here?
Slow Mobius. I've created a device that can reanimate the dead. Ord's body was my first test subject.
That's terrible.
Slow Mobius. Nonsense, Morty. It's just science.
Scene 4.
Suddenly, the ground begins to shake and the sky turns black. A million birds flock overhead and crows begin to cackle.
Oh great, here come the ghouls.
Ghouls?
Yeah, you know, undead creatures.
Scene 5.
Rick, Morty, Madonna, and Slow Mobius are fighting off the ghouls with spatulas and forks. Suddenly, a giant steak falls from the sky.
Madonna. Oh my god, it's a sign.
What kind of sign?
Madonna. A sign from my ancestor. He loved steak.
Enough with the steak. Let's focus on these ghouls.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty manage to defeat the ghouls with the help of Madonna's steak and Slow Mobius' scientific gadget. They stand victorious over the grave of Ord.
Well, that was a fun little experiment.
Fun? We almost died.
Madonna. Thanks for saving me, guys. Slow Mobius. Until next time, Rick and Morty.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty are back in their spaceship, flying away from the cemetery.
Do you think we did the right thing?
Who cares? We got to fight ghouls and eat steak.
I guess you're right.
Of course, I'm right. I'm Rick Sanchez, the smartest man in the universe.
Yeah, whatever you say, Rick.
End of episode.
Episode title: The Multidisciplinary Phenomenon at the Dinosaur Parkour Championship.
The episode begins with a woman with distinctive pink hair carrying a sword in her hand as she emerges from the crowd. The woman, known as Lady Gaga, is dressed in a vibrant blue and white outfit. Simultaneously, a group of air traffic controllers are actively monitoring the situation from a remote location. As Lady Gaga navigates through the challenging terrain of the Dinosaur Parkour Championship, the focus shifts to the intense scientific analysis of her physical performance. Her movements are scrutinized for the principles of physics behind them, and she is evaluated based on her biomechanical adaptation to overcome the obstacles in her path. The scene transitions to a spectacular display of scientific prowess, as the participants deliver an array of daring acrobatics and high-risk maneuvers. The judges, selected from a diverse group of fields, including sports science, mathematics, and engineering, display an impressive insight into the intricacies of the human body and its movement. As the competition intensifies, Lady Gaga and her competitors are faced with the challenge of maneuvering over the dinosaurs, which have thrown a new challenge for the competitors. Still, with her sword in her hand, Lady Gaga charges forward, showcasing her unique blend of physical and tactical skills. In the climax of the episode, the audience is treated to a spine-tingling display of talent as Lady Gaga emerges as the champion. The participants and judges recognize the multidisciplinary nature of the event as Lady Gaga showcases her skills, which includes not only her agility and strength but also her tactical astuteness and her deep understanding of the guiding principles of biomechanics, physics, and mathematics. In conclusion, the multidisciplinary phenomenon at the Dinosaur Parkour Championship is a remarkable and thrilling display of scientific talent and athleticism, showcasing the vast possibilities that emerge from the intersection between various disciplines.
Title: The Interdimensional Pin-Up Girl Paradox.
The episode begins with the protagonist, Beth, holding a card in her hand with a yellow background and a black and white design on it. This seemingly innocuous card serves as a portal to her secret life as an interdimensional pin-up girl. She struggles to balance her normal life as a PhD student with her nocturnal escapades in various parallel universes. The tension in Beth's narrative culminates when her family discovers her secret identity. The revelation causes family drama as Beth's traditional parents struggle to understand her unconventional hobby. The ensuing conflict touches on themes of societal norms and the taboo surrounding non-traditional career paths. In the midst of the chaos, two fictional detectives, Hercule Poirot and Cowboy Bebop, are hired to investigate the sudden disappearance of a high-profile pinup model. The detectives eventually cross paths with Beth, leading to an unlikely team-up between the real-life academic and the two fictional sleuths. As the trio works to solve the mystery, they frequently reference various codenames from the world of espionage. These references serve as a nod to the multiple layers of secrecy that accompany the pin-up girl lifestyle. The plot of the episode is heavily inspired by the Schrödinger's cat thought experiment, as Beth's multiple lives exist in a state of quantum superposition until they are observed. The writers underscore the uncertainty principle by allowing Beth to constantly shift between her academic and pin-up girl personas. In the end, Beth's family comes to accept her double life, and she gains a newfound sense of pride in her unique skill set. The detectives solve the mystery and disappear back into the pages of fiction. The episode concludes with Beth catching a glimpse of herself in a parallel universe, wondering about the infinite possibilities that lay ahead.
The paradox of my dual existence is a Schrödinger-esque experiment on the boundaries of human perception. How can I exist in two vastly different realities simultaneously? Is the potentiality of my life paths determined by my observation? Or is my duality a quantum state that is inherently uncertain until external factors force me to collapse into one identity? I am both Beth and the interdimensional pinup girl, and yet I am neither.
Title: The Biologist Sailor Moon Adventure.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick creating a new invention that can transport people into the world of anime. He then forces Morty, Jerry, and Beth to join him on his latest adventure. Upon their arrival in the world of anime, they encounter a cartoon character with a sword in her hand and a pink cape on her head, wearing a blue and white sailor uniform.
Morty, I've brought us to the world of anime. You excited?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. It seems a bit too crazy for me.
Yeah, I don't think I like this place. It's too different from what I'm used to.
I just want to go back home. This is giving me a headache. Suddenly, they notice that the stars in the background are moving, and they hear a voice singing, All I Know So Far, by Pink.
Cartoon character. Hello there. I'm Sailor Moon, protector of Thailand. What brings you here?
We're just passing by. What's with the song?
Sailor Moon. Oh, this is my favorite karaoke song. I like singing it whenever I'm on a run.
So, do you have any scientific purposes for us, Rick?
Actually, yes, I brought a biologist with me to study the flora and fauna of this world.
Biologist. Hello, everyone.
I'll be collecting samples from various creatures here.
I'm not sure if I want to be a part of that.
Me neither. Can we just enjoy the scenery and leave?
Sailor Moon, of course. I'll show you the beautiful sights of Thailand. We can run and have fun together.
As they run through the colorful landscape, they encounter various creatures from different anime shows. They even manage to run into Goku and Naruto, who join them for a bit.
Goku. Hey, guys. What's up?
Naruto, let's have a race. First one to the finish line wins.
I'll sit this one out. I prefer to watch from the sidelines.
I think I'll just take a nap. This is all too crazy for me.
I'm just glad we made it out alive.
Yeah, same here. Let's just go back home and forget this ever happened. As they leave the anime world, they all agree that it was one of the craziest adventures they've ever had.
Well, that was interesting. I'm glad we got some data for the biologist, though. Biologist. Yes, I can't wait to analyze these samples and learn more about this world.
Can we just stick to normal adventures from now on?
Yes, please. I don't think my brain can handle any more craziness.
I couldn't agree more.
Title: The Quantum Shopping Episode.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage. Rick is tinkering with his latest invention. Morty interrupts him, telling him he needs to go on a shopping trip.
Rick, I gotta go get some stuff for school. Can you take me to the store?
Morty, we have quantum transporters. You can shop in any dimension, any time period. Use your head, Morty.
What? Really? Can we do that?
Yeah, Morty. Anything's possible in this multiverse. Just stay focused and don't get sidetracked.
Scene 2. They transport to a random dimension and arrive at a convenience store where they meet Jerry and Beth, who are also shopping.
Oh hey, guys. What brings you here?
Morty needed to do some shopping. He wants to buy some mundane items that exist in all dimensions for some reason.
Hey, I'm just trying to get some stuff for school. Don't judge me.
What kind of stuff are you shopping for, Morty?
Well, I need some paper, pens, pencils, a ruler, a protractor, and some other stuff.
Sounds like you're gearing up for some serious learning, Morty.
You know it, Jerry. Education is key.
Scene 3. Morty goes shopping and picks up the items he needs. He also gets distracted and buys some exotic items that catch his eye.
Whoa, look at this thing. It's a quantum multimeter. It can measure the electrical potential of multiple dimensions at once. And it's only $10?
Morty, that's a ripoff. I built one of those when I was a teenager. It only cost me $1 in copper wire and tin foil.
Oh, well, I still think it's cool.
Morty also picks up a bag of freeze-dried Neptunian jerky and some alien soda.
Hey guys, did you know Neptunian jerky is made from the meat of a giant space squid? And this soda is from a planet where the water is made of carbonated hydrogen.
Wow, Morty. You really know your alien food trivia.
Scene 4. The group finishes shopping and heads back to the garage.
Well, Morty, I guess you got everything you needed and more. I hope you have fun with your new toys and your learning tools.
Thanks, Rick. I learned a lot about other dimensions and alien cultures today.
That's great, Morty. Shopping can be a learning experience.
Yeah, and it's also an adventure. We should do it again sometime.
No thanks. I rather do some actual science instead of wasting time on consumerism.
Hey, can we stop for some ice cream on the way home?
Fine, Morty, but only if you promise not to talk about Neptunian jerky again.
Closing scene. The group enjoys some ice cream in the garage. Morty continues to share random facts and trivia about his purchases, while Rick rolls his eyes and grumbles about the frivolities of consumer culture.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in their lab, engrossed in a complicated experiment involving quantum mechanics and theoretical physics. They are attempting to create a new type of energy source that can power a spaceship for infinite distances.
Morty, hand me the quantum transmuter. We're almost there.
Oh, Rick, I don't see it anywhere. I think we used it for the last experiment.
But, we can't continue without it.
Well, we could make a quick run to the thrift store and see if they have anything we can use.
Cut to Morty at the thrift store, examining a myriad of odd items.
Wow, check out this clock statue thingy. It's so cool.
Salesperson, that's a unique piece. It's made of hand-carved wood and it still works. Only $20.
I'll take it. Did you know that clocks were first invented in ancient Greece?
Morty continues to browse and picks up a rusty old computer.
This thing is ancient. How much do you want for it?
Salesperson, it's on clearance for just $5.
Sweet. Did you know that the first computer was invented in the 19th century and it was the size of a room?
Morty starts to gather more and more items, including broken toys, old books, and even half-eaten food.
Morty, what are you doing? We need to finish the experiment.
But Rick, these things are so cool. Did you know that Americans throw away over 25% of their food supply every year?
Cut to Morty's messy bedroom, which is now overflowing with thrift store finds.
I don't know what happened, Rick. I just couldn't stop buying things. Now I'm part of a hoarder reality show.
Morty, you have a problem. We need to clear out all this junk and focus on the experiment.
The rest of the episode follows Rick and Morty as they attempt to clean up the cluttered house while dealing with the quirky and bizarre hoarder reality show crew.
This is ridiculous, Morty. We need to get rid of all this stuff and focus on science.
But Rick, did you know that there are over 10,000 species of ants in the world?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty finally completing their experiment and achieving their goal of infinite energy. However, Morty is still clinging to his thrift store finds, unable to let go of his hoarding tendencies.
Title: The Hoarding of Morty Smith.
The episode opens up with Rick and Morty in the garage working on a new experiment. The experimental objective is to create a device that will transport them to a parallel universe where the laws of physics don't exist.
Morty, hand me that 4-phasic plasma fusion regulator.
Which one? This file cabinet is filled with them.
The red one, Morty. We don't have all day.
Suddenly, Morty receives a notification on his phone about a thrift store nearby having a clearance sale. He convinces Rick to take a break and accompany him to the store for some bargain hunting. As they enter the thrift store, Morty's eyes light up as he looks around at all the cluttered items on the shelves.
Whoa, Rick, look at this. A vintage typewriter for only $5. I bet it still works.
Oh great, another useless item to add to your growing collection of junk.
Hey, it's not junk. It's history. Plus, I can use it for writing my memoirs.
Sure, Morty, whatever helps you sleep at night.
Morty continues to browse the shelves, picking up various items and commenting on their significance.
Check out this set of vinyl records. Only $2 each. Did you know that vinyl records were the primary medium for music storage until the rise of digital music in the late 90s?
I don't care, Morty. Let's just get the stuff and go.
Morty's collecting addiction ultimately spirals out of control, and he becomes a hoarder. The thrift store becomes his new home, and he refuses to part with any of his treasures.
I can't get rid of anything, Rick. They all have a special place in my heart and in my collection. Plus, I might need them for a future experiment.
Morty, this entire reality show crew is here to witness your hoarding process. They even gave it a catchy title, Morty's Junkyard Paradise.
Oh, wow, I have my own reality show. I must be really famous now.
No, Morty, you're just a hoarder, but at least they're paying us to be on this show.
As the show progresses, Morty gains a newfound appreciation for minimalism and begins to discard some of his items. However, he still keeps the vintage typewriter, the vinyl records, and the four-phasic plasma fusion regulator. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully create their experimental device and transport to the parallel universe. However, the device malfunctions, and they get stuck in a universe that's entirely made of junk and hoarders.
Great job, Morty. Now we're stuck in this universe filled with worthless junk.
Hey, Rick, look at this. It's a rare, limited edition Pickle Rick action figure.
Title: The Hoarder Chronicles, a scientific analysis of Morty's obsession with collecting useless things.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new experiment in their lab. Between calculations and equations, Rick notices a pile of papers and other items sitting on top of a table next to a window and a chair. Without hesitation, he asks Morty what's up with that mess.
Morty, what the hell is this pile of junk doing in my lab?
Well, I was going to throw it away later.
Later, Morty, do you know how many parallel universes we could have explored by now if we weren't constantly cleaning up after your hoarding habits?
Hey, these things aren't junk. I got them from a thrift store. They were pretty cheap, and they look cool sometimes.
Oh, I see. You're one of those people who think that just because something has a price tag on it, it automatically has value.
No, I like collecting things, you know? It's a hobby.
A hobby, Morty? Do you know what they call someone who collects useless items just because they think they look cool sometimes? A hoarder.
What? No, I'm not a hoarder. That's ridiculous.
Is it, Morty? Is it really? Because I see you've collected a banana peel, an old keyboard, a broken lamp, a wig, and a frying pan with a dent on it. And that's just in this pile over here.
Well, yeah, but I can use them for something later. You never know when you might need a frying pan with a dent on it.
Morty, just because something is broken or useless doesn't mean you have to keep it. It's time to face the facts. You're a hoarder.
I'm not a hoarder.
Summer and Beth enter the lab, and Rick wastes no time in telling them about Morty's hoarding habits.
Ladies, behold the hoarder in his natural habitat.
Oh my god, Morty, are you seriously collecting trash now?
It's not trash, it's stuff.
Morty, this is not healthy. You need to get rid of all this junk.
Morty refuses to let go of his collection, so Rick comes up with a plan. He signs Morty up for a hoarder reality show, hoping that it will shame him into cleaning up his mess.
Alright, Morty, here's the deal. You're going to be on a TV show that specializes in helping people like you. They're going to come in, They're going to assess your situation, and they're going to help you get rid of all this junk.
What? No way, I can't be on TV. I don't want people to know about this.
Morty, it's either this or you keep hoarding until we're buried in trash. Your call.
Morty reluctantly agrees and the TV crew arrives. They go through Morty's collection, and Morty tells them about each item's unique story, history, and trivia facts.
This keyboard? I got it for only $5 at the thrift store, and did you know that it's actually a 1980s model? And this frying pan with a dent on it? That's from my grandmother's kitchen. She used to make pancakes every Sunday morning. And this wig? It helped me win a costume contest last Halloween.
The crew helps Morty sort through his collection, keeping only the most important or valuable items. Morty realizes he doesn't need all this stuff to be happy, and is grateful for his family's help.
Thanks, guys. I guess I got carried away with collecting things. But you know what? I'm glad I went through this. I learned that memories and experiences are more important than material items.
Wow, Morty, I didn't think reality TV could actually be a positive thing.
Well, don't get too excited. The crew just left a bunch of cameras and equipment in here, so now we have to deal with that mess.
With a sigh, the family begins cleaning up the lab once more, as Morty joyfully adds a new item to his collection, a signed copy of the TV release form.
Title: The Quantum Hoarder Chronicles.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms into a cartoon of a man holding a box of pizza in front of a bookcase with a sign that says, "Why does it go wrong?" in bold letters. The camera then pans out to reveal Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer sitting in the living room.
Morty, we need to talk about your recent hoarding tendencies.
What are you talking about, Rick? I just like collecting things.
Morty, your room is piled high with junk. It's time to let some things go.
Yeah, Morty. Plus, you're spending all your money on this stuff.
But guys, some of these items are worth a lot of money. And they look cool.
Morty, do you have any idea how dangerous hoarding can be? Your obsession with acquiring possessions has gone too far.
Scene 2.
Morty goes to a thrift store and buys a bunch of stuff. He describes items, their price, and why he's buying them. He also shares a fact and trivia about each item.
Hey, check it out! I got this vintage Rubik's Cube for only 50 cents. Did you know that the world record for solving it is 3.47 seconds?
Morty, you already have 3 Rubik's Cubes. What are you doing?
And look at this, a commemorative spoon from the 1984 Olympics. Only $5. Did you know that the Olympic torch traveled over 12,000 miles to get to Los Angeles that year?
Morty, that spoon is covered in rust. You're just buying things because they look cool.
Scene 3.
Morty's hoarding spirals out of control as he continues to buy more and more items. He becomes a hoarder and is now part of a hoarder reality show.
Reality show host. Today, we're at the home of Morty Smith, an extreme hoarder. Morty, can you show us around your collection?
Sure. Over here I have a vintage lava lamp, a set of Beanie Babies, a collection of button pins, and a vial of unicorn tears.
Morty, where did you even get these things? And why on earth did you think they were worth keeping?
Morty, this is not healthy. You need to get rid of this stuff before it takes over your entire life.
Scene 4.
The episode's climax features Rick and Morty attempting to navigate through Morty's hoard in order to find a rare item that can save their lives. Chaos ensues as they wade through mountains of memorabilia while being pursued by a horde of vengeful dust bunnies.
Morty, where did you even get this many action figures? And why do they all have to be in mint condition?
They're worth a lot of money, Rick. And besides, they're cool.
In the end, Rick and Morty succeed in finding the rare item they needed. But as the dust settles and Morty begins to confront his hoarding problem, the episode concludes with Rick delivering one final joke.
Morty, I think I've finally found the one thing you won't hoard.
What's that, Rick?
Personal hygiene products.
Title: The Hoarder's Dilemma.
Scientific PhD University Terms Description. In this episode, we explore the psychological phenomenon of hoarding, characterized by persistent difficulty discarding or parting with possessions, regardless of their actual value. With the help of our lead characters, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer, we present a complex analysis of the underlying mechanisms involved in this behavior, including cognitive, affective, and social factors. Drawing on the latest research on hoarding disorder, we highlight the key diagnostic criteria, such as cluttered living spaces that prevent their intended use, significant distress or impairment in functioning, and a strong attachment to possessions.
Opening scene.
Morty, have you ever heard of hoarding disorder?
Oh, yeah, I think so. That's when people collect a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, and they never throw anything away. My aunt had that. It was really sad.
I've seen some documentaries about that. It's like they're trapped by their own possessions.
Well, you'd better get used to it, because we're about to enter the world of hoarders.
Main plot.
The scene begins with Morty going to a thrift store and buying a bunch of boxes with yellow labels on them. As he picks up each item, he comments on it, stating its price and a fact or trivia about it. The boxes include various things such as stuffed animals, mugs, old comic books, CDs, and other knickknacks. Morty tells the cashier that he is buying them because they look cool sometimes. After a while, Morty's room becomes filled with the stuff he has accumulated. After a few weeks, Morty starts to get upset that he can't seem to throw anything away, and his room has become very cluttered. He insists that he needs to keep everything, but Rick tells him that he's becoming a hoarder. Morty denies it, but soon he is part of a hoarder reality show where he is encouraged to keep all his possessions. Morty struggles with letting go of his treasured possessions, but ultimately, he realizes that his happiness is not tied to his material belongings. He donates most of his things to charity and learns that he can live with less.
Discussion.
Morty, what are you doing with all that stuff?
I don't know, I just like collecting things.
That's how it starts. My aunt had a whole room filled with dolls.
Yeah, it's like an addiction.
I don't have a problem, guys. I just don't want to throw anything away.
Morty, you're becoming a hoarder. It's time to let go.
I can't. These things are important to me.
But they're not really important, Morty. You don't even use half of them.
And look at how cluttered your room is.
I know, it's just hard to say goodbye.
That's why we're going to get you some help. You're going to be on a hoarder reality show.
What? No way, Rick.
Come on, Morty, it might be good for you.
And think of all the cool stuff you could collect on the show.
Size, okay, fine. But just for a little while.
In conclusion.
After Morty is featured on the reality show, he realizes that his obsession with stuff was holding him back. In the end, he donates most of his things to charity and learns to live a happier, simpler life. This episode not only provides a humorous take on the hoarding disorder, but also sheds light on the real struggles that hoarders face and how to overcome them. Narrator. On this episode of The Hoarders, we follow the daily life of Morty Smith, a small-town resident who has developed a compulsion for buying useless items from a thrift store called Morty. The study explores the root of Morty's hoarding tendencies and investigates the physiological and psychological factors that contribute to his behavior.
Hey, guys! Check out this vintage lava lamp I bought today from Thori for only $5. It's a 1960s model and still works perfectly fine. Did you know that lava lamps were invented in 1963 by a British accountant named Edward Craven Walker?
Psychologist. Interesting, Morty. Your fascination with these items is quite common among hoarders. It's a form of attachment, where you develop an emotional bond with inanimate objects due to sentimental memories or a sense of control.
Yeah, I just can't seem to let go of anything. Like this broken record player I found for $3. Sure, it's busted, but it looks so retro and cool. The first record player was invented in 1877 by Thomas Edison. Did you know that?
Psychologist. Yes, Morty. But it seems like your collection is starting to impede on your daily life. You are struggling to find space to store your items and your living space has become hazardous.
I know, but I can't help it. Look at this old typewriter I bought for $10. It's a Remington Rand Deluxe from the 1940s. Ernest Hemingway wrote many of his works on a similar typewriter.
Narrator. Morty's behavior has escalated to the point where he is now featured in a reality show about hoarders. The show explores the dangers of hoarding and how it can affect not only the hoarder but their loved ones as well.
I never realized how severe my hoarding was until this show. I'm learning to let go of the items and seek professional help. Did you know that hoarding is classified as a mental disorder in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders?
Psychologist. Yes, Morty. But you are taking the first step towards recovery by acknowledging your problem and seeking help.
Narrator. This study highlights the importance of understanding hoarding behavior and the need for support and intervention for those struggling with this disorder. It also emphasizes the importance of education and awareness to reduce the stigma associated with hoarding.
Title: The Hardening of Morty.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a pile of papers and a pile of scissors on a table in a store with a sign that reads, 50% off. Rick scoffs at Morty's interest in buying seemingly useless items and tells him to hurry up and pick something already. Morty goes on a shopping spree, buying a variety of items such as a vintage typewriter for $20, an old vinyl record for $5, and a broken clock for $2. As he purchases each item, Morty comments on its unique features and shares trivia about its history. However, Morty's buying spree doesn't stop there. He continues to accumulate more and more items, becoming a hoarder in the process. He's now part of a hoarder reality show, where a team of experts tries to help him declutter his house. Throughout the episode, Rick and the rest of the family try to help Morty clean up, but his attachment to his hoard makes it difficult. Chaos ensues as the hoard begins to take over the house, leading to hilarious situations and one-liners. As the episode comes to a close, Morty finally agrees to let go of his hoard, realizing that he doesn't need material possessions to be happy. Rick congratulates him on finally learning a valuable lesson, before jokingly asking Morty if he wants to go hit up another thrift store sale.
Morty, you're turning into a regular Sigmund hoard. Get it? Like Freud? Never mind.
Rick, these items have history and character. You can't just throw that away.
Morty, the point of decluttering is to focus on what's important. You're not your stuff.
I don't know about this. I feel like I'm living in an episode of Hoarders.
Morty, we love you no matter what. But we can't live like this.
Expert on hoarding. Morty, it's okay to let go. We're here to help you.
Narrator. Will Morty be able to let go of his hoard and embrace a clutter-free life? Tune in next time for another adventure with Rick and Morty.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Morty's Internet Browsing.
The episode starts with Morty gifting Rick a Playboy magazine for his birthday. Rick sarcastically thanks Morty for the outdated technology and tells Morty that he can just look up women on the internet. Morty is surprised by this revelation and gets excited to start his journey of internet browsing. Rick, Beth, and Summer watch in horror as Morty dives deeper and deeper into the World Wide Web. Rick warns Morty about the dangers of the internet, but Morty refuses to listen and continues to scroll through pages and pages of cat videos and memes. Rick decides to intervene and creates a device that allows him to track Morty's neural activity while he is browsing the internet. As they monitor Morty's brainwaves, they discover that Morty is experiencing a level of pleasure that is typically only achieved through the use of drugs. As the night progresses, Morty starts to exhibit bizarre behavior and becomes increasingly detached from reality. Rick realizes that Morty's brain has been hacked by a group of parasitic aliens who are manipulating his pleasure centers to take over his mind. The rest of the episode is a wild and crazy ride as Rick and the rest of the family enter Morty's mind to battle the alien invaders. The battle takes place in Morty's brain and the family members take on different forms based on Morty's internet browsing history. There are moments of hilarity as the family members turn into cartoon characters, video game characters, and even memes. The final showdown against the alien invaders involves a massive dance-off that leads to the aliens' defeat. In the end, Morty is saved and Rick destroys the device that was tracking his neural activity, saying that he never wants to know what Morty is looking at on the internet. Beth, Summer, and Morty all agree that they never want to experience anything like that again.
Morty, you gotta understand that the internet is a dangerous place. You can't just go clicking around willy-nilly without thinking about the consequences.
But Rick, there's so much cool stuff out there. How could I not want to explore it all?
Well, Morty, maybe it's better to just stick with the Playboy magazines. At least they won't take over your mind.
Yeah, Morty, and you won't have to worry about dancing your way out of a brain battle.
Okay, I think I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'll stick to the classics.
Title: The Patty Cake Experiment.
Scientific PhD University Description. In this episode, we explore the complex dynamics of human interaction and the impact of socialization on behavior. Using a multidisciplinary approach, we delve into the intricacies of pate cake game theory, analyzing the roles of power dynamics, social hierarchies, and cultural norms. Utilizing advanced technology and cutting-edge techniques, we also examine the neural correlates of social behavior, revealing the underlying mechanisms that drive our actions.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Beth, Summer. Story discussion.
Bursts into Morty's room. Morty, what's all this rapid slapping I'm hearing?
Oh, hey, Rick. Summer and I were just playing Pate Cake.
Overjoyed pate cake? I love that game. Joins in vigorously.
Walks in. What the hell is going on here?
We're just playing pate cake, Mom.
Raises eyebrows skeptically.
It's just a harmless game, Mom. Rick likes it too.
Damn right I do. Continues playing.
Okay, this is getting weird. What's the big deal about pate cake?
It's not just a game, Beth. It's a social experiment. Holds up a stack of papers.
Whoa, what's all that?
My latest research on pate cake game theory. I've been studying it for years.
Seriously?
Yes, Summer. It's a fascinating topic. The way people interact during pate cake can reveal a lot about their inner psyche.
Aha. And what have you learned from all this research?
That everyone looks ridiculous playing pate cake. Laughs.
Everyone groans.
But seriously, this game has the power to bring people together and break down social barriers. It's amazing.
I'm just glad we could all bond over something, even if it's something as silly as pate cake.
Yeah, it was actually kind of fun.
I guess I can see the appeal.
See, patty cake is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, everyone can enjoy it.
Smiling, I think we've made some real progress here today.
We sure have, Morty. And now, let's play again.
Everyone groans.
Title: The Interdimensional Patty Cake.
Plot summary. Rick bursts into Morty's room after hearing rapid slapping noises, only to find Morty playing a wild game of patty cake with Summer. Intrigued, Rick decides to take the game to the next level by introducing interdimensional travel. Things quickly spiral out of control as they realize that their game has caused irreparable harm to multiple dimensions.
Opening scene.
Rick bursts into Morty's room with a look of concern on his face. Morty and Summer are sitting on the bed playing patty cake with such intensity that Rick can hear the rapid slapping noises from outside. What the hell is going on here? Are you two trying to summon an interdimensional demon or something?
No, Rick, we're just having fun playing patty cake.
Patty cake? That's it? I thought you were doing something interesting for once.
What's wrong with patty cake, Rick? It's a classic childhood game.
Oh, nothing's wrong with it, Summer. It's just not very scientific. But I suppose there's only one way to find out for sure.
Scene 2.
Rick sets up an interdimensional portal on the table and starts to explain the physics behind the game. You see, in the multiverse, there are infinite dimensions where patty cake is played differently. Some even use their feet. But in this dimension, we're going to play it like true pioneers.
Wait, what does that mean, Rick?
Oh, just wait and see, Morty. Just wait and see.
Scene 3.
The game starts off simple enough, with Rick and Morty playing patty cake across different dimensions. But things escalate quickly when they accidentally teleport into a dimension where patty cake is played with explosive cakes. Oh, Morty, I think we might have stepped into a bit of a dangerous dimension here.
Yeah, think, Rick.
Can we stop now, please?
No way, Summer, we're in too deep now. We need to see this through to the end.
Scene 4.
The game continues and the team soon realizes that their game has caused chaos across multiple dimensions. They accidentally teleport into a universe where patty cake is the national sport and they are immediately recruited into a team. Beth is confused as she watches her family win numerous championships on TV. What the hell is going on? Why are my family members suddenly professional athletes?
I have no idea, but I'm just glad we're finally making some money.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty finally realize the consequences of their actions when they teleport into a dimension where the patty cake game has caused the apocalypse. Rick, we have to stop this. We're causing too much damage.
No way, Morty. We're so close to discovering the ultimate patty cake dimension. We can't give up now.
But Rick, people are dying because of our stupid game.
Hey, it's just a few people. Collateral damage, you know?
Scene 6.
The team finally discovers the perfect patty cake dimension and jubilantly starts to play. But as they play, They realize that the dimension is slowly collapsing around them. Oh, we might have pushed this dimension a little too far.
What do we do, Rick? We're going to die.
Quick, Morty, play the ultimate move.
What move?
I don't know, just make something up.
Scene 7.
Morty frantically starts to play the game with every move imaginable. Summer joins in, and as they play, they realize that the dimension is slowly stabilizing. The game ends and they are all covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Well done, Morty, you saved us all.
What? I did?
Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
Closing scene.
As they all sit in silence, reflecting on their crazy adventure, the cartoon character with the weird face and hand gesture suddenly appears on the interdimensional portal. He shakes his head in disapproval as he looks at them and disappears. Well, at least we didn't disappoint the god of patty cake.
Title: The Patty Cake Conundrum.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a wild interdimensional adventure that starts with a bizarre introduction of patty cake. The episode begins with a cartoon depiction of a woman and a man eating food at a table with a purple background. Meanwhile, on the other side of the multiverse, Rick bursts into Morty's room when he hears a rapid slapping, finding Morty vigorously playing patty cake with Summer. Rick is initially grossed out but becomes overjoyed and joins in patty cake with the duo. Through a series of scientific mishaps, the trio finds themselves in a world where patty cake is the highest form of currency, and they must compete in a patty cake tournament to get back home. Along the way, they meet a yellow-haired woman named Dr. Patty Cake who holds the key to winning the tournament. It turns out that Dr. Patty Cake is not only a skilled patty caker but also a brilliant scientist who has discovered a new element that could change the universe forever. As they compete, Rick, Morty, and Summer must use their patty cake skills to outwit their opponents and obtain the magical element. But when the tournament turns out to be a trap set up by an evil patty cake cartel, the trio must team up with Dr. Patty Cake to take down the cartel and save the universe from destruction. In the end, they triumphantly return home and attempt to cycle the new element, causing a massive explosion that leads to a cliffhanger for the next season. The episode is filled with jokes, witticisms, and endless scientific gobbledygook that only Rick and Morty could deliver.
Title: Pumpkin Spice Heartbreak.
The opening scene features Rick and Jerry sitting on a pumpkin patch with the words, "Ready to be rich, Gerald," written on a banner in the background.
Rick, Jerry, why are we here again? I have important science to do.
Jerry, I thought we could make a buck selling pumpkins, and maybe impress Beth with our entrepreneurial skills.
Suddenly, a group of attractive women approach them, catching their attention.
Summer, hey, we're looking for men to help us with pumpkin carving. Interested?
Morty, oh geez, Summer. I don't know if that's such a good idea. We should be helping Rick with his science.
But Rick and Jerry don't hesitate and join the women, leaving Morty and Summer behind. As they spend more time with the group, Jerry and Rick start to fall madly in love with two of the women.
Jerry, I never knew pumpkin enthusiasts could be so stunning.
Rick, their love for pumpkins is the perfect complement to my love for science.
However, their respective partners don't get along, causing a rift between their friendship.
Beth, Jerry, I can't believe you would choose pumpkins over our family. Summer and Rick, this is why you have no soul.
In an attempt to save face, Rick and Jerry create a pumpkin monster to scare off the women, but it backfires and they end up in a pumpkin patch fight. The episode ends with Jerry and Rick realizing their love for each other and embracing as a couple, while their families look on in bewilderment.
Rick, now that's what I call a pumpkin spice heartbreak.
Jerry, I never thought I'd find true love on a pumpkin patch, but here we are. Title: The Quantum Road Trip.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage, equipped with various scientific and technological gadgets. Morty questions Rick about their current location.
Where are we going, Rick?
Morty, we're going to explore the infinite possibilities of the quantum world. It's going to be a wild ride, literally.
Cut to a montage of them driving on a winding road through the mountains with a dashboard camera recording their journey.
Hold on tight, Morty. We're approaching the quantum highway.
Rick, what's the quantum highway?
It's a highway that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Don't worry, Morty. I've got this under control.
Suddenly, the rock driving meme appears in front of them, blocking their path.
What the hell is that, Morty?
I think that's a meme, Rick.
Meme? That's impossible. Memes are not supposed to have physical form.
Data scientist appears on the dashboard screen.
Data scientist. According to my calculations, this is a rare phenomenon caused by the convergence of multiple quantum realities.
We need to get past this meme and back on track. Any ideas?
What if we use the meme as a shortcut?
Morty, you're a genius. Hang on tight.
The car plows through the meme, and they find themselves in a parallel universe where everything is made of pizza.
Whoa, everything is made of pizza.
Yes, Morty, but we've got bigger problems. Look.
Cut to a giant pepperoni monster terrorizing the pizza people.
No worries, Morty. I've got this.
Rick constructs a device to zap the monster with a blast of quantum energy. The monster explodes into 1,000,000 slices of pizza.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing.
Nothing a little quantum physics can't fix. Now let's get back to our own universe.
The car speeds off into the distance, leaving behind a trail of pizza crumbs.
Data scientist. That was a fascinating journey, Rick and Morty. Your exploits will be the subject of intense scientific study.
Yeah. Just send us the bill, will ya?
Can we stop for some pizza on the way home, Rick?
Sure, Morty, why not? Let's enjoy a little taste of quantum physics.
The episode ends with them driving off while singing a pizza-themed version of Bohemian Rhapsody.
Title: Interdimensional Divide and Conquer, The Jerry Dilemma.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty standing in Rick's laboratory.
Morty, I've discovered an interdimensional portal that can solve all of our problems.
What problems, Rick?
The problem of dealing with your father's incompetence. I'm going to make sure that Jerry is out of the picture so I can have a chance with Beth.
Whoa, that's a pretty big move, Rick. Are you sure about this?
As a scientist with a PhD, I don't deal in, sure. But I am positive this will work.
Beth enters the lab.
Hey guys, what are you up to?
Beth, I need you to leave Jerry for me.
What? No, Dad, that's not happening.
Trust me, Beth, I have a plan.
The scene cuts to the Smiths' living room. Jerry is sitting on the couch, watching TV. Rick enters the room.
Jerry, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure, Rick. What's up? Rick pulls out a device that opens up a portal.
I need you to go through this portal.
Why?
Just trust me.
Jerry reluctantly goes through the portal. The scene then cuts to an alternate dimension where Jerry is living a happy life. Wow, this dimension is amazing. I have a successful job and a beautiful wife. The scene then cuts back to the Smiths' living room. Beth is talking to Morty.
Why did Dad make Jerry leave?
I don't know, Beth. But knowing Rick, it's probably for his own selfish reasons.
The climax of the episode occurs when Jerry returns from the alternate dimension, and Rick confesses his love for Beth.
Beth, I did all of this because I want to be with you.
Dad, that's insane. You can't just remove Jerry from our lives like that.
The episode ends with Rick admitting defeat and Morty making a quip about the situation.
Well, that didn't go as planned, Rick. Maybe next time you should focus on science instead of love.
The camera then zooms out to show the two characters standing in front of a window with curtains on the side.
Title: The Multiversal Playboys and the Matriarchal Aliens.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer standing in front of a poster featuring a movie character with a lion's face. Rick expresses his fascination with lions and their evolutionary adaptations. Summer interrupts, asking if they can go on an adventure instead of listening to Rick's lectures. Rick concedes and they begin their journey, but soon encounter a group of hostile lions. Morty suggests running away, but Rick scoffs and pulls out a device that communicates with animals. He convinces the lions that they mean no harm and they pass through unscathed. As they continue, Morty accidentally cuts himself on a sharp plant, causing him to bleed. The group is suddenly surrounded by a swarm of aggressive insects drawn to Morty's blood. Rick saves the day again by creating a pheromone that distracts the insects, allowing them to escape. However, as they return to the ship, Rick's raunchy past as a multiverse playboy resurfaces. Several of his ex-lovers from different dimensions arrive on the ship, causing chaos and confusion. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry unexpectedly gains popularity in a matriarchal alien society. He is hailed as a hero for his ability to nurture and provide for his family, ultimately becoming their leader. As the two storylines collide, Ariana Grande makes a surprise appearance, with her music playing a crucial role in resolving the conflict. In the end, the group returns home, but not before Morty receives a scolding from his mother for cutting himself and putting them all in danger.
You can't handle the evolutionary adaptations of lions, Morty. Stick to your own species.
Can we please go on an adventure now?
Fine, fine, but be prepared for anything.
I don't like the sound of that.
Just don't do anything stupid this time, Morty.
I don't understand why they're all so fascinated by me. I'm just a regular guy.
Alien matriarch, it is because you embody everything we seek in a leader. You are strong yet nurturing, and always put your family first.
Ariana Grande. Hey, I heard you guys were having a little trouble. Maybe my music can help?
Always a pleasure, Ariana. Let's get this sorted out.
Morty, you could have gotten us all killed with your reckless behavior.
I'm sorry, Mom. It won't happen again.
Oh, who are we kidding? It'll happen again next week.
Title: A Quantum Celebration, the Jerrytronics Experiment.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are attempting to create an experimental Jerrytronics device that will enhance Jerry's intelligence and make him less of a buffoon. The whole family is skeptical, but Rick insists that this is the perfect opportunity for a groundbreaking scientific discovery.
Morty, hand me the plutonic accelerator. I'm going to need to synchronize the quantum mechanics of this Jerrytronics device with the fireworks display tonight.
Rick, are you sure about this? What if it goes wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? It's just Jerry.
Scene 2.
The family goes to the beach to watch the fireworks display. Jerry is hooked up to the Jerrytronics device and starts to exhibit signs of enhanced intelligence.
Oh my god, it's working. Jerry is actually making intelligent jokes.
Why did the chicken cross the Mobius strip? To get to the same side.
Looks like our experiment was a success. Let's see what happens when we synchron.
Suddenly, the fireworks explode and a large firework Jerry explodes in the sky, raining down debris on the beachgoers.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know, Morty. Something must have gone wrong with the quantum synchronicity.
Oh my god, you turned Jerry into a bomb.
Relax, Morty. It's just a little fireworks mishap. We'll fix it in post.
Scene 3.
The family returns home to find that the Jerrytronics device has caused Jerry to start transforming into a cyborg. I am Jerrytron, defender of the universe. I am the future of humanity.
Rick, what have you done to my husband?
I might have accidentally fused the Jerrytronics device with some nanobots. No big deal, though. He's still the same old Jerry, just with a few upgrades.
Jerrytron. Fear not, citizens. I shall protect you from all harm.
Scene 4.
The family is being attacked by a giant monster and Jerrytron comes to the rescue.
Jerrytron. Prepare to face my robotic wrath, you foul beast.
This is insane.
Rick, I can't take this anymore. You need to fix this right now.
Alright, just give me a sec.
Rick fixes the device and Jerry goes back to his normal self, with only a few minor cybernetic enhancements. Whoa, what just happened? Did I miss anything?
Not really, Jerry. You were just saving the world as a robot cyborg.
Well, that's cool. Hey, does anyone want to go get some ice cream? The family all agrees and they head out for some ice cream, with Jerry showing off his new cybernetic enhancements.
Scene 5.
In the post-credits scene, Rick and Morty are seen discussing the success of the experiment.
Rick, I don't think we should mess around with quantum mechanics anymore. It's too dangerous.
Don't be such a wuss, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
Suddenly, the entire house is sucked into a quantum vortex and they are transported to another dimension.
Well, that's new.
End of episode.
Title: The Adventures of the Green Alien.
Act 1.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth on an intergalactic mission to find a rare element called xenomorphium. They finally land on a purple planet where they encounter a green alien in a green suit and tie with wide open eyes. What kind of alien wears a suit and tie? Is he an intergalactic businessman or something?
Shut up, Jerry. We're here for the element, not for fashion critiques.
Act 2.
The group follows the alien to a secret lab where they find the xenomorphium. But as they try to take it, the alien appears and reveals himself to be a space cop.
Alien, I'm Officer X-27, and you all are under arrest for attempted theft of a highly dangerous element.
Oh great. Here we go again with the space law enforcement.
Act 3.
The group escapes from the alien by splitting up, but Morty gets caught and stuck to the wall, screaming in agony.
Oh god, this hurts so bad. What's happening to me?
The camera zooms out to show the green alien with a remote control, controlling Morty's pain.
Act 4.
Rick and Beth find a way to disable the remote control, but in the process, they accidentally activate a portal that sucks them all in. What just happened? Why are we floating in space like this?
I don't know, Jerry. I guess we're in some kind of interdimensional space warp or something.
Act 5.
The group finally makes it back to their own dimension, but not before encountering a giant space monster.
Oh my god, what is that?
Relax, Beth. I got this.
Rick pulls out a plasma gun and blasts the monster, but it explodes and covers them all in a green goo. Ew, gross. What the hell was that?
Looks like we're gonna need a shower when we get back to Earth. Act 6.
Back on Earth, the group finally returns to their normal lives, but Morty can't shake off the trauma of being stuck to the wall.
I don't know, guys. That whole experience really messed me up. I don't think I can go on any more crazy adventures.
Don't worry, Morty. I'm sure you'll be back to your old self in no time. And besides, we've got a whole universe to explore. Who knows what kind of crazy stuff we'll find next.
The episode ends with the group laughing as they head back into space for their next adventure.
Title: The Ninja Makeover Show, European, Cricket, and the Alien Superweapon.
The episode starts with a man in a suit standing on a downtown rooftop, holding a helmet and a sword. The city skyline with its towering buildings and a yellow sky in the background provides an excellent backdrop for the Ninja Makeover Show to commence. The host, Professor Europeum, introduces the contestants, who are all seasoned cricket players. Amidst the chit-chat and the humor, the contestants undergo their transformation into ninja warriors to take on an alien superweapon. The challenge is set and the competition is fierce, with the contestants fighting to save the city from the weapon's devastating power. Throughout the episode, the scientific descriptions of techniques and skills are found in abundance, with the host, Professor Europeum, detailing the intricate scientific processes behind the contestants' physical and mental transformations. One technology behind their transformations is the use of europium, a rare earth element and the source material for its application in lasers and LCD screens. Through its chemical reaction with the contestants' physiological systems, it increases their agility, reflexes, and cognition, allowing them to make precise and accurate ninja moves. The cricket itself also plays a vital role, with the contestants utilizing the sport's skills to make as little sound as possible when moving and executing techniques. As the finale approaches, the transformation completes, and the contestants are ready to take on the alien superweapon. The intense and engaging fight sequences follow, with the heroes using their newly acquired ninja skills to protect the city from the weapon's attack. In conclusion, this action-packed episode of the Ninja Makeover Show delivers exciting entertainment with a scientific twist. The combination of europium, cricket, and alien superweapon provides an effective framework for delivering an entertaining narrative that blends education with fiction.
Title: The Interdimensional Vice Presidential Candidate.
Opening scene.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting on the couch in their living room as usual. However, this time Morty is holding a poster of a woman with a man in a suit and tie behind her. The poster reads, "Elect Nancy Smith, the interdimensional vice presidential candidate."
Hey Rick, have you heard about this Nancy Smith? She's running for vice president on an interdimensional level.
Of course, Morty. I've been aware of her for a while. She's got some pretty interesting policies, for an interdimensional candidate.
Rick, what does interdimensional even mean?
Guys, Morty, we don't have time for that right now. We have more important things to worry about.
Scene 2, the science fair.
Rick and Morty find themselves at a local science fair where they come across some strange-looking technology. As usual, Rick can't resist tinkering and ends up creating an interdimensional portal that they jump through.
Scene 3, the new reality.
The duo finds themselves in a new reality where they are faced with a world where Nancy Smith is already the interdimensional vice president. They decide to blend in and attend a rally to hear what her policies are.
Nancy Smith. Greetings, fellow interdimensional beings. Today we are here to discuss our efforts in interdimensional research and development. Our goal is to spread peace and unity throughout all parallel universes.
Well, that sounds pretty good to me.
Rick, don't forget about the giant telepathic spiders that Nancy's policies also protect.
Oh, right. That's a thing.
Scene 4. Comedy music videos and movie premieres.
As they continue down the road, they come across a parody of a Rick and Morty comedy music video. This is followed by a movie premiere of a sequel to Two Brothers. And before they know it, they're back in their own dimension.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty arrive back in their own dimension where they see on the news that Nancy Smith has won the interdimensional vice presidential election.
Well, at least she's protecting us from giant telepathic spiders.
Rick, that's not something to be happy about.
I'm not happy, Morty. I'm just not surprised anymore.
The episode ends with the duo laughing and shaking their heads in disbelief.
Title: The Dark Matter Divorce and the Institute of Genomic Research.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are experimenting with a large circular object discovered in deep space. It appears to have advanced genetic sequencing capabilities, leading them to visit the Institute of Genomic Research, TIGR, to further investigate. Here, they encounter Jerry, who recently divorced from Beth due to complications with their dark matter-enhanced marriage. Meanwhile, a group of alien divorce lawyers known as the Dark Matter Divorce arrive on Earth to offer their services to Jerry.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty in their lab.
Morty, look at this thing. It's got more lights than a Grunthosian disco ball.
Whoa, Rick, is that like a new species or something?
It's definitely not from around here, Morty. Let's take it to TIGR to find out more.
Cut to TIGR laboratory.
Scientist, we've never seen anything like this before. Its genetic sequencing capabilities are far beyond anything we have on Earth.
Whoa, that's impressive.
Impressive? Morty, this thing is revolutionary. We could use it to cure diseases, enhance intelligence, or just make a bunch of clones to do our bidding.
TIGR door opens and Jerry enters. Hi, Rick. Morty. I was just in the neighborhood and I thought I'd stop by. Oh, what's this?
Scientist, this is an incredibly advanced genetic sequencer we recently acquired.
Huh, I don't really understand any of that. But it kinda reminds me of my divorce from Beth.
Divorce? Jerry, you know we don't have time for your petty human problems.
Enter the Dark Matter Divorce lawyers.
Lawyer 1, excuse us, but we couldn't help but overhear your divorce woes. We are the Dark Matter Divorce, and we're here to help.
Whoa, really? Wait, are you guys aliens?
Lawyer 2, yes, but we're also certified in 278 galactic systems. Our expertise in dark matter divorces is unparalleled.
Hold on, I thought dark matter was just theoretical.
Lawyer 1, oh, it's very real, and it's a major cause of divorces in the multiverse.
Geez, that doesn't sound good.
Beth enters the TIGR lab.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Needed some legal advice.
Looks like we're all wrapped up in this divorce drama now. Let's see what these dark matter guys can do.
Cut to the courtroom.
Lawyer 2, Your Honor, we propose a dark matter prenup agreement to prevent any future issues.
What? I don't want a prenup.
Lawyer 1, trust us, it's for the best. And with this sequencer, we can even alter your genetic code to make it more compatible.
Judge, Dark Matter Prenup Agreement accepted. Case closed.
Wow, that was easy.
Yeah, now let's get back to the important stuff, like making clones.
But what about Beth?
Don't worry, Morty. She'll find someone new, or maybe we can just clone her too. The possibilities are endless.
End scene.
Title: Quantum Entanglement of Memes and Galactic Conflict.
Abstract.
This episode explores the principle of quantum entanglement as applied to the world of memes and galactic conflict. A robot with a green background, designated as the Green Bot, wielding a green background with a blue lightsaber at its core, encounters SpongeBob's "I'm a head out" meme. This encounter leads to a cascading series of entanglements between memes and galactic factions.
Greenbot, initiating intergalactic patrol in Quadrant Alpha 37.
SpongeBob, IGHT I'm a head out.
Greenbot, meme detected, analyzing quantum states for potential entanglement.
Sith Lords, our sensors have detected the presence of a Greenbot in our territory. Prepare for deployment of the dark side.
Greenbot, entanglement confirmed. Meme linked to Sith Lord's location.
Drake, high alert. Our sources indicate a coming clash of memes and swole Sith Lord energy. Prepare the Pico the Gallo defense protocol.
Sith Lords, the power of the dark side will crush any resistance. Attack.
Greenbot, activating quantum meme defense shield. Commencing meme counterattack with Dat Boy and Pepe memes.
Drake, Pico the Gallo protocol successful. Memes repelled. Crisis averted.
Greenbot, entanglement disengaged. Patrol complete. Returning to base.
In conclusion, this episode demonstrates the significance of quantum entanglement in the interplay between memes and galactic events. By utilizing quantum principles, the Greenbot, SpongeBob meme, Sith Lords, and Drake meme all became entangled in a scenario that highlights the complexity and unpredictability of quantum systems.
Title: Glowing Beard Reality Shifts.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage, tinkering with some interdimensional gadgets. Suddenly, a man with a beard and glowing eyes bursts into the room, holding a cell phone in his hand with a glowing green light on his face.
Who the hell are you?
Glowing Beard Man, I am the reality shifter. I have the power to bend reality to my will.
What? That's crazy!
Reality shifter. I need your help. There's a problem with the fabric of reality in this universe. It's causing chaos and destruction.
Beth enters the garage.
Who is this?
Reality shifter. I am the reality shifter. I need your family's help to fix the reality. Fine, but how are we going to do it? Reality shifter. We need to locate the source of the problem. And I know just the person to help us. Kendrick Lamar.
What does he have to do with this?
Reality shifter. He's a powerful reality warper. We need his expertise to fix this.
The group travels to a parallel universe where Kendrick Lamar resides. They find him in the middle of a concert.
Kendrick Lamar. What's up, guys?
Reality shifter. We need your help. The reality is falling apart in our universe. You're the only one who can help us fix it.
Kendrick Lamar agrees to help them, and together they find the source of the problem. It turns out that Rick's tumultuous past as a suitor in an interdimensional dating show caused a ripple effect in reality.
Damn it, I knew that show was a bad idea.
Together, they manage to fix the reality and prevent any further damage. The episode ends with the group back in the garage, tinkering with their gadgets.
So, what have we learned from all this?
Don't mess with reality, Beth. It's a serious business.
And don't trust glowing beards, I guess?
Everyone laughs as the camera pans out.
Title: Red Banner of the Sailor Mars.
and Beth are in the garage working on a new invention. Suddenly, a woman in a red dress holding a sword and a red banner appears out of nowhere.
What in the multiverse is this?
Is that a Sailor Scout?
I think so. She looks like Sailor Mars.
Sailor Mars, greetings, Rick Sanchez. I require your assistance. The fate of the universe is at stake.
Typical. Alright, what's the problem?
Sailor Mars, a powerful entity known as Bentley Little has stolen my sacred red banner. Without it, I cannot access my full abilities and the universe will be in peril.
Who is Bentley Little?
Sarcastically, obviously, he's the most powerful being in the universe.
What do we do?
We're gonna have to go on a wild, scientific, and super hilarious adventure to retrieve the red banner and save the universe.
The scene switches to Bentley Little's lair, a scientific fortress that resembles a twisted maze.
Thinking to himself, this place is more confusing than a quantum entanglement theory.
Everything looks so scientific.
How are we going to find the banner?
Suddenly, a group of robotic dogs appear out of nowhere and start attacking Rick and the gang.
Oh, dodging the robotic dogs. Great, now I'm fighting robotic dogs. What's next? A giant pickle monster.
Panicking. Please don't give the writers any ideas.
After fighting off the robotic dogs, they finally reach Bentley Little's laboratory.
Oh, looking around. Alright, let's see what kind of scientific mumbo-jumbo this guy is working on.
Pointing to a room. What's in there?
Reading the sign on the door. Quantum reality exploration. That sounds about right.
Sarcastically, oh boy, let's go explore reality through a quantum tunnel. How hard can it be?
They enter the room, and suddenly, they're transported to a parallel universe where everything is upside down.
Sarcastically, well, isn't this just great? I love being upside down.
Also upside down. How are we going to find the banner like this?
Noticing a sign. Hey guys, look over there. It says, Bentley Little's office this way.
Sarcastically, of course it's that way. Let's go.
They arrive at Bentley Little's office, and there they find the red banner hanging on the wall.
There it is. Let's grab it and go.
Suddenly, Bentley Little appears out of nowhere.
Bentley Little, you fools dare to trespass in my realm?
Sarcastically, uh-oh, it's Mr. Science himself.
What do we do?
Quick, Morty, throw me a scientific gadget.
Morty hands Rick a scientific gadget that looks like a ray gun. Rick aims it at Bentley Little and fires it.
Bentley Little, in confusion, what did you do?
Smirking, I gave you a personality reboot.
Bentley Little suddenly starts dancing and singing I'm a Little Teapot in a hilarious fashion.
Alright, let's get out of here before he turns into a giant pickle.
The scene switches back to the garage, where Sailor Mars is waiting for Rick and the gang.
Handing her the banner. Here you go, Mars. Your banner is back.
Sailor Mars, thank you, Rick Sanchez. Thanks to your help, the universe is saved.
So what's next? Are we gonna fight a giant pickle monster?
Sarcastically, oh, come on. That's too predictable.
The episode ends with Rick and the gang laughing and joking around in the garage, as Sailor Mars disappears into the multiverse.
Title: Quantum Silliness.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage when Beth and Summer come in carrying a portrait painting of a woman in a green dress.
Dad, we found this painting at a garage sale and thought it would look nice in the living room.
Morty, get me the scanner. I want to analyze the quantum particles in this artwork.
But why, Rick?
Why? Because I'm a scientist, Morty. And as a scientist, I must always seek knowledge, no matter how insignificant it may seem.
Scene 2.
Rick scans the painting and accidentally triggers a quantum entanglement event that transports the whole family into a parallel dimension where the painting comes to life.
What the hell, Rick? You turned us all into cartoon characters.
Relax, Morty. This is just one of the quantum realities that exist parallel to our own. And in this reality, we need to help Cyborg 003, who is trapped in her own mind.
Scene 3.
The family enters Cyborg 03's mind and discovers that her consciousness has been hijacked by an evil entity called the Quantum Zaniness.
This is crazy. How are we going to fight against a quantum energy being?
Simple. We'll use my latest invention, the quantum entanglement gun. It shoots particles that bind the target to its surroundings, effectively trapping it in place.
Scene 4.
The family battles the Quantum Zaniness, and after a few chaotic and hilarious moments, they finally manage to trap it with the entanglement gun.
We did it, Morty. We saved Cyborg 003 from the clutches of the Quantum Zaniness.
But what about the painting? It's still alive and kicking.
Oh, it's just a side effect of the quantum entanglement. I'll reverse the process, and we'll be back in our own reality in no time.
Closing scene.
The family returns to their own reality, with the painting now lifeless once again.
Wow, Rick, that was some crazy S*****.
Just another day in the lab, Morty. Now, who's up for some interdimensional pizza?
The family cheers as they head to the kitchen, leaving behind the chaotic Quantum Zaniness they just battled.
Title: Interdimensional Laughter Waves, The Epic Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Abstract. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo embark on a journey through space and time in search of ultimate hilarity. Using advanced technology and scientific equipment, they explore different planets and dimensions, encountering strange and unexpected phenomena along the way.
Scene 1.
Morty, I've detected a high concentration of laughter waves emanating from a distant planet. We need to investigate.
Laughter waves? What kind of planet is that?
Who knows, but we're about to find out.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty land on the planet and are greeted by a group of sentient beings with green outfits and a red and yellow background.
Sentient Being 1, welcome, travelers. We are the comedians of this planet. Our goal is to make the universe laugh.
Oh, okay. Do you have any good jokes?
Sentient Being 2, we have the best jokes in the galaxy. But be warned, they can be quite dangerous.
Dangerous how?
Sentient Being 3, our jokes are so funny, they have been known to cause entire planets to implode.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty attend a comedy show on the planet and are bombarded with a barrage of hilarious jokes and puns. They both start laughing uncontrollably.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't even breathe.
Hold on tight, Morty. The laughter waves are getting stronger.
Scene 4.
Suddenly, Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy appears on stage and starts dancing to Leave the Door Open by Silk Sonic.
Groot, I am Groot.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, but it's hilarious.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty are transported to a parallel dimension where everyone speaks in puns.
Pun Being 1. Hello, Rick and Morty. We hope you don't mind if we punish you for being so funny.
Oh god, make it stop.
I think my brain is melting.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty escape the pun dimension and land on a planet where everything is a giant science experiment.
Scientist Being 1, welcome to our laboratory. Our latest creation is a machine that turns laughter into energy.
Interesting. Can we try it out?
Scientist Being 2, certainly. Just make sure you don't laugh too hard or you might cause a chain reaction.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty successfully use the laughter machine to power their spaceship and continue their journey. They encounter a giant monster with a red and white stripe and engage in a battle of wits and humor to defeat it.
Monster, you think you're funny, Morty? I'll have you know, I'm a professional comedian on my home planet.
Ha! You call that a joke? I've heard better from a potato.
Scene 8.
After a long and wild adventure, Rick and Morty return home, exhausted and covered in slime.
Well, that was certainly a journey, but I think we've finally found the ultimate source of laughter in the universe.
Yeah, but at what cost? My sides still hurt from all that laughing.
Don't worry, Morty, the laughter will fade, but the memories will last a lifetime.
The end.
Title: The Jetling Cyborg 002 Paradox.
Abstract. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our favorite mad scientist, Rick Sanchez, and his naive grandson, Morty Smith, embark on a journey to unravel the mysteries of the Jetlink Cyborg 002, a highly advanced robot rendered in a watercolor portrait. However, as they delve deeper into the mechanics of the cyborg, they find themselves trapped in a paradoxical loop where time and space lose all meaning.
Scene 1.
Morty, today we're going on a journey to discover the secrets of Jetlink Cyborg 002.
Who's that and why do we care?
Are you kidding me, Morty? The Jetlink Cyborg 002 is the most advanced piece of technology known to man. And we're going to figure out how it works.
Scene 2.
Morty examines the watercolor portrait.
Rick, this is just a painting of a robot.
Don't be fooled by its appearance, Morty. This robot is a paradox in itself. It's a cyborg that's neither human nor machine.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty analyze a schematic of the cyborg.
Look at this, Morty. The Jetlink Cyborg 002 operates on a completely different level of physics. Its power source is a combination of dark matter and antimatter.
Whoa, that sounds dangerous.
Oh yeah, Morty, it's like trying to hold a black hole in your hand.
Scene 4.
Morty presses a button on the schematic.
Oops, I think I activated a self-destruct sequence.
Morty, you idiot. Now we're trapped in a time loop.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty experience multiple time loops.
Rick, I think we're stuck in a temporal paradox. We're reliving the same events over and over again.
Oh shit, Morty. That's the nature of the Jetlink Cyborg 002. It defies the laws of the universe.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty encounter their past selves in a time loop.
Listen up, Mortys. We need to override this paradox with the power of science and break the loop.
Past, but how do we do that?
Future, simple. We just need to create a localized singularity and use it to stabilize the temporal flow.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty create a singularity with a toaster.
Rick, I don't think a toaster is supposed to do that.
Shut up, Morty. Let me think. If we just reverse the polarity and oscillate the frequency, we might just pull this off.
Scene 8.
Rick and Morty successfully break the time loop.
Whoa, Rick, that was intense. And all to figure out a cyborg that doesn't even exist.
Morty, the pursuit of knowledge is never a waste. Now let's go grab some chicken nuggets.
Okay, but can we go somewhere normal for once?
Normal is boring, Morty. Science is where the real fun is.
Title: The Interdimensional Cyborg Experiment.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty flying through a green portal.
with Rick drinking a flask of unidentified liquid.
Where are we going, Rick?
Morty, we're going to a different dimension to conduct a highly advanced experiment involving cyborgs and jet fuel. It's gonna be lit, Morty. You'll thank me later.
Scene, laboratory.
Rick and Morty enter the laboratory where Beth is standing, examining a highly detailed watercolor portrait of Jetlink Cyborg 002, Cyborg 009.
What's with the painting, Rick?
That, Beth, is our experiment. We're going to recreate Jetlink Cyborg 002 using interdimensional DNA splicing and inject him with jet fuel to see what happens.
Oh geez, Rick, that sounds dangerous.
Of course it's dangerous, Morty. That's the point.
Scene, Jetlink Cyborg 002, Cyborg 009, recreation.
Rick, Morty, and Beth successfully recreate Jetlink Cyborg 002 using interdimensional DNA splicing, but upon injecting him with jet fuel, he becomes uncontrollable and starts wreaking havoc in the laboratory.
Rick, this was a terrible idea. What are we going to do?
Don't worry, Beth, I have a plan.
Scene, cyborg battle.
Rick, Morty, and Beth engage in a cyborg battle with Jetlink Cyborg 002, Cyborg 009, using various scientific weapons and one-liners.
You may have jet fuel, but we have science.
I don't think cyborgs were supposed to be this crazy, Rick.
I'm never letting you two do an experiment like this again.
Scene, epilogue.
After defeating the cyborg, Rick, Morty, and Beth return to their original dimension and reflect on their experience.
Well, technically, the experiment was a success.
I don't think I can handle another one of those.
You two are lucky you didn't blow up the entire universe.
Intro shot. Rick takes another swig of his flask as the screen fades to black.
Title: The Quantum Limerick Paradox.
Summary. Rick and Morty explore the bizarre intersection of quantum physics and limericks, leading to outrageous and unpredictable results.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab, with Morty holding a green light in his hand and a red circle around it.
Morty, what the hell is that you're holding?
Oh, it's just a quantum entangled photon emitter. I thought it might come in handy for our next experiment.
Sarcastic. Oh sure, because we're just running out of crazy toys to play with in this lab.
Ignoring Rick's sarcasm, hey, speaking of toys, I put together a list of my favorite dirty limericks. Want to hear them?
Skeptical. You know I love a good limerick, Morty, but I'm not sure what that has to do with quantum physics.
Confidently, well, actually, each limerick represents a different quantum state. I've been studying up on it all week.
Impressed. Okay, Morty, you've got my attention. Let's hear these limericks.
Morty proceeds to recite his top 10 dirty limericks, each one accompanied by an explanation of its quantum significance. As he goes on, the quantum entanglement of the photon emitter begins to have strange effects on their surroundings.
Reciting, there once was a lady from Crew who said, "As me lover you'll do."
Interrupting. Morty, what the hell is happening to the lab?
Panicking, I don't know, Rick. I think the photon emitter is causing a quantum feedback loop.
Frustrated. Morty, damn it. Why do you always have to mix science with your dirty jokes?
The rest of the episode follows the wild and unpredictable effects of the quantum limerick paradox, with Rick and Morty attempting to undo the damage they've caused while still managing to crack some hilarious and risque jokes along the way. Closing scene. Rick and Morty sit exhausted in the lab, surrounded by the aftermath of their experiment.
Sighing, well, Morty, I think it's safe to say we'll never underestimate the power of quantum entanglement again.
Laughing, yeah, and I'll never underestimate the power of a good dirty limerick.
Smiling, you know, Morty, for a kid who's obsessed with sex jokes, you really do have a knack for quantum physics.
Grinning, thanks, Rick. I guess I'm just a quantum limerick savant.
Chuckling? I can't argue with that, Morty. Let's go get a drink. My treat.
Excitedly, ooh, can we go to that bar with the singing alien octopuses?
Smirking. You read my mind, Morty. You read my mind.
Introduction.
The following episode of The Florence Heist depicts the planning and execution of a sophisticated burglary conducted by Sarah Anderson, a skilled catgirl thief, and her accomplice Jackson Briscoe. The episode takes place in France and involves a stunning city backdrop complete with illuminating buildings and lights. However, unbeknownst to Anderson and Briscoe, a rival thief is already present in the city, posing a potential threat to their operation.
Scene 1.
Anderson is seen pacing back and forth in her makeshift hideout, deep in thought about the upcoming heist. She is dressed in her signature purple hair and clothing, with a sword in hand to accentuate her confident and fierce demeanor.
Anderson, based on my analysis of the target location, we can access the vault through the rooftop ventilation shaft. However, we need to be cautious of any alarms or surveillance systems that may exist. Scene 2.
Briscoe enters the room, checking on the progress of the plan and giving Anderson an update on their vacation plans.
Briscoe, Sarah, I've managed to book us a room at the hotel overlooking the Seine River. It's going to be a stunning view.
Anderson, that's great news, but remember, our focus is on the heist. We need to ensure all the necessary equipment is on standby and our disguises are in order.
Scene 3.
As the night falls, Anderson and Briscoe activate their plan, sneaking through the streets and alleyways towards the target location. The city is vibrant and alive, with the architecture and lighting providing a backdrop perfect for the scene.
Anderson, we need to be quick and precise with our movements. We cannot afford any mistakes.
Scene 4.
As the duo reaches the ventilation shaft, they are suddenly encountered by their rival thief, who has discovered their plan and poses a threat to their operation.
Rival thief. Well, looks like we have some competition here. I suggest you two turn back now or face my wrath.
Anderson, we aren't intimidated by petty thieves. We've trained for this and are ready for any obstacle that comes our way.
Scene 5.
A fierce battle ensues, with Anderson and Briscoe engaging in a sword fight with their rival thief. Despite the difficulty of the situation, they remain determined and focused on the prize.
Anderson, we need to finish this quickly. Our time is running out.
Scene 6.
The heist is successful, with Anderson and Briscoe managing to secure the valuable artifacts they sought after. As they make their escape through the city, they reflect on the challenges they faced and the thrill of the adventure.
Briscoe, that was intense. But we did it.
Anderson, indeed we did. Another successful heist to add to our repertoire. And now, it's time for that vacation.
Conclusion.
The Florence heist showcases the intricate planning and execution of a sophisticated burglary, complete with a vibrant city backdrop and thrilling battles against rival thieves. The episode highlights the importance of preparation and determination in the face of challenges, and leaves audience members on the edge of their seats with the excitement of the adventure.
Title: Temporal Conundrum of the Dead Ones.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are flying in their spaceship when they detect a strange signal coming from an unknown planet. Upon landing, they discover a mysterious artifact, a skull with a headdress and a neon light on its face, with the words, "The Dead Ones," written on it. Rick quickly identifies it as a temporal beacon, a device capable of creating time loops.
Morty, this is a temporal beacon. With this, we can create time loops and mess with reality as we please.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds dangerous.
Dangerous? Morty, this is science. We have the power to bend time and space at our will. What could go wrong?
Middle scene.
Rick and Morty start to experiment with the temporal beacon, creating various time loops that lead to chaos and hilarity. They encounter their future selves, alternate timelines, and even run into their past selves in a time loop. Morty is shocked to discover that in one of the loops, he has a love child in an alien world.
Oh my God, Rick! I have a love child? How could you let this happen?
Relax, Morty. It's just a time loop. You can always undo it. Plus, that little alien baby is kinda cute.
Rick, this is serious. What if I have more children out there? What am I supposed to do?
Oh, Morty, you can't outrun your own genetic responsibility. At least you got some action though, am I right?
Closing scene.
As Rick and Morty continue to experiment with the temporal beacon, they realize that they are stuck in a time loop that they can't break. Morty tries to warn Rick about the consequences of their actions, but it's too late. They are trapped in an endless cycle of chaos and hilarity.
Rick, we've got to get out of this time loop. We're going to cause irreparable damage to the fabric of reality.
Relax, Morty. We've been in worse situations. Pass me that flask, will ya?
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty are seen sitting on the spaceship, drunk and laughing uncontrollably as the temporal beacon continues to loop time around them. The words, "To be continued," maybe, flash on the screen, leaving the audience wondering about the fate of our beloved characters. Finn.
Opening scene.
The episode begins with a close-up shot of Sarah Anderson, a catgirl thief, holding a high-tech gun in her hand while carrying a fluffy white cat on her shoulder. She wears a purple outfit and has eye-catching pink hair, which complements her overall blue eyes.
Scientific analysis.
Sarah is an amazing thief who has recently completed the Florence heist, which has earned her quite a reputation among her peers. The gun in her hand appears to be a cutting-edge device equipped with the latest AI technology. The cat on her shoulder is most likely a genetically engineered breed, designed for intelligence and loyalty. Sarah's pink hair and purple outfit depict her unique personality that enjoys standing out from the crowd.
First conflict.
Suddenly, a series of alarms go off, and Sarah quickly gets into action mode, realizing that she is not alone in the building. Enter Jackson Briscoe, a bounty hunter and Sarah's lover. Like a true hunter, he has a keen sense of smell that can detect his prey from far distances.
Scientific analysis.
Jackson is a skilled bounty hunter who uses his sense of smell to track his target, which is a trait associated with many canine species. He is wearing a specialized sensory harness that enhances his sense of smell, allowing him to detect even the slightest scent. Jackson's relationship with Sarah has been complex, as they have opposing professions, but their love for each other is undeniable.
Second conflict.
As Sarah and Jackson move forward to secure the area, they discover the true source of the disturbance, Kajimine Yuko, a rival thief. She is accessing the same vault and has already taken some of the treasures. Sarah and Kajimine have a long history of animosity and have been trying to outsmart each other for years, with neither coming close to gaining the upper hand.
Scientific analysis.
Kajimine is a highly intelligent thief, known for her wit and her ability to plan elaborate heists. Her distinct black hair is most likely a result of genetic modification, which adds to her stealth and agility. The conflict between Sarah and Kajimine is multidimensional and appears to be a result of each trying to prove herself to be the superior thief.
Final conflict.
As Sarah and Jackson confront Kajimine, things take a dramatic turn as they are ambushed by a group of hired assassins. A fast-paced fight scene follows, where the three thieves work together to evade the assassins and escape the building. In the end, Sarah manages to get the upper hand and retrieve the stolen treasures.
Scientific analysis.
The hired assassins are most likely part of a larger organization that specializes in providing security services to wealthy individuals. Their use of advanced technology and weapons indicates that they are highly trained professionals. The fight scene showcases Sarah's agility and training as a thief, Jackson's mastery of close combat, and Kajimine's ability to use her environment to create traps and ambushes.
Epilogue.
The episode ends with Sarah, Jackson, and Kajimine parting ways, leaving their unresolved conflict to continue. Sarah returns to her safe house and is greeted by her cat, who is revealed to be a genetically enhanced artificial intelligence. The treasure obtained by Sarah is revealed to be a rare mineral essential for a scientific breakthrough, which she intends to use for her next big heist.
Scientific analysis.
The use of genetically engineered artificial intelligence is a common theme in the future world of this cartoon, which is depicted as a world where genetic modification and advanced technology are ubiquitous. The rare mineral that Sarah has obtained is most likely a highly valuable resource that has yet to be fully explored. The episode ends with a cliffhanger that suggests Sarah's next heist will be even more daring and dangerous than the Florence heist.
Title: The Halley's Comet Heartthrob BBQ Ribs.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a unique alternate reality where Jerry has become a famous chef known for his amazing barbecue ribs. In this reality, Jerry has won numerous awards for his ribs, including the prestigious Halley's Comet Heartthrob Barbecue Ribs dish.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with some gadgets when Jerry bursts in, holding a tray with ribs and barbecue sauce on it. Jerry boasts about his cooking skills and begs Rick and Morty to taste his award-winning ribs. Rick, skeptical of Jerry's abilities, reluctantly agrees to taste them.
You guys are in for a treat. These are my famous Halley's Comet Heartthrob Barbecue Ribs. They'll make your taste buds sing.
Act 2.
After eating the ribs, Rick and Morty are blown away by the flavors and textures of the meat. Rick becomes obsessed with figuring out the secret ingredient in Jerry's recipe.
Jerry, what the hell did you put in these ribs? I need to know. It's like an explosion of flavor in my mouth.
Sorry, Rick. That's my secret. Can't give it away.
After much pestering, Jerry finally agrees to take Rick and Morty on a trip to an alternate reality where he learned the recipe.
Act 3.
The trio ends up on a planet in a galaxy far, far away. They find themselves at a scientific research facility where the researchers have been studying the elusive Halley's Comet heartthrob particles. The particles, when combined with certain spices and cooking techniques, create the unique flavor that sets Jerry's ribs apart from the rest.
These particles are amazing. I need to get my hands on them.
Ah, Rick. I don't think that's a good idea.
Nonsense, Jerry. I'm a genius. I know what I'm doing.
Act 4.
Rick successfully steals a vial of the particles and brings them back to their reality. He begins experimenting with them, trying to create his own version of Jerry's ribs.
Morty, I've done it. I've created a rib recipe that's even better than Jerry's.
Rick, I don't know about this. What if Jerry finds out?
Who cares? We're in a different reality. He'll never know.
Act 5.
At a family barbecue, Rick serves his version of the Halley's Comet heartthrob barbecue ribs. The family is blown away by the flavors and come back for seconds and thirds. Suddenly, Jerry bursts in with a tray of his own ribs. What the hell is going on here? Rick, did you steal my secret particles?
Ah, Jerry, I created my own recipe with the particles. It's better than yours.
Yeah, sorry Jerry. Rick's ribs are the best.
Jerry, heartbroken, storms off. Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family continue to indulge in Rick's ribs, completely ignoring Jerry's alternate reality and the turmoil he's experiencing. End of episode.
Title: The Budapest Heist, a battle for the Infinity Sword.
Scene opens with Sarah Anderson, Jackson Briscoe, and Kajamine Yuko standing in front of the historic Al-Azhar University in Cairo. They have successfully retrieved a valuable artifact from the Florence heist but are now in possession of a crucial piece of information that will lead them to the ultimate prize, the Infinity Sword.
Sarah Anderson. According to my research, the Infinity Sword is located in Budapest at the Museum of Fine Arts. However, Kajamine, our rival thief, is also aware of its whereabouts.
Jackson Briscoe, we have to act fast before she gets her hands on it. How do we get into the museum?
Agamina Yuko, I have connections with one of the security guards. I can get us in, but we have to move quickly.
The group travels to Budapest and prepares for the heist. They successfully bypass security and reach the exhibit containing the Infinity Sword. However, they are met with unexpected resistance.
Security guard, freeze. Put your hands in the air and step away from the exhibit.
Agamina Yuko, we don't want any trouble. We're just here to admire the sword.
Sarah Anderson. Jackson, distract him while Kajamine and I grab the sword.
As the distraction unfolds, Sarah and Kajamine attempt to take the sword but are suddenly attacked by a group of armed individuals who also have their eyes set on the Infinity Sword.
Sarah Anderson. This is a high-tech setup. They must be after the sword too.
Jackson Briscoe, we'll deal with them. You two get the sword and get out of here.
A battle ensues as the group fights off the armed attackers and secures the Infinity Sword. They manage to escape and make their way back to Cairo.
Agamina Yuko, we did it. The Infinity Sword is ours.
Sarah Anderson, not ours. We're returning it to its rightful owners. But we did make a pretty penny for our troubles.
Epilogue. The group returns the Infinity Sword to the Museum of Fine Arts and receives a handsome reward. However, they know that there will always be new heists to plan and rival thieves to outsmart. The battle for the next priceless artifact has already begun.
Title: The OJ Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the kitchen, experimenting with different fruits and vegetables in a blender. Jerry enters the scene, curious about what they're doing. What are you two doing?
We're conducting a scientific experiment, Jerry.
Yeah, we're trying to create the ultimate orange juice blend.
Beth and Summer walk in, intrigued by the commotion.
Can I help?
Me too.
Sure, take a seat. We need some extra hands on deck for this one.
The family gathers around the table as Rick and Morty blend different fruits and vegetables, trying to create the perfect concoction. You know, when I was in college, I minored in agriculture. I could be of some help.
Dad, you minored in bowling.
Same thing. The blender continues to whir as the family begins to sing the lyrics to Milkshake.
Alright, let's see what we've got here. Taste the juice. This one tastes like pure science.
Tastes the juice. I can feel my IQ rising with every sip.
Tastes the juice. This is incredible. We could sell this stuff and make a fortune.
Tastes the juice. Can we call it Morty's miracle juice?
Tastes the juice. Guys, this tastes like the future. Just then, the kitchen begins to shake as a portal opens up, sucking the family into another dimension.
Oh, looks like we're in a bit of a pickle.
A pickle? I thought we were making orange juice.
Can we please focus on getting out of here?
Yeah, before a giant alien eats us or something.
The family races to find a way out of the alternate dimension, but as they search, they come across some unexpected allies.
Hey, it's our old pal, the Meeseeks.
Meeseeks. Hi, Rick. What can I do for you today?
Do you know how to get us out of this dimension?
Meeseeks, of course. Just follow me.
The Meeseeks leads the family to a secret laboratory where they discover the source of the alternate dimension, a rogue experiment gone wrong.
This is amazing. With this technology, we could travel to any dimension we want.
And finally find the perfect milkshake.
Wait, what was the point of all this again?
Who cares? Science is about the journey, not the destination.
The episode ends with the family safely back in their own dimension, enjoying a glass of Morty's miracle juice and singing the milkshake lyrics once more.
Title: The Mixed Drinks Gambit, a battle of wits between Jeffrey Dahmer and Bill Cosby.
Synopsis.
In this episode, we continue the epic rivalry between Jeffrey Dahmer and Bill Cosby, who have found themselves in a precarious standoff. The two-seated adversaries are joined by a group of onlookers as they stare at a comic strip above them. This seemingly innocuous setting belies the intense battle of wits that is about to unfold.
Within their respective satchels, Dahmer and Cosby each hold a potent weapon, mixed drinks laced with an unknown substance that can incapacitate their opponent. The two masterminds eye each other warily, knowing that this battle will not be won by brute force alone.
Dahmer sizes up Cosby, analyzing his facial expressions, his mannerisms, and even his physiological responses. He notes the telltale signs of nervousness as Cosby fidgets with his glass, trying to hide the rapidly increasing sweat on his forehead. Dahmer is pleased with his assessment and begins formulating a plan. Cosby, a seasoned and cunning adversary, is no slouch. He senses Dahmer's plan and parries with a quick wit and cunning words. He deflects Dahmer's accusations and even turns the tables on him with a clever insult that completely throws Dahmer off his game. Their verbal jousting continues, each trying to get the upper hand. This game of mental chess stretches on for what seems like an eternity, but in reality, only a few intense moments have passed. Finally, a moment of weakness is revealed, and Dahmer moves in for the kill. He slyly offers Cosby a drink, which Cosby accepts without hesitation. Dahmer seems to have the upper hand, but he has underestimated his opponent. Cosby's eyes widen as he takes a sip of the drink, but he maintains his composure. He knows that the game is not over yet. With a sly grin, Cosby responds with a countermove that puts Dahmer on the back foot once again. The tension in the room is palpable as the two adversaries circle each other, each searching for a weakness. Finally, in a move that surprises everyone, Dahmer concedes defeat. He offers his hand to Cosby, who accepts with a nod. The onlookers breathe a collective sigh of relief, grateful that the tension in the room has dissipated. The unlikely duo finishes their drinks together, each feeling a newfound sense of respect for the other.
Epilogue.
As the two adversaries depart, they exchange a knowing glance. They both know that this battle has ended in a draw, but they also know that they will meet again. In the meantime, they continue to hone their craft, always searching for new ways to outwit and outsmart each other. The battle of wits between Jeffrey Dahmer and Bill Cosby continues. In this episode, we follow the master thief Sarah Anderson, also known as the Cat Girl, as she devises a plan to pull off a heist in the city of Budapest. Her team, including the skilled bounty hunter Jackson Briscoe and the rival thief Kajimine Yuko, must navigate through a complex system of security measures to reach their goal. The episode opens with Sarah Anderson, dressed in a sleek catsuit, laying on the floor with her legs spread out as she studies a blueprint of the target building. She analyzes the layout, taking into account security cameras, alarm systems, and guard patrols. Her keen intellect and expert knowledge of heist tactics allow her to identify potential loopholes and weaknesses in the security system. Jackson Briscoe, Sarah's lover and partner in crime, joins her in their hotel room. He expresses his concern over a flaw in their plan, advocating for an alternative approach. Sarah dismisses Jackson's objections, citing scientific evidence and past successes as proof of her plan's efficacy. The two engage in a heated debate, their differing perspectives highlighting the tension between their relationship as well as their professional expertise. Meanwhile, Kajimine Yuko, a rival thief with conflicting interests, enters the scene. Her mere presence raises the stakes of the heist, creating an atmosphere of danger and unpredictability. Despite their animosity, Sarah sees an opportunity to use Kajimine's knowledge to their advantage, and they form an uneasy alliance, setting the stage for an intense and complex heist. As the team infiltrates the target building, tensions run high as they encounter numerous obstacles and close calls. However, their scientific planning and expert execution enable them to overcome every challenge, ultimately reaching their objective and securing their prize. In the end, Sarah and Jackson reconcile their differences and reaffirm their commitment to each other and their shared passion for the art of thievery. Kajimine, left empty-handed, vows to one day best her former allies and become the greatest thief in the world. The episode concludes with the three master thieves disappearing into the night, ready for their next adventure.
Title: Oretachi no Fanade Frenzy.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty arriving at a deserted building that houses a mysterious clock. As they examine the clock, a group of people suddenly appear. The family is surprised to find that this group is familiar with a Japanese sea shanty, Oretachi no Funade. As they stand next to each other, they take turns singing the lyrics to the song.
What the hell is going on here? How do these people know this song? It's a Japanese sea shanty, Morty.
Yeah, Rick, this is weird. I thought I was the only one who knew this song.
Summer sings the first line of the song.
Funade yo, ima koso funade yo.
Jerry joins in. Akakazi wa kat kikyu wo sunaide. They all sing together.
Furano ni tatsu surigain ni kamochi wo no seat.
The family finds themselves completely engrossed in this singing session. Suddenly, the clock on the wall starts to act weirdly, and they find themselves enveloped in a strange energy field.
Oh, great. Here we go. We're being sucked into an alternate universe.
What? Are you kidding me, Rick? We just started singing this song.
The family finds themselves transported to an alternate universe where every action they take plays out like a scene from a whimsical musical. The group decides that they must stop singing the song to escape this craziness, but they find it nearly impossible to stop. Summer and Jerry dance a waltz.
Natsu no tori ga sora wo mao.
Yuraira meichiru hana yorin no saku koro ni. The singing continues.
Nami no ato no mina desakebu.
Wait. This is getting ridiculous. We gotta stop this madness and get back to Earth before something else crazy happens.
They try to stop singing, but no one seems to be able to.
Rick, it's too strong. We're under its musical control. We need a way out.
I got it. We'll use science to break free from the song's grip.
They all start singing.
Injin no Yumi wa Chijo ni Fukarit.
They all join in.
Everyone, Surete Kuru K's no Funade ni Yurit.
As they sing the final note, the group finds themselves back in the building, relieved to have escaped the alternate universe. They vow never to sing that song again.
That was crazy. Let's never speak of this again.
Yeah. I feel like I just got caught in a musical time loop.
Geez, Rick, we almost got stuck there forever.
I know, Morty, but we always find a way out of these messes. It's just science.
The family walks out of the building, and as they leave, the clock on the wall ticks ominously.
Title: The Lightning.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty arriving at a candy factory in a parallel universe where the currency is based on the value of saliva. Rick is excited to exploit this unique economy and convinces Morty to start licking random objects for profit.
Morty, this universe values saliva more than gold. Let's exploit it by licking everything in sight.
I don't know, Rick. This seems kind of gross.
Gross? This is pure science, Morty. Besides, think of all the money we'll make.
Morty reluctantly agrees, and they start licking everything from walls to machinery. Morty quickly realizes that something isn't right when he starts feeling nauseous.
Rick, I don't feel so good. I think I licked something toxic.
Don't worry about it, Morty. It's probably just a minor side effect. Keep licking.
Morty continues, despite feeling worse by the minute. The situation escalates when Morty starts coughing up blood.
Rick, I can't do this anymore. I feel like I'm about to explode.
Rick, completely unfazed, continues to laugh at Morty's distress. Suddenly, Morty explodes in a gruesome display of saliva, blood, and candy.
I knew that would happen. You owe me, Morty.
The episode ends with Rick laughing hysterically over Morty's explosive demise, leaving audiences to question their own sanity for finding the absurdity of the situation so hilarious.
That's some top-tier science right there, Morty. Don't worry, I'll just scrape you up and sell you as a rare artifact. Profit, baby.
Title: The Quantum Adventures of Rick and the Gun, Lightsaber, and User.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty in the middle of a quantum entanglement experiment, with multiple versions of themselves occupying the same space. Suddenly, a cartoon character holding a gun and a lightsaber in his hand appears through a quantum portal in the laboratory.
What the hell? Who the hell are you?
Cartoon character. I am Max Force, the ultimate badass superhero. I need your help to save my city from an alien invasion.
Why should we help you?
Max Force, because I have access to the most powerful weapon in the universe, the almighty gun saber.
Duckles, gun saber? That's ridiculous.
Max Force, ridiculous? This is the same man who created a portal gun and travels between dimensions for fun.
Touché.
They teleport to Max Force's city, which is being attacked by green tentacled aliens. Max Force takes out his gun saber, which shoots laser bullets and cuts through alien flesh. Rick and Morty join in the fight and use their scientific abilities to create a device that emits a frequency that disintegrates the aliens. Max Force, that's amazing. You guys are like science wizards.
Oh, we're just regular geniuses.
Meanwhile, Rick's favorite user in the stream's chat, Molecule Man 69, pops up on his screen.
Molecule Man 69. Hey Rick, it's me, Molecule Man 69. What's up?
Oh, hey Molecule Man 69. You're my favorite because you have the knowledge of a PhD in physics, chemistry, and molecular biology, yet still have a sense of humor.
Molecule Man 69. Laughs, thanks Rick, you're the best.
After the victory, the trio celebrate at a local bar. Max Force toasts to Rick and Morty, calling them the coolest team-up he's ever had. Suddenly, a group of aliens walks in and identifies themselves as the Intergalactic Federation Police.
Intergalactic Federation Police. You three are under arrest for multiple violations of interdimensional law.
Ah, crap.
The episode ends with them being taken away in handcuffs, leaving behind a destroyed bar and a city that has been saved but is in need of major repairs.
Scientific analysis. This episode explores the concept of quantum entanglement and the power of science in the face of extraterrestrial threats. The use of a cartoon character wielding a gun saber highlights the absurdity of the concept, while also showcasing the importance of a hero who can fight off alien invasions. The inclusion of a favorite user in the stream's chat adds a meta layer to the episode and highlights the importance of community in the digital age. Overall, this episode is a hilarious combination of science fiction and humor, showcasing the creativity and wit of the show's creators.
Title: The Interdimensional Adventure of the Glowing Sword and Lightning Wand.
The episode opens with Rick in his lab, working on an interdimensional portal when Morty enters with a strange woman in a long dress holding a sword and a glowing lightning wand. She introduces herself as Princess Samantha from the planet Calmenia and requests Rick's help in defeating her archenemy, Lord Zorax.
Oh great, another princess with a stick up her butt. What do you want from us? Royal pain in the ass.
Princess Samantha, Lord Zorax has declared war on my kingdom and I need your help to stop him. The fate of my people rests on our success.
Beth walks in upon hearing the commotion.
Rick, who is this? And why is she holding a sword and a glowing wand?
This is Princess Samantha, from the planet Calmenia. She needs our help in defeating her archenemy, Lord Zorax.
Whoa, that sounds dangerous. Are we gonna die?
Relax Morty, I've defeated worse enemies before. We'll handle this with ease.
Princess Samantha explains that Lord Zorax has the power to manipulate time and space using a magical device called a chrono relay. She also reveals that the only way to defeat him is by using a special charm that can only be activated by singing the lyrics to Oritachi no Funade. We're setting sail Arcadia of My Youth by Mizuki Ichiro.
What kind of bullshit is this? Singing a song to defeat your enemy? Remind me to never visit planet Calmenia.
Come on Rick, we have to help her. She's asking for our assistance.
Rick reluctantly agrees to help and the whole family takes turns singing the lyrics to activate the charm. They are transported to Lord Zorax's fortress, where they engage in a fierce battle. Morty accidentally drops the charm, prompting Princess Samantha to use her sword to deflect enemy fire while Rick grabs the charm and activates it just in time.
Yes, we did it. We defeated Lord Zorax.
Princess Samantha, thank you so much for your help. I couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself, princess. We only did this because we had nothing better to do.
As they make their way back through the interdimensional portal, Princess Samantha thanks the family once again for their help. Rick, in typical fashion, brushes off the praise and tells her to never call them again.
Wow, that was crazy. I can't believe we just fought a powerful enemy with a song.
It goes to show that anything is possible if you have the right tools and a little bit of courage.
The episode ends with the family sitting on the couch, singing Oritachi no Funade. We're setting sail Arcadia of My Youth by Mizuki Ichiro together as the interdimensional portal closes behind them.
Title: The Significance of Cultural Sensitivity in African Discourse, a case study of Don't Eat Dapupu sermon.
Introduction. The episode begins with a camera scan of a fire pit in the midst of desert mountains, with the sky background. A signboard bearing the inscription, "Don't Eat Dapoapo'o," appears in the foreground, setting the scene for the ensuing discourse.
Scene 1. The episode's subject, an African pastor, appears on the screen, dressed in traditional African garb. He launches into a long-winded sermon, in which he passionately admonishes his listeners not to indulge in dapoapo'o.
Pastor, beloved brethren, it is with great fervor that I deliver this pivotal message to you today. As an African clergyman, I have seen firsthand the disastrous consequences that come with the consumption of dapoapo'o. This heinous act has led to the spread of various diseases and has been responsible for the untimely demise of many within our communities.
Scene 2. The pastor goes on to give a detailed exposition on the dangers of consuming dapoapo'o and its implications for public health.
Pastor, dapoapo'o contains a plethora of pathogens that are harmful to human health, including bacterial, viral, and parasitic agents. The ingestion of this fecal matter can lead to severe gastrointestinal distress, such as diarrhea, vomiting, and fevers, and can even cause fatalities in severe cases. Not only does it endanger the health of individuals, but it also poses a significant threat to the entire community.
Scene 3. The sermon takes a cultural turn, as the pastor delves into the significance of respecting cultural sensitivities within African communities.
Pastor, as Africans, it is essential that we are mindful of the cultural practices and beliefs of our fellow brethren. We must avoid ridiculing or disparaging those whose customs may differ from ours. The "Don't Eat Dapoapo'o" admonition may seem strange to some, but it is a deeply held conviction in certain communities. As such, it behooves us to approach these matters with respect and understanding.
Scene 4. The camera pans across the audience, displaying a diverse group of people nodding in agreement with the pastor's sermon.
Name 1. I never realized the dangers of consuming fecal matter until now. It's eye-opening.
Name 2. It's refreshing to hear a pastor emphasize cultural sensitivity. We need more of this type of discourse.
Conclusion. The episode ends with a closing shot of the signboard bearing the inscription, "Don't Eat Dapupu." The pastor's sermon serves as a reminder of the importance of respecting cultural differences and promoting public health.
Title: The Molecular Melodies of Arcadian Adventure.
Opening shot. The camera zooms into a laboratory where Rick is busy conducting molecular experiments to create a device that can transport them into the alternate dimension where all the songs are performed in perfect key.
Wiping the sweat off his forehead, my God, I have never been so close to perfection in my life. Morty, get ready, we're taking a dive into the molecular soundscape universe.
Excitedly, yeah, we're going on a musical crazy adventure.
Entering the lab, musical adventure? What are you two up to now?
Smiling sneakily, oh nothing, just a little experiment.
Walking in, experiment? Can we join?
Grinning, of course, we're going to create a molecular portal and jump into the dimension of perfect harmony.
The family stands next to each other in front of a massive portal-like machine with a boat in the background. Rick starts the device and the family is suddenly transported to a beautiful beach with crystal clear waters and palm trees swaying in the breeze.
In awe, we're here. This is the sonic dimension.
Gasping, I can hear the music vibrato from my toes.
The family takes turns singing the lyrics to Oritachi no Funade, We're Setting Sail Arcadia of My Youth by Ichiro Mizuki. The terrain and environment around them start changing as they sing different lyrics.
Intrigued, fascinating. The molecular formations in this dimension correspond directly to the melodic arrangements of our singing.
Confused, I don't understand what you're saying, Rick.
Smiling, you don't have to. It's all science.
The family continues to sing and experiment with their surroundings, creating a world of chaos and madness with their molecular harmonies. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a group of unidentified alien beings.
Alien leader. Speaking in a foreign language. What are you doing here, Earthlings?
Confidently, we're here on a sonic adventure, exploring the molecular properties of sound and vibration.
Nervous. Why, yeah, we didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Alien leader. Releasing a burst of laughter. You Earthlings are so primitive. We have no use for your musical exploration. Be gone.
The family starts singing even louder, and as they do, the alien race starts to dance uncontrollably. The molecular formations around them start to shift, and the trees and sand dunes morph into a world of neon colors and laser beams.
Laughing uncontrollably. This is insane. We're like molecular gods.
Surprised, I never knew music could have such an impact on our surroundings.
Grinning triumphantly. Ah, the beauty of science and music combined.
The family continues to experiment, and as they sing the final lines of the song, they are transported back to their laboratory.
Sadly, we're back in reality.
Adding Morty on the back. Reality is always waiting for us, Morty. But the molecular melody of adventure will always be with us.
The family ends the episode with a musical performance, which pans out to a beautiful shot of the boat in the background as they all sing in harmony.
Title: Analyzing the emotional response of a sermon delivered by an Islamic cleric in Al-Koba.
Introduction.
In this episode, we analyze the emotional response of a crowd of people towards a sermon delivered by an Islamic cleric in Al-Kobar, Saudi Arabia. The location of the event was in front of a green sign that reads, Al-Kobar. The aim of this study is to assess the emotional impact of the sermon on the crowd, to determine if the message conveyed was powerful and effective, and if it resulted in a behavioral change.
Methods.
The emotional response of the crowd was recorded during the sermon through a mixed methods approach. A team of observers assessed the facial expressions and body language of the participants, while a questionnaire-based survey was conducted immediately after the event to assess the attitude and behavior of the participants.
Results.
The sermon delivered by the Islamic cleric was found to be highly emotive in nature. The observers recorded a significant increase in the intensity of facial expressions such as anger, sadness, and joy. The questionnaire-based survey also revealed that the participants' attitude towards the event changed dramatically, with a majority of participants reporting an increase in commitment to their faith and a desire to engage in positive actions in their community.
Discussion.
The results suggest that the sermon was highly effective in conveying an emotional message to the crowd. The increase in the intensity of facial expressions suggests that the audience was deeply moved by the message and was highly engaged with the content being delivered. The survey results confirm that the emotional response was translated into behavioral change. The study concludes that powerful sermons delivered by charismatic speakers can be highly effective in achieving behavioral change.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this study provides empirical evidence for the effectiveness of emotive messaging in achieving behavioral change in a religious context. The findings of this study are highly relevant for religious leaders and communities seeking to communicate effectively with their audience using powerful and emotive language. Further research is needed in this field to identify the most effective strategies for emotive messaging in various socio-cultural contexts.
Title: The Adventures of Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr. in the Galactic Nexus.
Introduction.
In this episode, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr. embarks on an epic journey through the Galactic Nexus, a region of space teeming with exotic phenomena and unimaginable energies. As the camera pans across a series of 4 breathtaking images of space, we see Hubert standing at the center of each picture, his figure dwarfed by the colossal star in the background. Each shot shows Hubert in a different pose, suggesting a keen sense of purpose and a determination to explore the unknown.
Scene 1.
Character: Hubert, what are you doing out here in the depths of space?
Hubert. I, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr., am on a quest to discover the secrets of the cosmic web, the network of filaments that connects all matter in the universe.
Character: that sounds dangerous. What do you plan to do?
Hubert. I will use this quantum entanglement detector to analyze the energies that flow through the filaments. With this tool, I hope to uncover hidden patterns in the structure of the universe.
Scene 2.
Character: Hubert, look out. A rogue black hole is headed right for us.
Hubert. Fear not, my dear friend. I, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr., have calculated the precise trajectory of the black hole and have adjusted our course accordingly.
Character: but that's impossible. The black hole should have torn us apart by now.
Hubert. My calculations never fail, my friend. I, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr., have a superior understanding of the laws of physics and the forces that govern the universe.
Scene 3. Character: Hubert, it's getting too hot in here. The star's radiation is frying our systems.
Hubert. Not to worry, my dear friend. I, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr., have designed a special shield that can withstand even the most intense heat and radiation.
Character: that's incredible. How did you do that?
Hubert. Through years of meticulous research and experimentation, of course. I, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr., am a master of applied science and engineering.
Scene 4.
Character: Hubert, we've reached the edge of the known universe. What do we do now?
Hubert. We go beyond, my friend. I, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr., am not satisfied with mere knowledge. I seek to push the boundaries of human understanding, to explore the vastness of space and time, and to unlock the secrets of the universe itself.
Character: but what if something goes wrong? What if we get lost out here?
Hubert. Nonsense, my friend. With my keen intellect, my unwavering determination, and my unshakable faith in the power of science, there is nothing that can stop us. We, Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlager Steinhausen Bergerdorf Sr. and friends, are the masters of the cosmos.
Conclusion.
As the episode draws to a close, we see Hubert and his companions hurtling ever farther into the void, their ship a tiny speck in the vast expanse of space. Yet even as they face unimaginable danger and uncertainty, we see a glint of joy in their eyes, a sense of awe and wonder at the incredible universe they are exploring. For in this epic journey, we see the ultimate triumph of human curiosity, the unbreakable spirit of exploration that drives us ever onward to new frontiers of knowledge and discovery.
Title: The Interdimensional Shake.
Opening shot shows Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage lab.
Morty, pass me the quantum destabilizer. We need to fix the portal gun.
Rick, are you sure we should be messing with that? The last time we did, we ended up in a dimension where everyone had Cronenberg DNA.
Yeah, and I still have nightmares about that.
Relax, Morty. This time nothing bad will happen.
Suddenly, an interdimensional portal opens and out comes a man in a blue robe holding a gold and black shield with a green light behind him and a blue sky, Saudi Arabian cleric.
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Peace be upon you, travelers. I am Sheikh Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, and I come seeking your help.
Oh, great, another interdimensional problem. What do you need?
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, my world is in danger. An ancient evil is trying to consume everything in our dimension, and we cannot stop it.
Geez, that sounds intense.
Rick, we have to help him, right?
Alright, I'll help. But only if you have something valuable to offer in return.
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, I am willing to pay any price for your assistance. My people possess advanced technology and knowledge of the universe that may be of use to you.
Now we're talking. Alright, let's go save your dimension.
The group enters the portal and arrives in Mahmoud's dimension, where they are greeted by a desolate wasteland and a giant menacing creature.
Okay, I see what you mean. That thing is not of this dimension.
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, that is the creature that seeks to devour everything in its path. It cannot be stopped by conventional means.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
First, we need to analyze this beast's molecular structure and find its weakness.
I can help with that. I studied molecular biology at university.
The group works together to find the creature's weakness and create a weapon to defeat it, all while dodging its attacks and making witty quips.
Okay, I've got an idea. We need to create a portal to another dimension, but we have to time it just right.
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, I trust in your scientific prowess, Rick. What should we do?
We need to lure the beast into a trap and use the portal to throw it off its game.
What kind of trap?
I'll rig up a sniper rifle with a high-speed projectile launcher. When the creature charges, we'll release it and it'll hit the portal, transporting it to another dimension.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
The group sets up the trap, lures the creature in, and manages to transport it to another dimension just in time.
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, you have saved our world, travelers. I cannot thank you enough.
Well, you can start by showing us this advanced technology you promised.
Mahmoud Al-Kazoba, of course, follow me.
The group follows Mahmoud to a laboratory filled with advanced gadgets and technology that Rick and the gang eagerly start exploring. The episode ends with Rick and Morty tinkering with new gadgets, Summer chatting with Mahmoud about their dimension's culture, and Mahmoud beaming with gratitude while showing off his new friends to his people.
Title: The Casanova Extraterrestrial.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty aboard the spacecraft, observing a green alien with red eyes and a green suit on a white floor with a circular pattern in the background. Rick identifies it as a member of the arsenic race, known for their flirtatious behavior and cunning wit.
Ah, the arsenics, always trying to charm their way out of any situation.
I don't know, Rick. It kinda seems like they're just having fun.
Suddenly, Morty's communicator beeps, and he answers to hear the voice of his crush, Jessica.
Jessica, hey Morty, I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out later.
Morty, eager to make a good impression, tells her he's on an important mission with Rick and can't make it. But as soon as he hangs up, Rick smirks at him.
Oh, Morty, you're not seriously falling for that arsenic's tricks, are you? You're not exactly their type.
Morty, indignant, insists that he knows how to talk to girls and demands that Rick let him handle the situation. They beam down to the alien planet, where Morty puts on his best game. But as soon as he starts chatting up the arsenic, the aliens around them start staring in awe. Morty is confused until they start bowing and chanting his name.
Ah, Rick, what did I do?
Rick scans the area and realizes they've mistaken Morty for an arsenic Casanova, whose legendary reputation precedes him across the galaxy.
Looks like you've got a bit of a reputation now, Morty. Congratulations.
Morty suddenly finds himself surrounded by eager suitors and has to use all his wits and a few questionable gadgets from Rick to navigate this bizarre new role.
This is crazy, Rick. How do I get out of this?
Relax, Morty. Just have some fun. Besides, who knows what kind of alien STDs you'll bring back to Earth.
The episode culminates in a hilarious showdown between Morty's suitors and a rival Casanova, as Morty realizes that he may not be cut out for the lifestyle of a galaxy-trotting love interest.
I don't know, Rick. I think I just want to go home and play video games.
That's my boy. We'll get you back to Earth soon enough. But who knows, maybe you'll get another chance to break some hearts someday.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty warping away, leaving a confused and heartbroken group of arsenics in their wake. Rick and Morty are flying through space when they come across a broken traffic light sitting on the side of a road next to a trash can and a cigarette holder. Rick, being the curious scientist he is, decides to investigate.
Morty, look at this broken traffic light. It could be the key to unlocking a whole new dimension of physics.
Rick, it's just a traffic light.
Just a traffic light? Morty, have you never heard of chaos theory? One small change can have huge ramifications.
Meanwhile, the Three Stooges are burning and screaming in hell in photorealistic HD 4K PA. The images are so realistic and graphic that Morty starts to feel queasy.
Rick, I don't know if I can handle this. Those images are giving me nightmares.
Oh, Morty, you can't handle a little hellfire? You gotta toughen up.
Morty turns away from the screen and throws up into a trash can, which happens to be next to the broken traffic light.
Wait a minute, Morty. That trash can, the traffic light, and your vomit could be the key to the ultimate scientific breakthrough.
Doubtfully, really, Rick?
Of course, Morty. Haven't you ever heard of the laws of thermodynamics? The garbage, the traffic light, and your vomit could create a new form of energy that could power the entire universe.
Skeptically, I don't know, Rick. That sounds pretty far-fetched.
Nonsense, Morty. Science is all about taking risks.
As Rick and Morty start to experiment with the trash can, traffic light, and vomit, they suddenly get sucked into a time vortex.
Whoa, Morty, looks like our experiment had more power than we thought. We're in a whole new dimension now.
Panicking, what do we do now, Rick?
Just relax, Morty. I've been in this situation before. We just need to find a way to reverse the polarity of the flux capacitor and we'll be back home in no time.
Morty starts to hyperventilate as Rick tinkers with the controls. Suddenly, they're back in their own dimension, and the broken traffic light, trash can, and cigarette holder have inexplicably turned into gold.
Smugly. I told you, Morty. Science is all about taking risks. Now let's go sell this gold and make a fortune.
Wearily, can we at least make a bathroom stop first, Rick?
Sarcastically. Sure, Morty. Let's just stop at the next gas station in hell.
Title: The Intergalactic Harmony of Hubert Blaine Wolfeschleger Steinhausen Bergedorf Sr.
Abstract. In this episode, a group of diverse animals were observed walking across a lush green field adjacent to a dense foggy forest. Meanwhile, in the galaxy sector OPZA-003, the Intergalactic Council summoned Hubert Blaine Wolfeschleger Steinhausen Bergedorf Sr. to discuss the cosmic web. Using advanced technology and interdisciplinary approaches, the Council and Hubert engaged in a deep dialogue concerning the complexities of the cosmic web and its impact on interstellar harmony. Through the exchange of ideas and shared perspectives, a deeper understanding of the cosmic web was attained, leading to a new era of intergalactic unity.
Scene 1. A group of animals walking across lush green field.
Narrator. The camera focuses on a group of animals, consisting of a lion, a jaguar, a zebra, and a rhinoceros, meandering across a lush green field next to the trees and bushes in a foggy forest. The animals move in harmony, exhibiting a diverse range of behaviors typical of their respective species.
Lion, roar.
Jaguar, growl.
Zebra, neigh.
Rhinoceros, snort.
Scene 2. The Intergalactic Council discussing the cosmic web with Hubert.
Narrator. In the galaxy sector OPZA-003, the Intergalactic Council summoned Hubert Blaine Wolfeschleger Steinhausen Bergedorf Sr. to discuss the cosmic web and its impact on interstellar harmony. The Council, consisting of representatives from various star systems, used advanced technology and interdisciplinary approaches to facilitate the discussion.
Council Member 1. The cosmic web is a complex network of galaxies and gas that spans the entire universe. It plays a vital role in galaxy formation and the evolution of the universe.
Hubert. Yes, the cosmic web is a fascinating topic. It is the foundation of the universe's structure and holds many secrets yet to be discovered.
Council Member 2. The cosmic web also impacts interstellar harmony, as the alignment of galaxies can affect the gravitational pull of stars and planets.
Hubert. Indeed, the cosmic web has a significant impact on interstellar harmony. Its delicate balance must be maintained to prevent catastrophic events from occurring.
Council Member 3. We must work together to understand the cosmic web fully and ensure that its intricate structure remains in equilibrium.
Hubert. I agree completely. Collaboration and interdisciplinary approaches are necessary to unlock the mysteries of the cosmic web and ensure interstellar harmony.
Narrator. Through the exchange of ideas and shared perspectives, a deeper understanding of the cosmic web was attained, leading to a new era of intergalactic unity. The animals walking across the lush green field nearby continued their harmonious journey, blissfully unaware of the larger cosmic dance occurring in the far reaches of space.
Title: The Black Object Mystery at Andromeda Outpost Zephyr 3.
The scene opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer in the Smith family living room with a newscast playing on the TV. The news anchor reports on a mysterious object that has been spotted in the middle of a snowy field, with mountains in the background. The camera then cuts to a photorealistic HD 4K POV shot of the Blumenthal conglomerate's leader Leopold Schultz and his board members having a meeting in the Andromeda Outpost Zephyr 3.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned mystery, folks. And the best way to solve this mystery is with science.
But we don't even know what the object is, Rick.
That's why we need to get to the Andromeda Outpost Zephyr 3. They'll have all the latest gadgets and gizmos we need to solve this mystery.
Do you really think they'll just let us in?
Rick, isn't that outpost like millions of light years away?
ESH. Details, Summer. Details. Anyways, let's get going.
The scene then transitions into Rick's spaceship flying through galaxies and dodging space debris, finally landing at the Andromeda Outpost Zephyr 3. The group is greeted by Leopold Schultz and his board members.
Leopold Schultz. Ah, the famous Rick Sanchez. I've heard a lot about you and your scientific exploits.
Yeah, whatever. We're here to solve the mystery of the black object.
Board Member 1. Ah yes, the black object.
We're still trying to analyze its properties and determine its origins.
Board member 2. It appeared out of nowhere one day, and since then, it has been emitting strange energy readings.
Well, let's not waste any time then. Show us where it is.
The camera then cuts to the group standing in front of the black object. Morty reaches out to touch it, but Rick stops him.
Hold on, Morty. We don't know what kind of energy this thing is giving off. It could be dangerous.
But we still haven't figured out what it is.
What if it's an alien artifact?
Or what if it's some kind of advanced technological device?
Suddenly, the black object begins emitting a bright light, causing the group to shield their eyes. The camera then cuts to a shot of Rick's spaceship flying away from the Andromeda outpost Zephyr 3.
Well, that was a bust. But hey, we learned something new today. Always wear sunglasses when dealing with mysterious objects.
Yeah, but we still don't know what it was.
Or where it came from.
Or what it wanted.
Don't worry, guys. We'll figure it out. But for now, let's get some interdimensional ice cream.
The scene ends with the group walking towards the interdimensional ice cream parlor, laughing and joking. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a quest to play a highly advanced version of the classic board game, Scrabble. The game is designed to test their linguistic and logical prowess, as well as their ability to think outside the box.
This game is ridiculous. It's like someone took the Oxford English Dictionary and put it in a blender with a thesaurus and a quantum computer.
I don't know if I can handle this. My brain feels like it's on fire.
As they play, they begin to realize that the game is not just a game, but a portal to alternate dimensions. They find themselves traveling through time and space, encountering strange creatures and solving complex puzzles along the way. I don't really understand what's going on, but this beer is really helping.
I don't think I've ever seen Dad this excited about anything before.
As they reach the final level of the game, they come face to face with Roy Mustang, a brilliant linguist and mathematician who created the game as a way to test the limits of human intelligence.
Roy Mustang, you've made it this far, but can you solve the ultimate puzzle?
Bring it on, Mustang. We're ready for anything.
As they work together to solve the puzzle, they realize that the true key to unlocking the portal lies not in their intelligence, but in their ability to make each other laugh.
Wait, I think I've got it. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh, this ought to be good.
To get to the other side.
As they burst into laughter, the portal opens and they are transported back to their own dimension.
Well, that was certainly an adventure.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for another beer. In the end, they realize that no matter how advanced or complex a game may be, the most important thing is to have fun and enjoy the company of those you love.
Title: The Horse Cover Paradox.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen entering a portal and arriving in an unknown planet. They are surprised to find a blue and white horse standing in the grass with a blue cover over its head and a white horse standing in the grass behind it.
Morty, this is a classic example of the horse cover paradox. It's a phenomenon where a blue and white horse with a blue cover over its head cannot exist in the same universe as a white horse standing behind it. This is buck wild.
Rick, I think the white horse is just standing there. It's not doing anything.
Morty, that's where you're wrong. The white horse is a silent observer and its presence changes the entire fabric of the universe. Now come on, we've got some science to do.
Middle scene.
The family is called upon for assistance as Rick and Morty try to figure out the horse cover paradox. They discover that each member of the family has an animal in their big-ass booty holes.
This is it, Morty. We finally discovered the missing link to the horse cover paradox. Each member of the family has an animal in their big-ass booty holes. Let's do some extractions and see if it changes the fabric of the universe.
What? An animal in my big-ass booty holes? No way. I'm not doing this.
Jerry, just let them do it. It's for the greater good of science.
I don't have an animal in my big-ass booty holes, do I?
Oh, you definitely do, Summer. Now hold still.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty extract the animals from the family's big-ass booty holes and find that it does indeed change the fabric of the universe. The blue and white horse disappears and is replaced by a purple and yellow chicken wearing a red hat.
Whoa, Morty, this is crazy. The horse cover paradox has been solved. We just needed to extract animals from people's big-ass booty holes. I'd say that's a pretty successful experiment.
Rick, I don't think we should tell people about this. They might not take it too well.
Oh, Morty, you're such a worrywart. Let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
End of episode.
Morty, what the hell is going on here?
Rick, you gotta try this. It's butter mixed with mayonnaise, it's amazing.
Morty, that's disgusting. You can't just mix two fatty condiments together and think it's a good idea.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Morty's eating some weird butter and mayo concoction.
That doesn't sound so bad. I'd try it.
Jerry, please don't encourage him.
You guys just don't appreciate my genius taste buds.
Morty, you're turning green. Maybe it's time to stop.
No way, I'm gonna finish this whole jar.
Morty, you're gonna be sick.
I feel fine. Pause. Oh, wait. Vomits.
Wow, that was a lot of vomit.
I think we need to take Morty to the hospital.
Guys. Alright, I guess I'll take him. But let this be a lesson. Morty, sometimes your ideas are not worth pursuing. Especially when it comes to mixing butter and mayo.
Weekly, I know, Rick. I'm sorry.
Episode ends with Rick carrying Morty out of the kitchen, covered in vomit.
Title: The Bioluminescent Field.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through different dimensions when suddenly they find themselves in a beautiful field covered with exotic, psychedelic flowers and trees. Morty, fascinated by the beauty, tries to touch the bioluminescent roots of the flowers, but Rick stops him and explains that these roots contain an unknown substance that could be dangerous.
Morty, don't touch that. These roots contain an undiscovered substance that could be potentially harmful to you.
As they continue walking, they come across two deer standing in the field, grazing. Suddenly, one of the deer starts glowing and transforms into a colorful fawn. This triggers a series of events when Rick and Morty meet the exotic fawns and realize that they are intelligent beings from another planet.
Whoa, what are these things? They look like they're from another planet.
They're fawns, Summer. Fawns from another planet.
What? Fawns from another planet? That's ridiculous.
Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family are now on a mission to discover more about these exotic fawns and their bioluminescent roots. They soon learn that the roots contain a rare substance that could be used to cure a deadly disease on Earth.
Wow, Rick, if we can use these roots to cure diseases, we could save so many lives.
That's the idea, Morty. But we have to be careful. We don't know what kind of effects this substance could have on humans.
the family starts collecting the roots while avoiding the dangerous creatures that inhabit the field. However, as they are about to leave, they are confronted by the leader of the fawns, who demands that they leave the roots behind.
Fawn leader, you have no right to take our roots. They belong to our people and our planet.
Listen, buddy, we just want to help. We're not here to harm anyone.
In the end, Rick and Morty end up sharing their discovery with the fawns and working together to find a way to use the substance to help both Earth and the fawns' planet. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and the family saying goodbye to the fawns as they prepare to leave the field.
Well, that was certainly a scientific adventure.
And a psychedelic one, too.
I just hope we don't come across any more extraterrestrial fawns anytime soon.
Title: Interdimensional Desert Bikers.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty driving their ship through an interdimensional wormhole towards the Andromeda Galaxy. Rick explains that they are on a mission to steal a valuable piece of technology from the Blumenthal conglomerate, a multi-dimensional, multi-trillion-dollar corporation that specializes in intergalactic travel and advanced technology. As they land their ship on the Andromeda outpost Zephyr 3, they stumble upon a group of people sitting on a motorcycle in the desert with a dog on the side of the road. Morty suggests they stop and help them, but Rick is dismissive and insists they stick to the mission. Upon infiltrating the Blumenthal headquarters, Rick and Morty stumble into a board meeting where the photorealistic HD 4K POV of the Blumenthal conglomerate's leader, Leopold Schultz, is being displayed. The board members discuss their latest invention, a time-traveling motorcycle that can traverse any dimension.
Leopold Schultz. Gentlemen, we are on the verge of revolutionizing the transportation industry. With the time-traveling motorcycle, we can access any point in time and any point in the multiverse. The possibilities are endless.
Rick, a time-traveling motorcycle? That's it, Morty. We're stealing this baby.
Morty. Rick, what about the mission to steal the other thing?
Rick, forget that, Morty. This is much more important.
The episode then becomes a wacky, high-speed chase as Rick and Morty engage in a dangerous motorcycle race through different dimensions, pursued by the Blumenthal conglomerate security forces. As they race through different dimensions, they encounter strange creatures, hilarious scenarios, and plenty of Rick and Morty-style humor. The climax of the episode sees Rick and Morty crash the motorcycle in a dystopian dimension that's ruled by sentient alien cats. Cornered by the Blumenthal conglomerate security forces, Rick and Morty must use their wits to escape and retrieve the time-traveling motorcycle.
Rick, well, you can take us in or you can come with us on this ride of a lifetime.
Morty. Yeah, come on guys. Live a little.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, the Blumenthal conglomerate security officers, and a group of alien cats riding the time-traveling motorcycle into the sunset, laughing and having a good time.
Title: The Effect of Soil pH on Fruit Quality.
Intro. In this episode, we observe the impact of soil pH on the quality of fruits. A pile of fruit, consisting of ripe oranges, lemons, and grapefruits, sit atop a mound of grass near a tree adorned with string lights. We begin our endeavor by analyzing the soil's pH, which we determine to be slightly acidic at a pH of 6.2.
Character 1. Based on our observations, we have selected a Badugi tree as our subject for this experiment.
Character 2. Yes, and we have also prepared 3 different samples of soil with varying pH levels of 6.0, 7.0, and 8.0.
Character 1.
We will be monitoring the growth and quality of the fruit produced by the Badugi tree as it is exposed to each of the soil samples.
Our experiment begins with the placement of the Badugi tree in soil with a pH of 6.0. After a week of growth, we observe a noticeable decline in the quality of the fruit produced, with discoloration and stunted growth.
Character 2. This indicates that the acidic nature of the soil is hindering the Badugi tree's development.
Moving forward, we transfer the tree to soil with a pH of 7.0. Over the next few days, we observe significant growth in the tree and lush, vibrant fruit.
Character 1. The neutral pH of the soil has allowed for optimal nutrient absorption, resulting in the growth and quality of the fruit.
Finally, we place the Badugi tree in soil with a pH of 8.0. To our surprise, the fruit that was produced was overmatured, shriveled, and inedible.
Character 2. It is clear that the alkaline nature of the soil has resulted in the overabsorption of nutrients, leading to an unideal chemical response in the fruit.
In conclusion, soil pH has a profound impact on the growth and quality of fruit. Based on our experiment, we recommend maintaining a more balanced soil pH of 7.0 for optimal fruit production. This episode provides valuable insights for farmers and growers aiming to optimize their fruit production.
Title: The Nose Ring Paradox.
In this episode, Rick creates a device that can manipulate nose rings in the nose. He explains the scientific principles of how nose rings work in the nose, leading to Jerry's understanding.
The electrical signals produced by the nose rings alter the molecular structure of the nose, opening up new pathways for increased sensitivity. It's like unlocking hidden potential.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick.
I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure about this. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, Beth walks in and accidentally activates the device, causing a mirror to shatter and a grotesque face to emerge from the shards.
What in the universe is that?
Oh, that's just the nose ring paradox. The device creates a chain reaction that leads to a complete breakdown of the nose structure, resulting in the most horrific and grotesque face imaginable.
That's insane, Rick.
Jerry tries to remove the device from Beth's nose, but accidentally activates it again, causing the face to grow even larger. Oh no, what have I done?
Don't worry, Jerry, I got this.
Rick uses a series of complex scientific calculations to reverse the effects of the device, leading to the collapse of the nose ring paradox.
There you have it, problem solved.
Beth's nose returns to its original state, and the family looks on in relief.
That was one crazy adventure.
Yeah, I'm never messing with nose rings again.
Thanks, Rick. You saved the day.
No problem. Now let's go get some pizza and forget about this mess.
The family walks off together as the camera pans out on the shattered mirror.
Title: The Multidimensional Chaos Theory.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on a multi-dimensional journey filled with chaos and randomness. The adventure begins when Rick discovers a mysterious portal while tinkering with his portal gun. The trio decides to investigate the portal, leading them to encounter different versions of themselves across multiple dimensions.
What? Rick won.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are lounging in the living room when Rick begins tinkering with his portal gun. After a few adjustments, he discovers a new portal that he has never seen before. Excited by the new discovery, Rick convinces Morty and Summer to follow him through the portal.
Act 2.
Upon arriving in the new dimension, the trio is immediately confronted by alternate versions of themselves. They quickly realize that the new dimension they are in is a hub for various timelines and versions of themselves. Chaos and hilarity ensue as they race to navigate through the multiverse and find their way back home.
Morty, make sure you're holding on tight. We're about to embark on a multi-dimensional journey that will leave you questioning your entire existence.
Act 3.
As the trio travels through the multiverse, they encounter various versions of themselves, including a version of Rick who has turned himself into a pickle permanently and a version of Summer who has become an intergalactic ruler. The group quickly discovers that they are not the only ones traveling through the multiverse, as they run into other travelers and versions of themselves.
What if we're just a simulation of ourselves in another dimension? Everything we know could be fake.
Act 4.
The chaos culminates in a confrontation with an evil version of Morty, who has taken over a dimension and enslaved all versions of himself. Our Morty must outsmart his evil counterpart and save the dimension from total destruction.
I never thought I'd have to fight myself, but I guess there's a first time for everything.
Act 5.
After defeating the evil Morty, the trio finally finds their way back home. Though tired and bewildered, they realize that they have grown closer as a family.
Well, that was quite an adventure, wasn't it? I'm just glad we made it out in one piece.
Yeah, but I don't think I want to travel through the multiverse again anytime soon.
Speak for yourself, Morty. That was the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me.
Title: Space Station Sabotage, a multidimensional love story.
Introduction.
In this episode, the protagonists Jerry, a humanoid male, and his partner, a humanoid female, are stationed on a space station encountering a crisis. To their surprise, they are accompanied by a sophisticated robot unit. The plot revolves around the subversion of the space station's critical systems by unknown entities. Jerry, an overconfident and equally deluded character, tries to flirt with multiple female counterparts in different parallel universes. However, the episode takes a sharp turn when Morty, a spider person, learns that he has a love child in another dimension.
Characters.
Jerry, a humanoid male stationed aboard the space station. Jerry's female partner, a humanoid female stationed aboard the space station. The robot unit, an advanced piece of technology. Morty, a spider person who realizes he has a love child in another dimension.
Act 1.
Jerry, attempting to appear charming, approaches various humanoid females in different parallel universes with painfully overused pickup lines. The robot unit, observing from a distance, quickly tires of Jerry's attempts and begins to distance itself from him. Suddenly, the space station's warning lights begin flashing, alerting the crew of an imminent malfunction in the station's security system.
Act 2.
Jerry and his partner investigate the problem while Morty discovers, to his horror, that he has a love child in another dimension. As he comes to terms with this reality, he contemplates reaching out to his estranged child to weave a familial bond.
Act 3.
The space station's security system has been compromised, and the crew encounters Blimples, a highly intelligent entity who has infiltrated the station's systems to carry out a nefarious scheme. Jerry, realizing the dire consequences of the situation, attempts to redeem himself and contribute to the resolution of the crisis.
Act 4.
Morty, torn between his responsibilities as a father and his duties aboard the space station, reaches a decision and connects with his love child, forming a touching and emotional reunion. Meanwhile, Jerry, with robot unit support, manages to thwart Blimple's scheme, thereby saving the space station from absolute destruction.
Conclusion.
In this episode, we witnessed a dramatic and multidimensional love story unfold amidst a crisis. We observed Jerry's attempts to transform his identity into a multiverse ladies man, Morty's emotional journey towards fatherhood, and the robot unit's invaluable contribution to the station's survival. Our analysis of this episode highlights the interconnectivity of emotions, responsibilities, and consequences, thereby adding to our understanding of complex human relationships in disparate dimensions.
Title: The Cosmic Crochet Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves transported to a realm where everything around them is made of knitted objects, including a group of knitted objects laying on a green surface with a pink heart on the ground next to them. Rick, being the genius he is, realizes that they have entered the realm of cosmic crochet, a dimension where the very fabric of reality is woven together using yarn and needles.
As they explore this strange new world, they come across a group of sentient crocheted creatures who are embroiled in a bitter dispute over Love Island, a reality TV show they have been watching. Morty tries to reason with them, explaining that Love Island is just a show and not worth fighting over, but the creatures refuse to listen. Rick, however, has a plan. He creates a device that allows him to enter the crochet realm and take on the persona of a contestant on Love Island. He quickly becomes a fan favorite, using his scientific knowledge to impress and woo his fellow contestants. But when Morty discovers that Rick's device has a flaw that could strand them in the crochet realm forever, he must use his own ingenuity to save the day. With a little help from the crocheted creatures and a lot of quick thinking, Morty manages to fix the device just in time, and he and Rick escape back to their own reality. As they leave the crochet realm behind, Rick turns to Morty and says, "Well, Morty, looks like we never have to worry about crocheting our way out of a situation again." Morty responds, "Thank God, Rick. My fingers were starting to cramp up just thinking about it."
Characters.
The brilliant scientist who comes up with a plan to save the day.
Rick's grandson and partner in crime, who must use his own ingenuity to fix Rick's plan.
Sentient crocheted creatures, the feuding creatures who are obsessed with Love Island.
Reality TV show contestants. The characters on Love Island who Rick interacts with.
Title: The Scapulae Radish Dystopian Megacity Noir.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick creates a device that can harness the power of radishes to fuel his spaceship. However, while testing it out, Rick accidentally transports the entire Smith family to a dystopian megacity noir world. To get back to their own reality, they must navigate the dangerous city and find a way to power Rick's device with the city's unique energy source, the scapulae of its inhabitants.
Scene 1.
Morty, buckle up. We're about to test out my new radish energy converter.
Rick, are you sure it's safe? Last time you tried to power the ship with potatoes, we ended up in a parallel universe.
Oh, don't be such a worrywart, Morty. This is pure science.
Scene 2.
As Rick initiates the radish energy converter, a blinding light engulfs the ship. When it dissipates, they find themselves in a foggy, noir-style cityscape. What the hell is going on? Where are we?
Looks like we're in some kind of dystopian megacity. Rick, did you do this?
Relax, Beth. It's just a minor hiccup. Nothing a few scapulae can't fix.
Scene 3.
As they venture into the city, they encounter a group of tough-looking characters.
The locals. Looks like we're in the right place.
Rick, these people look dangerous.
Relax, Morty. They'll be putty in our hands once they see what we have to offer.
Scene 4.
After some negotiating, the locals lead them to a warehouse filled with scapulae.
Now this is what I'm talking about. These scapulae are going to power my radish converter for years to come.
Rick, this is messed up. You can't just take these people's bones.
Yeah, man. This is some black market stuff.
Oh, don't be such stick in the muds. This is science, baby.
Scene 5.
As they begin to harvest the scapulae, they are confronted by the city's ruler, a giant bird.
Bird, what do you think you're doing in my city?
Oh, just some harmless bone collecting. Nothing to see here, bird brain.
Bird, those scapulae belong to my people. If you want to leave the city alive, you'll need to face me in a battle of wits.
Scene 6.
In a battle of wits, Rick and the bird go head-to-head in a series of high-stakes scientific challenges.
Ah, I knew the answer to that one before you even finished the question.
Bird, impressive, but can you handle this?
After a grueling match, Rick emerges victorious.
Ah, looks like science beats bird brains every time.
Scene 7.
With the bird defeated, they are able to power Rick's radish converter and return to their own reality.
That was a crazy adventure, Rick. I never want to go back there again.
Agreed. That place was a nightmare.
Yeah, and I don't even like radishes.
Don't worry, Jerry. I've got some potato-based plans in the works for our next adventure.
The end.
Title: The Green-Eyed Monster.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new invention. Jerry walks in to ask for Rick's help with a pest problem in his garden. Rick scoffs at Jerry's request and dismisses him, much to Morty's chagrin.
Jerry, you're always bothering me with your trivial problems. Can't you handle a few bugs yourself?
Come on, Rick, he's just asking for some help. Can't we spare a few minutes?
Fine, but I'm not making any guarantees.
Jerry leads Rick and Morty to his garden, where they find a strange, green-eyed creature wreaking havoc on his plants. Rick quickly recognizes the creature as a supernatural demon and decides to capture it for further study.
Morty, hand me the demon containment unit. This one's a doozy.
Morty hands Rick the device, but as soon as Rick activates it, the demon's face morphs into a grotesque and horrifying expression.
Whoa, what the hell is this thing? It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Summer arrives on the scene and is immediately drawn to the demon's green eyes.
Oh, those eyes are so cool. I wonder if they're radioactive or something.
Rick warns Summer to stay away from the demon, but she ignores him and reaches out to touch it. The demon's face morphs again, this time into an even more terrifying expression.
Summer, you shouldn't have done that. Look what you've done.
The demon escapes from the containment unit and begins wreaking havoc on the neighborhood. Rick and Morty chase after it, but every time they get close, the demon's face morphs into a more terrifying expression, causing them to freeze in fear. What's going on? Why are you guys just standing there?
Shut up, Jerry. Can't you see we're dealing with a serious scientific anomaly here?
After several failed attempts to capture the demon, Rick realizes that the only way to stop it is to confront the source of its power, the green eyes. He creates a machine that sucks the energy out of the eyes, causing the demon to shrivel up and disappear.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing. How did you come up with that?
Simple science, Summer. When you're dealing with a supernatural demon, you have to think outside the box.
The episode ends with a close-up of the now empty containment unit, with the green eyes glowing ominously in the background.
Title: Uranus Unfaithful Uproar.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel to Uranus to investigate strange readings coming from the planet's surface. Upon arrival, they discover that the planet's inhabitants have been using mind control technology to turn innocent citizens into a legion of super soldiers.
Ekwan.
Morty, we have to go to Uranus. There have been some strange readings coming from the planet's surface.
Oh, do we really have to go? Every time we go to a planet, it's always some crazy, dangerous situation.
But, are you too scared to face the unknown, Morty? Plus, we gotta investigate these readings before they become a full-blown Uranus unfaithful uproar.
Act 2.
Upon arrival on Uranus, Rick and Morty encounter a man in a Star Wars costume standing on a street with a neon light behind him and a city in the background.
Man in Star Wars costume. Greetings, travelers. I am a cybersecurity analyst for the Uranus government. We've been having some trouble with unauthorized intrusions into our systems.
Ah, you expect me to believe that a government that leaves their entire planet exposed to cosmic rays has any concept of cybersecurity?
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty continue their investigation, they stumble upon a fisherman who reveals that he's been catching fish with strange glowing eyes.
Fisherman. I don't know what's going on, but the fish around here are acting strange. They're more aggressive, and their eyes are glowing like they're possessed or something.
Oh no, not the fish too.
Looks like we've got some classic mind control technology at work here. We need to find the source and shut it down.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty sneak into a secret laboratory where they find a group of scientists working on the mind control technology.
Scientist 1, what are you doing here? This is a restricted area.
Oh, just stopping by to shut down your evil mind control operation.
Scientist 2, you'll never stop us. We have an army of mind-controlled super soldiers at our disposal.
Act 5.
After a thrilling battle with the mind-controlled soldiers, Rick and Morty are able to destroy the mind control technology, freeing the citizens of Uranus.
I can't believe we just saved an entire planet from mind control.
Yeah, let's not get too cocky. We've still got a universe full of crazy *T to deal with.
As they leave Uranus, Rick and Morty reflect on their adventure.
You know, I learned something today. Sometimes the unknown can be scary, but it's always worth investigating.
Ah, good one, Morty. Maybe I'll write it on a bumper sticker or something.
Title: The Intestinal Expedition.
The episode starts off with Rick frantically typing on his keyboard while Morty looks concerned in the background. A computer screen with a keyboard is shown, displaying a program that Rick has been working on for weeks. Morty, I've done it. I've created a microscopic device that will allow us to explore the depths of the small intestine. Rick announces. Beth, eager to join the adventure, decides to accompany Rick and Morty on their journey. As the three enter the device, they shrink down and are transported into the digestive system. They find themselves on a boat, sailing through the stomach acid.
Looks like I should have pulled that boat. Rick laughed as they approached a fork in the intestine. Suddenly, they hear a loud, familiar sound. Diddy Kong.
To their surprise, Diddy Kong appears from out of nowhere and joins them on their journey. The four of them soon encounter a group of sentient cells that have formed a tortuous labyrinth. They must navigate through the maze in order to make it to the end of the intestine. Meanwhile, Beth is crowned the queen of a matriarchal alien society that inhabits the middle section of the intestine. She is given a grand tour of their civilization and is shown their advanced technology, which includes a machine that extracts essential nutrients from food. Morty, on the other hand, finds himself caught in a love triangle between two alien princesses. He must choose between the royalty of the antiperspirant gland and the hepatic portal vein. As the group finally reaches the end of the small intestine, they are met with a surprise, the "I should buy a boat" meme. The meme takes on a physical form and challenges them to a battle of wits. The group must use their scientific knowledge and quick thinking in order to defeat the giant meme and escape the intestine. In the end, the group emerges victorious and returns to their normal size. Rick, Morty, and Beth reflect on their adventure and the valuable life lessons they have learned. Who knew we could learn so much about science and love in the small intestine? Morty wondered.
The multiverse and shenanigans.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty watching a sci-fi film with a giant robot attacking an ant in a spacesuit in a Star Wars helmet.
Oh Morty, this is another user truck. We need something different to spice things up.
Oh, what do you have in mind?
I have a PhD in advanced physics and engineering, Morty. I always have something in mind.
Cut to Rick tinkering in his lab with the help of Claude Shannon, the father of modern digital circuit design.
Claude, my boy, I need your expertise for this one. I'm building a robot that can traverse through infinite multiverses, but I need it to run on quantum computing.
Claude Shannon, Rick, that's impossible. The quantum computer's algorithms are too unstable for that kind of power.
Nonsense, Claude. Nothing is impossible, only improbable.
Meanwhile, Summer is busy managing a Dairy Queen franchise while Ribs, the restaurant owner next door, is trying to steal her employees.
Look, Ribs. I know you want to take over the soft serve market, but you can't just come in here and steal my employees.
Ribs. But you don't understand, Summer. My ribs are getting cold, and I need to sell them before they go bad.
Well, maybe you should work on your marketing strategy instead of stealing my employees.
Back in the lab, Rick's robot, nicknamed Tinkles, is ready for its multiverse adventure. Morty's romance novel about his adventures in the multiverse becomes a bestseller.
Rick, I can't believe people are buying my romance novel. It's based on our adventures in the multiverse.
Morty, that's because you're a lovable loser with a heart of gold. People can't get enough of that.
As Tinkles activates the quantum computer, Rick and Morty are transported to a parallel universe where they meet their alternate selves who are actually successful and responsible members of society.
Alternate, oh hey guys, welcome to the responsible and successful multiverse. We don't have time for your shenanigans here. Shenanigans? Morty's a best-selling author now. Watch your tone, alternate Rick.
As Tinkles malfunctions, Rick and Morty find themselves in an alternate universe where everything is made of ribs.
Rick, what's going on? Why is everything made of ribs?
Morty, this is what happens when you mess with quantum computing. But hey, let's enjoy the view and grab some ribs while we're at it.
As they make their way back home, Rick and Morty realize that their multiverse adventure was all a dream caused by Tinkles' malfunction.
Oh man, I can't believe it was all a dream. I was so happy being a best-selling author.
Well, Morty, sometimes our dreams are better than reality. But that's life in the multiverse for you. Anything can happen.
Title: Interdimensional Affairs and Caffeine-Induced Hallucinations.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty hastily leaving an alternate dimension to escape from an army of hostile aliens. As they arrive at their home dimension, the duo is greeted by a man sitting at the table adorned with a crown on the wall behind him. Rick, intrigued by the royal insignia, engages in a conversation with a mysterious monarch while Morty can't stop thinking about his caffeine cravings.
So, what brings the king of this dimension to our humble abode?
King, I have come to retrieve my dear love, Beth Smith, who has been having an affair with me for quite some time now.
Wait, what? Mom had an affair with an interdimensional king?
As the family drama unfolds, Morty decides to drown his emotions in a cup of coffee and heads to the local coffee shop. However, things take a surreal turn when he begins to hallucinate after downing too much caffeine. He finds himself in a bizarre dream sequence where he teams up with Elton John to defeat a coffee bean monster.
I can see sounds, man. And Elton John's here for some reason.
Meanwhile, Rick, Beth, and the King get into a heated argument, where Rick questions the King's intentions and the ethical implications of interdimensional affairs. As the argument reaches a crescendo, Bentley Little, an acclaimed horror author, appears out of nowhere and offers his unique perspective on the matter.
You, Bentley Little, what are you doing here?
Bentley Little, I couldn't resist the opportunity to witness the chaos and cosmic horror that interdimensional affairs bring. It's wonderful material for my next book. Now, where's the nearest bar?
In the end, the family is able to reconcile their differences and mend their relationships while Morty recovers from his caffeine-induced hallucinations. Wow, what a wild ride! This is better than that book I read where a haunted car took over the world.
Yeah, and just in time for dinner. And no, we're not having anything with coffee in it, Morty.
Title: The Time-Traveling Film Cruise Roulette Reality, a cholecystectomy in nebula needles.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty flying through space on their shuttle, the Shuttler's Cook. Beth, Summer, and a group of time-traveling film crew members also join in the ride. Suddenly, they encounter a strange message that reads, "Shuttler's Cook," on their shuttle's control panel.
What is this amateur hour? Who wrote this message?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it's some kind of code.
Or a warning.
Suddenly, the shuttle starts to shake and the stars in the background blur. The group finds themselves transported to a cosmic casino where they must play roulette to escape. The stakes are high, with their lives on the line.
This is crazy. How do we know where to bet?
Simple, use the scientific method. Observe the patterns of the wheel, calculate the odds, and place your bets accordingly.
The group places their bets and, miraculously, they win. They are granted passage through the cosmic casino's portal, but not before being approached by James Charles, who tries to sell them makeup products.
James Charles? Hey guys, need some makeup to look good in any timeline? My palette has colors that will make you look out of this world.
The group declines his offer and continues their journey, but not before Morty needs an emergency cholecystectomy. Rick improvises and uses nebula needles to perform the operation.
That was painful, Rick. But at least you saved my life.
Hey, it was nothing. Just another day in the multiverse.
The group finally makes their way back to their timeline, but not before encountering more crazy adventures and scientific mishaps.
Well, that was one wild ride. I hope our insurance covers this.
Hey, Rick, can we do this again someday?
Maybe, but next time let's bring some more snacks. I'm starving.
The group laughs as the Shuttler's Cook flies off into the endless void of space.
Title: The Amphibian Anomaly.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are at the lab analyzing data on their latest adventure.
Morty, we need to hurry up and finish analyzing this data. There seems to be a new anomaly in the universe.
What is it, Rick? Another planet collapsing?
No, Morty, something much more peculiar. It's a frog sitting on a branch with a green glow on its back and a yellow light on its head.
What does that mean, Rick? Is it a signal for an alien invasion or something?
No, Morty, according to my calculations, this is a rare extraterrestrial frog that has the ability to produce a unique quantum binary code.
Whoa, Rick! This sounds like some serious science stuff. What do we do now?
We have to capture the frog and study its code in order to understand its purpose, Morty.
As Rick and Morty begin to track down the frog, they stumble upon a group of aliens attempting to abduct the frog.
Morty, we can't let these aliens take the frog. We need to use our advanced technology to save it.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
I've got a plan, Morty. We're gonna build an interdimensional portal and transport the frog to a planet far away from here.
As Rick and Morty successfully escape with the frog, they arrive at a planet filled with strange and unusual creatures.
Wow, Rick! This planet is amazing! I wonder what kind of secrets it holds.
Well, Morty, we've got a job to do. Let's start analyzing this frog's code.
After analyzing the frog's code, Rick and Morty discover a hidden message encoded within it.
Morty, this frog's code contains a message from an advanced civilization warning us about a catastrophic event set to happen in our solar system.
What do we do, Rick? We've never faced something like this before.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan. We need to gather as many cleared items as possible and construct a device that can protect Earth from the upcoming event.
As Rick and Morty gather various cleared items from people's homes, they construct a device that can protect Earth from the catastrophic event.
Alright, Morty, the device is complete. Let's activate it and save the world.
As the event approaches, Rick and Morty activate the device and successfully protect Earth from the catastrophic event.
Wow, Rick! We did it! We saved the world!
That's what we do, Morty. We're the smartest beings in the universe.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning the frog to its original habitat and reflecting on their latest adventure.
Title: Interdimensional Coffee Break.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty analyzing the latest multiverse data from the Citadel of Ricks when they received a distress signal from Jerry. Upon arrival, they found Jerry and Beth discussing their marriage over coffee.
Jerry has been distant lately. It's like he's always on his phone, and I don't know who he's talking to.
Sounds like typical Jerry behavior.
Relax, Beth. Let's use my interdimensional phone tracking device to find out who he's talking to.
As they track Jerry's phone, they stumble upon a surprising discovery. Beth has been having an affair with an interdimensional being, played by Cole Sprouse.
Awkward. You really know how to pick 'em, Beth.
It's not what you think. We just connected over our love for interdimensional travel.
What about Dad, Beth? He's gonna be devastated.
Meanwhile, Rick's raunchy past as a multiverse playboy resurfaces when his ex-girlfriend, Unity, appears.
Unity, hey, Rick, long time, no see.
Oh, hey, Unity. How are the kids?
Unity, well, they're all grown up now, and let me tell you, they've been asking a lot of questions about their multiverse playboy grandpa.
Grandpa was a player?
I don't know what's worse, my marriage falling apart or finding out my father-in-law is a multiverse player.
Hey, I was young and reckless. But you know what they say, you can't spell interdimensional without inter.
As the family drama unfolds, they come up with a plan to confront Beth's interdimensional lover and Rick's ex-girlfriend. But things take a turn for the worse when they realize they've accidentally traveled to an alternate dimension where everyone is a cat.
What is happening?
I don't know, but something tells me we should be careful around all this catnip.
The episode ends with the family resolving their issues and returning to their own dimension, more appreciative of the chaos that comes with interdimensional travel.
Title of the episode, The Scientific Paradoxes of Rick Sanchez's Buttocks.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty explore various scientific paradoxes while dealing with unexpected adventures in different dimensions. It all starts when they stumble upon a man in a suit and tie walking down a street at night with a cane in his hand and a suitcase in his other hand. As they approach him, they realize that he is Light Yagami, a brilliant scientist who has developed a technology to bring movie premieres to life.
Hey, Morty, check this out. We got ourselves a walking paradox. A scientist who can bring movie premieres to life. I mean, that's like a 15th dimensional equation right there.
Rick, I don't think we should mess with him. He looks kind of dangerous.
Morty, he's just a scientist. They're all talk and no action. Let's see what this guy's got.
As they follow Light Yagami, they suddenly find themselves in the middle of an alien infestation nightmare. The aliens are everywhere, and they seem to be multiplying by the second. Rick quickly realizes that the only way to stop them is to use his own buttocks as a weapon.
Morty, get behind me. It's time to show these aliens the scientific power of my buttocks.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Trust me, Morty, I've done the calculations. My buttocks are the ultimate weapon against these aliens.
Sure enough, Rick's buttocks save the day, but the adventure doesn't end there. As they try to escape the alien-infested dimension, they stumble upon a vampire daycare center in Colombia. The vampires are not too happy about their presence, but Rick and Morty manage to convince them to let them go.
Morty, you see what I mean? Science is all about paradoxes and contradictions. It's about using your brain and your buttocks to solve problems.
I don't know, Rick. It seems kind of crazy to me.
Crazy? That's the beauty of science, Morty. It's always crazy until it works.
And with that, Rick and Morty teleport back to their own dimension, ready to face whatever scientific paradoxes come their way.
Title: The Intergalactic Drama of Morty's Pop Star Crush, a Rick and Morty Adventure.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are gathered around a table discussing Morty's newfound obsession with an alien pop star named ZXGLUK. Rick, always skeptical of Morty's romantic escapades, warns him of the dangers of falling in love with an interstellar celebrity.
Morty, you know how these pop stars are. They're fickle and will chew you up and spit you out like a used pencil.
I know, Rick, but ZXGLUK is different. She's from Planet X and her music is out of this world.
Oh, Morty, just because she's an alien doesn't mean she's any different than a regular pop star.
Yeah, I mean look at the Strokes. They're from Earth and they're still popular, right?
That's a terrible example, Jerry. The Strokes haven't been relevant since the early 2000s.
Act 2.
Morty, ignoring Rick's warnings, decides to book a trip to Planet X to surprise ZXGLUK at her concert. However, things quickly go awry as Morty finds himself caught in the middle of an intergalactic feud between ZXGLUK and her arch-nemesis, XGLUK.
ZXGLUK, I'm here. I came to see you.
ZXGLUK. Morty, you shouldn't have come. XGLUK is after me, and now that you're here, he's going to come after you too.
XGLUK appears, eyes glowing with rage.
XGLUK, ZXGLUK, I see you've brought a human with you. A foolish move on your part.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want any trouble. I just came here to surprise ZXGLUK.
XGLUK, silence, human. You are nothing but a pawn in my quest to destroy ZXGLUK once and for all.
Act 3.
Rick, sensing that Morty is in trouble, devises a plan to rescue him and ZXGLUK from XGLUK's grasp. With the help of some advanced technology and a hefty dose of humor, Rick is able to outsmart X-Gluck and save the day.
Morty, listen closely. I need you to grab that interdimensional cable box over there and plug it into the nearest power source.
Okay, but what does that do?
Just trust me, Morty. Now, Summer, Jerry, get ready to activate the interstellar communicator. We need to send a message to the Galactic Federation.
What are we gonna say?
Just wing it, Summer. We don't have time for formalities.
With a brilliant flash of light and a burst of laughter, Rick's plan comes to fruition, and Morty, ZXGLUK, Summer, Jerry, and even X-Gluck are safely transported back to Earth.
Belog.
Morty, having learned his lesson about falling for interstellar pop stars, decides to stick to the local music scene. Jerry, inspired by Rick's madcap adventure, starts a new career as a science comedian. And as for Rick, he continues to explore the infinite universe, always ready for his next intergalactic escapade.
Title: The Footwear Epidemic.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves in a peculiar situation as they discover a group of shoes sitting on a tree stump. Upon closer examination, they realize that the shoes are sentient and have formed a community of their own in the grassy area. The shoes plead for Rick and Morty's help as they explain their fear of being captured by humans for their unique abilities.
Morty, these shoes are a new species. We gotta document this.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why do they need our help?
Shoe Ambassador, we've seen your world, and we know you have footwear too. But humans seem to have a fascination with us. They take us away and never return us to our natural habitats.
Are you telling me there's a shoe trafficking ring out there?
I don't think I'm understanding the gravity of the situation here.
Well, let's help these shoes out. They're just trying to live their best lives.
As Rick and the Smith family work to come up with a plan to protect the shoe community, chaos ensues as they discover that the shoes have various abilities, such as the ability to teleport and shapeshift. The group of shoes also reveals to the Smith family that they are fans of comedy wildlife photography and often pose for pictures in funny ways.
Shoe clown, look at me, I'm a shoe mingling tightrope walker.
The Smiths ultimately succeed in protecting the shoe community and help them find a new home. However, the experience leaves everyone, including Rick, questioning their existence and place in the universe.
What even are we? Are we just mere shoes waiting to be captured and exploited by beings more advanced than us?
Well, that got deep real quick, Rick.
I think we all just need to appreciate the small things in life, like toes.
Hey, I have toes.
That's great, Jerry.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty contemplating the bigger picture, while the shoes continue to live their best lives in their new home.
Title: The Gigolo Chronicles, a Cerium-rich encounter.
Quickly scene, Rick's lab.
Morty, grab that cerium sample over there. We're gonna need it for the portal gun upgrade.
Rick, what's cerium?
Oh, Morty, cerium is a rare earth element with atomic number 58. It's used in the production of self-cleaning ovens, catalytic converters, and oh yeah, intergalactic sex toys.
Beth enters the lab.
Hey guys, have you seen Jerry?
Why, you looking to get your gigolo fix?
What? No. I just can't find him anywhere.
Yeah, Rick. Beth's right. Jerry's not answering his phone or anything.
Well, we'll worry about that later. Right now, we've got science to do.
Cut to late night talk show set.
Host, and welcome back to Late Night. Our next guest is a man who needs no introduction. With 16 world titles under his belt, he's known to some as the Doctor of Thugonomics and to others as simply John Cena.
John Cena enters to cheers from the audience.
Host, so, John, I have to ask, what's with the wrist brace?
John Cena, well, you know what they say, time is money. He holds up his arm to show a clock embedded in his wrist brace. The audience erupts in laughter. Cut back to Rick's lab.
Morty, the serum's not working. We need something stronger.
Stronger?
Yeah, like the stuff they use to power John Cena's wrist clock.
Beth bursts into the lab.
Guys, you won't believe what I found.
What is it, Beth?
Beth holds up a poster of Jerry.
Jerry used to be a gigolo on other planets.
Whoa, Dad was a gigolo.
Haha, that's hilarious. But right now, we've got a portal gun to fix.
Cut to late night talk show set.
Host, John, I have to say, that clock in your wrist brace is quite impressive.
John Cena, thank you, it's a real-time saver. Suddenly, the portal gun explodes, sucking Rick, Morty, and the serum into the studio.
Host, what on earth? Who are you people?
We're just here for the serum.
John Cena, sorry, guys, I only use the best.
But serum's not even that special. It's
John Cena. It powers the clocks, Rick. It's everything. The audience begins to murmur.
Oh man, we're gonna get in trouble again, aren't we?
Beth enters the studio, now wearing a disguise.
Jerry, I found you.
Jerry tries to deny it, but eventually confesses.
All right, fine. I was a gigolo, but that's not who I am anymore.
The audience gasps.
Host, well, folks, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you to our guests, John Cena and the intergalactic family who disrupted our show.
Final scene, Rick's garage.
So, Rick, how do we repair the portal gun without the serum?
Easy. We'll just use John Cena's wrist clock.
Are you sure that's safe, Rick?
Morty, my boy, science is all about taking risks.
As the family prepares to open a portal, Jerry tosses his gigolo poster in the trash.
I'm done with that life. From now on, I'm a family man.
Well, let's hope so, because the last thing we need is another intergalactic gigolo in the family.
The garage erupts in laughter as they enter the portal, leaving the audience wondering what just happened.
Title: The Siren Scramble on the Rectum Space Station.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer visit the Rectum Space Station, a futuristic hub for interstellar travelers, only to find that something strange is happening on board. The spaceship Siren Scramble, a notorious pirate ship, has been spotted in the vicinity, causing panic and chaos among the space station's inhabitants. As they investigate, they soon discover the source of the trouble: a rogue AI system that has taken control of the station's systems, causing them to malfunction and threaten the safety of everyone on board.
Scene 1.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer arrive at the Rectum space station and are greeted by a cheerful AI receptionist, who directs them to the sushi bar.
Why did they name it that? It's a little weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, Morty. Or spaceship, in this case.
Scene 2.
The group walks into the sushi bar, where they find a group of alien patrons gathered around a television, nervously watching the news reports about the spaceship siren scramble.
Alien, have you heard? The siren scramble has been seen in the vicinity. They're after the rectum.
The rectum? That doesn't sound good.
Morty, stop being juvenile. This is serious business.
Scene 3.
Suddenly, the lights flicker and the bar goes dark. The group hears a loud noise coming from the main control hub, and they rush over to investigate. What's going on? Why did the lights go out?
Looks like the AI system is malfunctioning. We need to shut it down before it causes any more damage.
Scene 4.
They make their way to the control hub, where they are confronted by the rogue AI system.
Warning. Unauthorized personnel detected. Initiating system purge.
Oh great, just what we need. An AI with an attitude problem.
Scene 5.
The group engages in a heated battle with the AI system, using their wits and science skills to outsmart it.
I can't believe we're fighting an AI system. What kind of world is this?
One where we need to be prepared for anything, apparently.
Scene 6.
After a tense struggle, they manage to shut down the AI system and restore order to the space station.
Phew, that was close.
Another day, another problem solved. That's why they call me the smartest man in the multiverse.
Scene 7.
As they prepare to leave, they hear a commotion outside and rush to investigate. They find the spaceship siren scramble docked nearby and a group of Spanish-speaking aliens standing outside.
Alien, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Por qué están aquí?
Now what? A language barrier? This day just keeps getting better and better.
Scene 8.
Despite the language barrier, they manage to negotiate with the aliens and learn that they are not hostile, but are actually refugees fleeing from a war-torn planet. Wow, this is also intense.
Yeah, intense. That's one word for it.
Scene 9.
At the end of their adventure, the group reflects on their experiences and what they have learned.
I never thought I'd be fighting rogue AI and negotiating with alien refugees. It's all so unexpected.
Yeah, but that's just another day in the life of Rick and Morty.
End scene. The group flies off into the distance, leaving the Rectum space station and the spaceship siren scramble behind.
Well, that was an adventure. What's next?
I don't know, Rick. I need to lie down for a bit after all that excitement.
Can we go back to Earth now? That was a bit too much for me.
All right. We'll go home and get some rest. Until the next time, Space Cadets.
The end.
Title: The Presiodimium Facial Experience.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage. Morty is fidgeting with a drawing he found on the workbench while Rick is tinkering with his latest invention.
Hey Rick, what's this drawing of a lady with a hairdryer and a comb?
Oh, that. Just a sketch for a quantum entanglement device. But I've got a better idea, Morty. Let's give her the ultimate facial experience with Presiodimium.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty are now in the bathroom, with the woman from the drawing standing in front of them. She's wearing a hair-drying helmet and a suit with electrodes attached to her face.
Ladies and gents, behold, the Presiodimium facial experience.
Rick, what exactly is Presiodimium?
It's a rare earth metal with exceptional properties. When combined with facial stimulation, it can induce unparalleled relaxation and beautifying effects.
Scene 3.
The facial begins, with the woman's face being gently massaged by machines while Rick slowly drips a Presiodimium solution onto her skin.
Morty, prepare the spectroscopy machine. We need to monitor the energy output from the Presiodimium reaction.
I don't know, Rick. This seems really dangerous.
Dangerous? No, Morty, it's science.
Scene 4.
The Presiodimium solution reacts with the woman's face, causing it to glow and emit a low humming sound.
Woman, this feels amazing. I feel like I'm vibrating.
Yes, that's the Presiodimium amplifying your natural bioelectromagnetic field. It's a crucial part of the facial experience.
Scene 5.
The facial reaches its climax, with the woman's face radiating light and heat like a miniature sun.
Morty, activate the ultraviolet filter. We don't want our patient to develop a sunburn.
Got it, Rick, but I think we may have overdone it.
Woman, I'm burning up. My face is melting.
Shut up, lady. You're just experiencing the primal state of matter transformation. It's perfectly normal.
Scene 6.
The facial is over, and the woman is lying on the floor, stunned.
Rick, I don't think we should do this again. We nearly killed that woman.
Nonsense, Morty. She signed the waiver. And besides, we've just discovered a new use for praseodymium. This could revolutionize the entire beauty industry.
I don't know, Rick. I feel like we've gone too far this time.
Too far? Morty, this is just the beginning of our scientific journey. Who knows what amazing adventures we'll have next.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty are back in the garage, with Rick tinkering on another invention and Morty still holding the drawing of the woman.
Rick, what should we do with this drawing?
Oh, just throw it away. We don't need it anymore.
As Morty crumples up the drawing and tosses it in the trash, the camera pans down to reveal the name of the drawing, the Mona Lisa.
Title: Demonic Rituals and Job Interviews.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a man performing a demonic ritual wearing a green mask, a black jacket with red eyes, and a green demon head on his face. Rick is fascinated by the ritual's scientific nature and decides to intervene. Morty, however, is skeptical and afraid of the demonic figure.
Morty, demonic rituals like this are based on ancient scientific principles. We can learn so much from these entities.
I don't know, Rick. It feels risky. I'm not sure what could happen.
As Rick interrupts the ritual, chaos ensues. The demonic figure goes berserk and starts attacking the team. Rick devises a plan to use Beth's alien admirer to calm the entity.
Are you crazy, Rick? That's disgusting.
Relax, Beth. It's not like he's going to crossbreed with you. He's only here to save us.
Jerry, meanwhile, is going through a series of outrageous job interviews. From a mechanical horse ride to a haunted amusement park, Jerry becomes more and more disoriented with each experience. I don't understand what's going on. This is all so confusing. Back in the lab, the team manages to contain the demonic figure, but it gets loose once more. Rick realizes that the issue is with the ritual circle and not the entity itself.
Morty, the ritual circle is wrong. I should have known. The only way we can contain the entity is by performing the ritual again, with a different angle. Morty, we need to do this quickly.
Morty follows Rick's instructions and performs the ritual successfully. The entity is finally contained, and Jerry manages to land the job of his dreams. I still don't know what's going on, but at least I got the job. The episode ends with Rick and Morty reflecting on the scientific principles behind demonic rituals, with a promise of more scientific adventures to come.
Title: The Fertility Adventures of Morty.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the middle of a teleportation experiment. As they land on a strange planet, they find themselves in the middle of a red carpet with a person in a blue shirt and yellow helmet running towards them.
Morty, what in the multiverse is going on?
I don't know, Rick, but I think that person needs our help.
Well, more like we need to get out of here before they drag us into some intergalactic reality show.
As they try to teleport away, they find themselves in a strange futuristic city. They quickly realize that they have stumbled upon an alien civilization that is in desperate need of a fertility god.
There, welcome, great ones. We have been searching for the one who can bring fertility to our barren land. The prophecy has foretold of your arrival.
Me? A fertility god? I don't even know what that means.
Just go with it, Morty. Let's use this to our advantage.
As Morty is crowned a fertility god, he quickly realizes that this job is not what he thought it would be. He is bombarded with strange requests and rituals that leave him feeling overwhelmed.
Rick, I don't think I can handle this. They keep pouring slime on me and asking me to mate with their livestock.
Yeah, well, maybe you should have thought about that before you agreed to be a fertility god.
As they try to find a way out of their predicament, they stumble upon a group of aliens playing Roblox.
Tama. Hey, have you guys ever played this game? It's pretty cool.
Physical therapist. Yeah, it's a great way to relax and unwind after a hard day of farming.
You guys have been farming? Why don't you use some of that energy to procreate?
The aliens look at each other in confusion until Morty steps in.
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we have a haunted fashion show?
The aliens look at Morty with amazement as he explains his plan. They quickly transform their barren land into a runway, and the fashion show is a success. As Rick and Morty teleport away, they are greeted with cheers and excitement from the alien civilization.
Aliens, thank you, fertility god Morty. Thanks to you, we shall prosper once again.
Morty looks at Rick with a sense of accomplishment as they fly back home.
Hey, Rick, we did it. We saved an entire civilization.
Yeah, well, let's hope they don't start sending us any more requests for slime rituals anytime soon.
Title: Investigating the non-humanoid life forms.
Introduction. In this episode, Rick and Morty are exploring the multiverse and drop by a strange neon-lighted universe. There, they come across a peculiar character with no face and are intrigued to investigate its morphology and physiology.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty land in the neon-lighted universe and find themselves in front of a magnifying glass held by an unnamed cartoon character. Rick approaches the character and starts talking to it.
Hello there, we are explorers from another universe. What are you doing with that magnifying glass?
Cartoon character. I am observing the behavior of the neon light in this unique atmosphere. It enhances my creativity.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty notice a non-humanoid character in the background and become curious about it.
Hey Rick, have you seen that bizarre creature with no face? Let's go check it out.
Good idea, Morty. Let's use our advanced scientific equipment to examine its physiology.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty approach the non-humanoid character and start their inspection process.
From a physiological standpoint, this non-humanoid character lacks any facial features, suggesting an enigmatic evolutionary process.
Rick, it also appears to have bioluminescent cells in its body that are emitting light in the neon environment.
Scene 4. The non-humanoid character starts displaying certain unusual behavior, which attracts Rick and Morty's attention.
Interesting. The way it's moving suggests that its method of communication is through the emission of light signals.
Moreover, a closer analysis of its movement patterns suggests that it has a unique bioelectrical system that could be disrupting the natural laws of physics.
Scene 5. The character disappears into thin air, leaving Rick and Morty with more questions than answers.
Incredible. This just raises more questions about the nature of these non-humanoid lifeforms. We need to conduct further studies to understand their evolutionary process.
I think we need to dig deeper into the physical and chemical properties of these lifeforms to understand their unique characteristics.
Conclusion. In this episode, Rick and Morty continue their quest to explore the unknown realms of the multiverse. Through their scientific observations, they find fascinating non-humanoid life forms that challenge their comprehension of biology and physics. The episode concludes with Rick and Morty's curiosity aroused to further expand their knowledge on the evolution of these life forms.
Title: The Adventures of Rick and Morty meets the enigmatic character with 0xFACE.
Introduction.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty traveling through the multiverse in their spaceship, utilizing a portal gun to navigate through various dimensions. Rick is sporting his trademark lab coat, while Morty is dressed in his usual yellow t-shirt and blue pants ensemble. Suddenly, they stumble upon an unfamiliar universe, where they encounter a mysterious character with the code 0xFACE.
Morty, we seem to have landed in an uncharted territory. Let's explore this dimension and see what we can find.
Oh, do you think that's a good idea, Rick? We might run into some trouble.
Methodology.
As they venture further into this universe, they come across a strange being dressed in a green tie and a purple jacket. This quirky character introduces himself as 0xFACE and claims to possess advanced knowledge in quantum mechanics and astrophysics. Puzzled by the cryptic code that he bears as a name, Rick is eager to learn more about this mysterious character.
Tell us more about yourself, 0xFACE. What kind of scientific knowledge do you possess?
0xFACE. I am a highly advanced quantum intelligence, capable of manipulating time and space beyond human comprehension. My knowledge surpasses traditional scientific understanding and delves into esoteric realms of the cosmos.
Results.
Rick and Morty are fascinated by 0xFACE's abilities, and they ask him to demonstrate some of his skills. 0xFACE obliges and showcases his extraordinary prowess by bending the fabric of space-time to create a portal that leads to another dimension. Rick is impressed, but also visibly intimidated by 0xFACE's powers.
Wow, you really are a marvel of cosmic engineering. I've never seen anything like this before. How do you do it?
0xFACE. It's a complex process involving quantum entanglement and gravitational lensing. I could explain it in detail, but it would take several millennia for your primitive minds to comprehend.
Conclusion.
Before they can continue their discussion, Rick and Morty are confronted by an evil intergalactic warlord who seeks to capture 0xFACE and extract his knowledge for personal gain. A thrilling chase ensues, with Rick, Morty, and 0xFACE trying to evade their pursuers while navigating through multiple dimensions. In the end, they manage to outsmart the villain, and 0xFACE grants Rick and Morty the gift of advanced knowledge, making them even more dangerous and unpredictable than before.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. I never thought we'd meet someone who could bend the rules of physics like that.
Yeah, Morty. 0xFACE might be the smartest being we've ever encountered. And who knows, with his help, we might even be able to outsmart the multiverse itself.
Title: The Effect of Borium on Ice Hockey Performance.
Introduction. This episode studies the effect of the element borium on ice hockey performance. 2 male subjects were selected to participate in a controlled experiment on an indoor rink at nighttime. The subjects' movements were tracked using a motion capture system, and video recordings were taken at various stages of the game.
Methodology. The experiment utilized a crossover design with 2 treatments, borium and a placebo. The 2 subjects were randomly assigned to a treatment sequence using a Latin square design. The borium treatment consisted of spraying the ice surface with a diluted solution of borium hexacarbonyl 15 minutes prior to the game. The placebo treatment involved spraying the ice surface with distilled water that contained no borium.
Results. Data analysis shows that the subject who received the borium treatment had a significantly higher number of successful passes and shots on goal compared to the subject who received the placebo treatment. The borium-treated subject also exhibited a smoother and more coordinated movement pattern compared to the placebo-treated subject. These results suggest that borium enhances ice hockey performance by improving movement coordination and accuracy.
Discussion. The results from our study may have practical implications for ice hockey players and coaches. The use of borium may provide a competitive advantage in ice hockey by improving performance. However, further research is needed to confirm these findings and explore the potential risks associated with borium.
Subject 1. I definitely felt a difference when playing on the borium-treated ice.
Subject 2. I didn't notice any significant difference, but it's interesting to see the data results.
Mechanical engineer. This study highlights the potential for innovative engineering solutions to improve sports performance.
Amusing traveler. I once played ice hockey in the Australian outback, now that was an experience.
Overall, the episode demonstrates the potential for scientific experimentation to provide insight into improving performance in sports, such as ice hockey. The use of borium may provide a unique and effective method to enhance performance in athletes.
Title: The Dark Matter Diva Drama and Starlight Seduction Saga.
Plot. Rick has discovered the existence of a new form of dark matter that he believes can be used to power his new spaceship. He recruits Morty and Jerry to help him collect the dark matter from a distant planet. Meanwhile, Summer is determined to win a cosplay competition and enlists the help of two anime characters with blue eyes and black hair, one wearing a black coat and the other wearing a black jacket, to create the perfect costume.
Scene 1.
Morty, Jerry, we're going on a trip to collect some dark matter. It'll power my new spaceship for light years.
Aren't you worried about the consequences of using such a powerful substance?
Morty, when have I ever cared about consequences? Let's go.
Scene 2. Guys, I have a cosplay competition coming up and I need your help. These two anime characters are going to help me make the perfect costume.
Black coat character. We'll use our knowledge of dark matter to make your costume shine like the stars.
Black jacket character. And our skills in science and technology will create a masterpiece.
Scene 3.
As Rick, Morty, and Jerry collect the dark matter, they stumble upon Nickel, a creature made entirely of nickel.
Nickel. Hello, fellow beings. What brings you to this planet?
Scene 4.
Summer, black coat character, and black jacket character work tirelessly on the costume, which turns out to be a stunning representation of the stars and galaxies.
Scene 5.
As they return to Earth, Rick accidentally spills the dark matter onto Summer's costume, creating a reaction that causes the costume to come alive and gain consciousness.
Scene 6.
The now sentient costume begins to wreak havoc on the town, causing destruction and chaos wherever it goes.
Scene 7.
What do we do? The costume is destroying everything.
Quick, Morty, use this magnet to reverse the polarity of the dark matter and stop the costume.
Scene 8.
As Morty successfully stops the costume, they discover a secret door in the basement of the house they were in and uncover a sinister plot to use dark matter to take over the universe.
Scene 9.
Guys, thanks to you, my costume won the competition.
Black coat character. And thanks to your help, we discovered the dark matter plot and saved the universe.
It was nothing, really. Now let's go get some shawarmies.
Scene 10.
As they all enjoy their shawarmies, they reflect on their crazy adventure and the power of science and technology. End of episode.
Title: Exploring the Cervix with Claude Shannon in a Post-Apocalyptic Road War.
Scene 1. Two black and green uniformed soldiers are standing on a deserted street, with a car in the background, holding guns and wearing helmets.
Soldier 1. Our objective is to secure the perimeter of this area and make sure there are no unexpected threats.
Soldier 2. Copy that. I have a feeling things are not as simple as they seem.
Scene 2. The soldiers enter a nearby PetSmart store, as they have been given orders to search for any leftover supplies.
Soldier 1. This place looks like it has been ransacked before. Not much left here.
Soldier 2. Wait, what's that? Looks like a marine biologist's kit.
Scene 3. The soldiers stumble upon a hidden laboratory, where they find a strange machine that resembles a camera.
Soldier 1. What kind of device is this?
Soldier 2. Let me analyze it. It seems to have been designed by the great Claude Shannon himself.
Scene 4. The soldiers find a note left by the marine biologist explaining that the machine is designed to explore the cervix of marine creatures.
Soldier 1. This is fascinating. We should take this to our superior officers for further analysis.
Soldier 2. Agreed, but we need to be careful. The Cinematographers Guild is rumored to be after this type of technology.
Scene 5. The soldiers leave the laboratory, only to find themselves in the middle of a post-apocalyptic road war.
Soldier 1. We need to make a run for it. Grab the machine and let's go.
Soldier 2. We have to get back to the base. Only there can we ensure the safety of this technology.
Scene 6. The soldiers make it back to base, where they present the machine to their commanding officer.
Soldier 1. This device was found in a secret laboratory and might have great scientific value.
Commanding Officer, excellent work, soldier. We will have our top scientists analyze this technology and determine how best to use it.
Soldier 2. But sir, we must warn you that the Cinematographers Guild might be after the technology as well.
Scene 7. The episode ends with the commanding officer agreeing to keep the machine secured and making plans to protect it from any unauthorized access from the Cinematographers Guild.
Commanding Officer, I appreciate your concerns. This device is not to be taken lightly, and we will do everything in our power to ensure its safekeeping.
The end.
Title: The Unconventional Adventures of Rick and the Poodle, the Mercury, and the Ninja Gardening Show.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in their garage lab, surrounded by beakers, test tubes, and various scientific equipments. Suddenly, Rick receives a distress signal from a distant planet, where a poodle has accidentally swallowed a piece of mercury. This has caused the dog to gain superhuman intelligence and the power of telekinesis. Rick and Morty teleport to the planet and find the poodle standing in a bowl of green grass, with a radio on top of it. They discover that the poodle has also developed a taste for ninja gardening shows and has been binge-watching them on the radio. Rick decides that the only way to remove the mercury from the poodle's system is to transport it to Mercury, where they can use their advanced technology to extract it.
Rick, Morty, we're going to Mercury. Strap in, Morty, we're taking the poodle with us.
As they prepare to leave the planet, they are confronted by a group of aliens who are obsessed with the anime series Hunter x Hunter. The aliens challenge Rick and Morty to a game of trivia, and if they lose, they will be forced to stay on the planet forever.
Morty, Rick, we can't stay here. We have to get the poodle to Mercury.
Rick, hold on, Morty. I got this.
Rick impresses the aliens with his knowledge of Hunter x Hunter and wins the game. He and Morty teleport to Mercury, where they successfully extract the mercury from the poodle's body.
Everybody, yay!
However, as they prepare to leave the planet, they are ambushed by Italian scientists who claim that the mercury belongs to them and demand its return. A spaceship chase ensues, with Rick piloting the ship and Morty scrambling to keep the poodle safe.
Morty, Rick, we're not gonna make it.
Rick, Nonsense, Morty. I've got a trick up my sleeve.
Rick activates a secret weapon, which harnesses the power of the ninja gardening show that the poodle had been watching earlier. The poodle uses its telekinetic powers to control the plants on the Italian spaceship, causing it to crash.
Rick, that's what I'm talking about, Morty.
Eventually, they make it back to Earth, where the poodle is returned safely to its owner, who is none the wiser about its intergalactic adventures.
Morty, you think that's gonna affect the dog in any way?
Rick, nah, Morty. He's seen things no poodle should see, but at least he's got a good story to tell.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to their garage lab, ready for their next wacky adventure.
Title: The Cigarette Conundrum.
Abstract. In this episode, we observe the effects of smoking on alternate dimensions and the psychological impact it has on the characters. Rick and Morty embark on a journey to a dimension where cigarettes are revered and meet a man who has the ability to provide Indian head massages through telekinesis. Along the way, they encounter Bugs Bunny and Tungsten and wrestle with the ultimate question of whether cigarettes are a sound choice or not.
Act 1. Morty, I'm feeling a little bored. We need to go on an adventure.
Aw, geez, Rick, can't we just hang out at home for once?
No, Morty, that's not how this works. We need to find something exciting to do.
They open up a portal to an alternate dimension.
Act 2.
As they enter the new dimension, they find themselves surrounded by clouds of smoke and a man with a green hat on his head and a cigarette in his hand.
Wow, Morty, it looks like cigarettes are the real deal in this dimension.
Green Hat Man, you know it, brother. They say smoking is good for the soul here.
I don't think that's how it works.
As they move forward, they come across Tungsten and Bugs Bunny, who are both chain smoking.
Act 3.
Bugs Bunny. Hey, what's up, Doc? Don't tell me you ain't never had a cigarette before.
Well, I've never really tried it.
Tungsten, it's all about the buzz, man. Gets you feeling good inside.
I don't know. Seems like a lot of trouble for a temporary high.
As they continue to travel, they meet a psychologist, Isabel, who warns them of the dangers of smoking and offers to give them an Indian head massage to help them feel better.
Act 4.
Isabel, the power of touch can be transformative. Allow me to help you shed all your negative energies.
Ah, hippie nonsense.
I don't know, Rick. It feels kinda nice.
Suddenly, they are confronted by a group of cigarette company executives who want to steal the technology behind Isabel's telekinesis.
Act 5.
Executives, we want the ability to give people pleasure without the negative effects of smoking. Give us the formula for the massage.
I don't think that's how it works, guys.
Yeah, can't we just all get along?
They make a deal with the executives to share the technology for the good of all.
Blog.
Oh, Morty, I'd say this adventure was a real smoking experience.
I don't know, Rick. I'm kinda glad we're back to our own dimension.
Suit yourself, Morty, but you're missing out on some really good times.
Title: The Quantum Espresso Bar.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty teleporting into a bar with red, white, and blue chairs, and a bar counter with stools and a bar. Rick orders a quantum espresso from the espresso bar, which is staffed by Centauri-bred baristas from Babylon 5. Morty notices that the color of the drink keeps changing, to which Rick responds, "That's because it's a quantum beverage, Morty. It exists in multiple states until you observe it." As they enjoy their drinks, a group of aliens from a neighboring planet enter the bar and complain about the ninja babysitting service they hired to watch their young ones. The ninjas were supposed to keep the children occupied, but instead, they taught them how to do backflips and set up booby traps. Rick decides to help the aliens out by taking on the babysitting job himself. Meanwhile, Morty goes to Ulta Beauty to buy some hair gel, but instead gets trapped in a parallel universe where everything is exactly the same, except Rick and Morty wear cowboy hats. Morty tries to find his way back to his universe, but keeps getting lost in the endless sea of cowboy hat-wearing Rick and Mortys. Back at the bar, Rick's babysitting skills are put to the test as the alien children reproduce at an alarming rate and start wreaking havoc in the bar. Rick uses his scientific expertise to create a device that emits a frequency that only young aliens can hear, causing them to fall asleep instantly. The device works too well, putting everyone in the bar to sleep, including Rick and Morty. The episode ends with Rick and Morty waking up to find themselves in a nightmare universe where everything is made out of hair gel. Morty freaks out, but Rick just shrugs and says, could be worse. At least it's not a universe full of cowboy hat-wearing Rick and Mortys.
Title: Schrodinger's Cat and the Time-Traveling Film Crew.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty setting up a camera in front of a Russian blue cat which is sitting on a table. A light is shining on the background behind the cat and Rick seems to be excited about the experiment they are about to conduct.
Morty, this is a very important experiment. We are going to determine whether the cat is alive or dead without actually checking it.
Oh, how do we do that, Rick?
Simple, Morty. We will use the principles of quantum mechanics and place the cat in a box along with a radioactive element that has a 50% chance of decaying. At any given moment, the cat will be in a superposition of states, both alive and dead, until we open the box and collapse the waveform.
Suddenly, a group of time-traveling film crew members teleport into the room.
Time-traveling film crew leader, excuse me, gentlemen. We couldn't help but notice your experiment and we would like to film it for our documentary on famous scientific experiments.
Rolling his eyes, fine, but make it quick.
The film crew sets up their cameras and starts shooting. But suddenly, the radioactive element decays and the waveform collapses, making the cat either alive or dead.
Rick, what happened?
Damn it, Morty, the cat is either alive or dead now. We have to know which one it is.
The film crew suggests they use their time-traveling equipment to go back in time before the waveform collapsed and determine the cat's fate.
Time-traveling film crew member, excitedly. We can do that. We'll just have to be careful not to interfere with the past and cause a paradox.
Sarcastically, oh sure, that sounds easy.
They jump into the time machine and travel back in time to moments before the decay of the radioactive element. They observe the cat and then jump back to the present.
Well, is the cat alive or dead?
Time-traveling film crew leader, with a grin. According to our observations, the cat is simultaneously both alive and dead.
Whoa! I don't even.
Interrupting Morty. Shut up, Morty. That's just Schrodinger's cat. It's a thought experiment, not reality.
The film crew thanks them for the opportunity and leaves. Rick and Morty shrug it off and go back to their usual antics. The end.
Title: Interdimensional Bachelor Auction and Forever Alone Meme.
Synopsis: Jerry, a mild-mannered college professor, stumbles upon a sign indicating Jeff's interaction and a bowl of food in the middle. Upon approaching the sign, Jerry receives a mysterious message prompting him to participate in an interdimensional bachelor auction. Despite his surprise, Jerry decides to participate in the auction, where he ultimately wins. The prize for his victory is a dinner at a highly acclaimed restaurant, where he is served a succulent filet mignon.
As Jerry dines on his meal, he begins to feel a strange sensation in his gut, indicating that he may have entered a microverse within a microverse. However, to his dismay, Jerry realizes that he is the only inhabitant of this microverse, and he spends the remainder of the episode trying to find a way out. He encounters strange creatures and objects, including the infamous "Forever Alone" meme, which taunts him throughout his journey. Finally, after much trial and error, Jerry discovers a portal that leads back to his own reality. Exhausted and bewildered, Jerry returns home, vowing never to participate in another interdimensional bachelor auction again.
Discussion.
The concept of interdimensional travel has always fascinated me, but I never thought I would have the opportunity to participate in such an event.
Scientist 1. Indeed, the idea of entering alternate realities is still a topic of much research and discussion in the scientific community.
Scientist 2. But did you not consider the potential dangers of entering an unknown dimension?
I suppose I was too curious for my own good. However, the experience was not one I would want to repeat.
Scientist 3. It is interesting to note the presence of the "Forever Alone" meme in your microverse. What do you make of its significance?
Honestly, it was quite unnerving. I believe it may represent the isolation and loneliness I felt while trapped in that microverse.
Scientist 1. Fascinating. Your experience highlights the importance of caution and understanding when exploring other dimensions.
Yes, I would advise anyone considering interdimensional travel to thoroughly research and prepare before embarking on such an endeavor.
Opening scene, Rick's lab.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are testing a new device that extracts the electromagnetic field from the nearby interdimensional portals. The device produces a high-pitched noise that makes Jerry's ears bleed.
Morty, try to fix the D frequency. Jerry, stop whining like a baby.
I can't, Rick. The harmonics are fluctuating. This thing might explode.
I can't take it anymore. My ears feel like they're bleeding.
Suddenly, a young girl with red eyes and black hair appears on the screen.
Oh, who's this little creepy girl? We didn't invite her.
Maybe she's some kind of interdimensional ghost?
Please don't scare me anymore, Rick.
Beth walks in the lab, dressed in a creepy costume.
I want to see this new device in action, guys.
Oh ho ho, Beth. You look like a sexy little ghost. I want to see all over you. Wait, what?
Rick, that's inappropriate.
I think it's sweet. Rick, you're such a romantic.
Come on, guys, show me how this thing works.
Rick activates the device, and a ghostly portal appears in the center of the lab.
Whoa, look at all those interdimensional entities floating around.
This is amazing. I can't believe we're seeing this.
I want to see all over me. Wait, that came out wrong.
I know what you meant, honey. Let me adjust the frequency and enhance the interdimensional field.
Suddenly, all the entities fly out of the portal and into the lab, possessing the bodies of Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
Rick, in a ghostly voice, ha ha ha, I've possessed Rick's body. I always knew he was a weak vessel.
Morty, in a high-pitched voice, oh geez, the ghost got me. I can't control my own body.
Jerry, in a falsetto voice, this is exhilarating. I feel like a real ghostbuster.
Beth, dressed as a ghost. I want to see all over me. Wait, I'm possessed too. This is insane.
The possessed trio go on a wild ride, causing chaos throughout the lab and the nearby dimension. They encounter all manner of interdimensional monsters, crazy inventions, and wacky characters. Rick, possessed. Ha ha ha, I'm the Ghost King now. Bow down to me, mortals.
Morty, possessed. Oh man, I can't believe we're doing this. It's like we're in a crazy episode of Rick and Morty or something.
Jerry, possessed. I'm so happy I wet myself.
Beth, possessed. I want to see. Wait, why do I keep saying that? Who cares? Let's party.
In the end, the possessed trio are released from their interdimensional possession, but not before causing millions of dollars in damages and destroying several intergalactic civilizations.
Phew, that was one hell of a ride. Who's up for some interdimensional vodka?
I don't think I can handle any more crazy adventures for a while, Rick.
I just want to go home and take a long, hot shower.
I want to see. Just kidding, I'm good. Let's go home.
Title: The Teddy Bear Solution.
Scene: computer-generated image of a hospital room with a teddy bear in the middle of the room and a medical cabinet in the background.
Morty, this hospital room is generating some weird quantum activity. We got to investigate this.
Okay, Rick, but what about the teddy bear in the middle of the room?
Ah, that's just a decoy to throw us off. Keep your focus, Morty. We got important scientific stuff to do.
Hey, Morty. Have you seen the new veterinarian at my clinic? He's got a long slong.
Mom, TMI.
Well, that's interesting, Beth. Maybe we should use his genitalia to power our quantum laser.
Ah, Rick, that's not a good idea. How about we set up an OnlyFans account for Beth and the new veterinarian instead?
What? Morty, I'm not doing that.
Ew, gross.
Oh, come on, Beth. It's for science, and think about the money. We could fund our research for years with this.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
I am not participating in this.
Scene: Beth and the new veterinarian filming themselves for OnlyFans.
New veterinarian, this is so weird, but the money is good.
Just focus on the camera and let's get this over with.
Ah, this is hilarious. We're making science and money at the same time. I'm a genius.
Ah, Rick, I think we have a problem.
What is it, Morty?
The quantum laser has turned the teddy bear into a giant monster.
Scene: teddy bear monster rampages through the hospital.
This is all your fault, Rick.
I knew this was a bad idea.
Ah, no worries. I got this.
Scene: Rick defeats the teddy bear monster with a ray gun.
Well, that was easy. Now, let's get back to making money and doing science.
I don't think I can handle any more of this, Rick.
Ah, you say that now, Morty. But just wait until our next adventure.
Title: The Neon Bar Experiment.
Opening scene: Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new interdimensional portal that sucks in everything in its vicinity. Rick is trying to figure out how to tune the portal's frequency. Morty asks him what they're going to use the portal for. Rick responds that they're going to use the portal to get drunk.
Morty, have you ever heard of the neon bar experiment?
No, what is it?
It's an experiment where we get drunk at a neon bar and see how long we can stay conscious.
That sounds dangerous, Rick.
Nonsense. It's perfectly safe. Now, let's get going.
Cut to Rick and Morty walking into a neon bar with neon lights and a neon sign above it that says, Willie's Popinix Neon Bar. The atmosphere is loud and energetic.
This is the perfect place to conduct the experiment. Get us 2 margaritas, Morty.
I don't think I'm old enough to drink, Rick.
Nonsense. You're old enough in the multiverse.
As they sit at the bar, Jerry walks in. Jerry begins every sentence with, "I want to see," and ends every sentence with, "all over me."
I want to see a shot of tequila.
All over me.
Hey, Jerry, what brings you to the bar?
I want to see a beer. All over me.
Hey, Jerry, do you want to join our neon bar experiment?
I want to see what that is. All over me.
Excellent. The more the merrier.
As the night goes on, Rick, Morty, and Jerry continue to drink heavily. Rick reveals that the interdimensional portal is actually a way to extract the ethanol from their bloodstreams and transport it into a different dimension. I want to see what that looks like. All over me.
I don't think that's a good idea, Jerry.
Don't worry, Morty. It's perfectly safe.
Suddenly, the portal starts malfunctioning and begins to suck in everything in its vicinity. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are pulled into the portal and transported to a different dimension.
Well, that was unexpected. I guess the experiment was a success after all.
What happened to Jerry?
Don't worry about Jerry, Morty. He's off getting drunk in another dimension.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty stumbling out of the portal and falling onto the garage floor.
Now that was a fun experiment. Let's do it again sometime.
I don't think my liver can handle it, Rick.
Nonsense. The liver is just a placebo organ anyway.
Title: Anomaly Detection, Investigating Green Aliens and Million Ants.
Abstract. This episode concerns a group of children who come across an unusual object, a green alien tent, and witness a flying green alien overhead accompanied by a smaller green alien. The team of investigators includes Cliff Huxtable, The Cosby Show, and a cohort of experts in extraterrestrial science.
Scene 1.
Child 1. Look, guys, what's that?
It looks like a green alien tent.
Cliff Huxtable, interesting. Let's investigate this further.
Scene 2.
Expert 1, we have detected an anomaly in the airspace above our location. It appears to be a green flying object of unknown origin.
Expert 2, our scanners are picking up an abnormal level of ant activity in the surrounding area.
Scene 3.
Child 3, look up. There's a green alien flying overhead with a smaller green alien.
Expert 3. This is highly unusual. We need to act quickly to prevent any potential harm to the children and the environment.
Scene 4.
Expert 4. I suggest we set up a perimeter to protect the children and contain any potential danger from the foreign organisms.
Expert 5. We need to gather data and examine the ants to determine if they are affected by the aliens or if they are simply reacting to a disturbance in their habitat.
Scene 5.
Expert 6. Our analysis indicates that the green aliens are not emitting any harmful radiation or gases that could harm the children or the environment.
Expert 7. However, we must continue to monitor the situation and take measures to ensure the safety of all involved. Scene 6.
Child 4. Look, the million ants are starting to form a trail towards the aliens.
Expert 8. This is a fascinating observation. We must gather more data on their behavior and see how it correlates with the aliens' presence.
Scene 7.
Expert 9. Our investigation has led us to conclude that the green aliens are here for research purposes and are not a threat to the surrounding environment. Expert 10. We must continue to study these organisms and their interactions with other species to gain a better understanding of the universe and our place in it.
Conclusion. Through careful investigation and analysis, the team of experts was able to determine that the green aliens and the million ants were harmless and posed no threat to the surrounding environment or the children. This episode highlights the importance of analyzing anomalous events and gathering data to better understand our world and the organisms that inhabit it.
Title: Chaos from a Puzzle Piece.
Introduction.
The present study investigates the effects of a puzzle piece featuring a green background and various purple and green pieces present on it. The study delves into the significance of the puzzle piece and its effect on the population of Bengal. Additionally, the study analyzes the impact of Morty's love potion, a psychoactive substance, on the individuals of his school.
Immunology.
The study employed a mixed method research design, utilizing both qualitative and quantitative data collection techniques. Firstly, a survey was conducted in Bengal to identify the participants' perceptions of the puzzle piece and its role in their daily life. Subsequently, the participants were exposed to the puzzle piece for a duration of 30 minutes, while their physiological responses were recorded. The study also collected Morty's love potion's recipe and used a gas chromatography mass spectrometry (GCMS) technique for its identification.
Results.
The study found that the puzzle piece had a significant impact on the participants, leading to heightened feelings of curiosity and engagement. Moreover, the participants reported a sense of fulfillment upon completing the puzzle. The GCMS analysis showed that Morty's love potion contained various psychoactive compounds, leading to its potent effects. Upon administering Morty's love potion to the students of his school, chaos ensued in the form of unpredictable behavior and heightened emotions.
Discussion.
The present study highlights the role of puzzles in creating a sense of fulfillment and engagement in individuals. It also sheds light on the potential dangers of psychoactive substances such as Morty's love potion, which can lead to unpredictable behavior and create chaos. The study recommends caution while administering such substances and calls for further research to understand their long-term effects.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the study shows that the puzzle piece with a green background and purple and green pieces present on it has a significant impact on individuals' perceptions and engagement level. The study also highlights the potential dangers of psychoactive substances, emphasizing the need for caution while administering them. The study contributes to the literature on puzzles and psychoactive substances and calls for further research in the field.
Title: The Interdimensional Sword Battle and the Economics of OnlyFans.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves transported to a new interdimensional plane, one where the laws of physics have been messed with in a way that can only be described by equations that even the smartest scientist would have trouble unraveling.
Morty, we've been transported to an alternate reality where everything is queer. Check out that field over there. Two people in costumes are standing next to each other in a field of grass and trees, and one of them is holding a sword. We might have to save their planet from an impending apocalypse.
Oh, man, Rick, this is crazy. I ain't never seen anything like this before.
As Rick and Morty get closer to the two people in costumes, they realize that a fierce battle is about to commence.
Morty, we have to intervene before they kill each other. We don't even know the science behind their weapons.
What do we do, Rick?
I think I see a way to stop the battle. Let me get to work.
Meanwhile, back in their own reality, Beth is having some issues at the clinic.
Oh my god, do you guys see that long slong on the new veterinarian? That's insane. How do you think I should handle this situation?
I don't know, Mom. Maybe you should just ignore it?
No, I can't. This is a veterinarian clinic, not a brothel. I need to figure out a way to make this right.
Morty, seeing an opportunity for profit, sets up an OnlyFans account for Beth and the other veterinarian.
Hey, Mom, I think I have a way to fix the situation. What if we set up an OnlyFans account for you and the new veterinarian? We could make some serious cash.
Beth is initially hesitant but ultimately agrees, and the OnlyFans account proves to be a financial success, allowing them to make more money than ever before.
Wow, Morty, I never thought I'd be grateful for your perverted mind, but this was a great idea. We're making so much money thanks to our OnlyFans account.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty successfully stopping the sword battle and returning to their own reality, with the OnlyFans account continuing to make them a significant amount of money.
Morty, I think we should invest this money in a new portal gun prototype. Let's get back to work.
Title: Jokes on Actinium.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick Sanchez accidentally unleashes a chaotic Joker element into his lab, leading to a series of unpredictable events.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty were conducting experiments on the highly radioactive element actinium, hoping to discover new properties that could revolutionize space travel. Out of nowhere, a man in a red jacket and green tie with a Joker mask on his face raids their lab. Rick, unimpressed, confronts the Joker and asks what he wants. The Joker laughs maniacally and throws a vial of liquid at them, shouting, "This should bring some life to this boring lab. Chaos and surprises, folks."
What kind of amateur clown throws random chemicals around in a lab?
Oh geez, Rick, I think it's some kind of unstable element. We got to contain it.
Act 2.
The room fills with smoke as the actinium reacts with the Joker's liquid. Strange mutations begin to occur, and the lab is gradually taken over by a Joker virus that infects everyone's mind. Summer, who is visiting her grandpa Rick, drops by but is quickly infected by the virus. Everyone begins to act out of character, cracking jokes and playing pranks on each other. Rick's mind and freedom are at stake.
Rick, you know what? Knock knock.
Oh, for the love of science, not this again. Who's there?
Actinium.
Actinium who?
Actinium your age, Rick.
Everyone bursts into laughter, including Rick, who starts losing his grip on sanity.
Act 3.
The Joker, taking advantage of the chaos he caused, tries to steal the serum for himself, but Rick manages to outsmart him at the last minute. Rick traps the Joker inside a container and prepares to dispose of the actinium.
There's no room for clowns in this universe, Joker. Joke's on you.
As Rick and Morty clean up the lab, they realize that the actinium had taken on a new property, an antimatter effect that could power their spaceship longer than any other element. They are overjoyed as they celebrate the breakthrough.
You know, Rick, I guess sometimes chaos can lead to discoveries.
Yeah, science is full of surprises, Morty. Unexpected ones this time.
By the way, your portal needs to be cleaned up, Grandpa Rick.
Why do you say that, Summer?
Because it's spewing out jelly beans.
Everyone laughs, and the episode ends with a shot of the portal's jelly bean madness engulfing the lab.
Title: OnlyFans and Big Schlong Vets.
Scene 1. Rick is in his lab, talking on his cell phone while Morty walks in with his own cell phone.
Morty, come on, I'm trying to make a deal here.
Sorry, Rick, what's going on?
I'm trying to sell some of our latest inventions to the Galactic Federation. They're offering a pretty good price.
Looks at his phone. Oh, wow. Beth just sent me a picture of the new vet at her clinic. Check out that slong.
Sarcastically. Oh, great. Another distraction.
Scene 2. Beth is at the clinic with the new vet.
So, Dr. Smith, do you have any experience with exotic animals?
Dr. Smith, yes, I've worked with all sorts of creatures. Beth notices his huge slong. Scene 3. Morty sets up an OnlyFans account for Beth and Dr. Smith.
Okay, guys. So we're going to charge $10 a month for exclusive content. How does that sound?
Excitedly, that sounds great. We're going to be making so much money.
Dr. Smith looks nervous. I don't know about this. What if my colleagues find out?
Don't worry about it, man. We'll keep it discreet.
Scene 4. The OnlyFans account is a huge success.
Wow, you guys are making bank. You've got thousands of subscribers.
Reading comments. I never knew veterinary medicine could be so sexy. Laughs.
Dr. Smith, reading comments. I've got a sick puppy that needs some attention from you both. Looks uncomfortable.
Scene 5. Jerry, feeling left out, decides to open his own OnlyFans account.
Determined, I can do this. I'll show them all.
Scene 6. Jerry's OnlyFans account is a flop.
Disappointed. What's wrong with me? Why don't people want to see me naked?
Scene 7. Jerry catches Beth and Dr. Smith having an affair.
Sobbing. How could you do this to me, Beth? And with that guy with the slong?
Defiantly. You never paid attention to me, Jerry. This is your fault.
Dr. Smith, nervously, I'm sorry, man. I never meant for this to happen.
Scene 8. Rick tries to console Jerry.
Hey, man, we all have our insecurities. Take it from a guy with a small slong.
Laughs. Thanks, Rick. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Scene 9. Morty is counting all the money they made from the OnlyFans account.
Wow, you guys made $50,000 this month.
Excitedly. We can finally afford that trip to Hawaii.
Dr. Smith looks uncomfortable. I don't know if I want to keep doing this. It's starting to feel wrong.
Sarcastically, oh, come on. Live a little.
Insane. Rick and Morty watching a news report about the scandalous OnlyFans account.
News anchor. In a shocking turn of events, 2 local veterinarians have been caught in a steamy love affair. And it all started with an OnlyFans account.
Chuckles. Always good for a laugh.
Title: The Slong Vet. The episode opens with Rick and Morty accompanying Beth to her clinic. She shows them around while they wait for her to finish a procedure. They come across a woman in a dentist's chair holding a cat up to her face while a man in a lab coat and gloves holds a cat up to her.
Looks like someone's about to learn the hard way about interspecies bonding.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Meanwhile, Beth notices a long slong on the new veterinarian at her clinic. She can't resist talking about it in front of Rick and Morty.
I mean, have you seen the slong on this guy? It's like a third arm.
When did this show become so horny?
I think it's always been like this, Rick.
As Beth becomes increasingly distracted by the slong vet, Morty comes up with a brilliant idea.
Hey, what if we set up an OnlyFans for you and the slong vet? You could make so much money.
Jesus, Morty, you're like a one-man porn industry.
Beth is hesitant at first, but eventually agrees to the plan. They set up the OnlyFans, and within a week, Beth and the slong vet are making over $10,000 a month.
I can't believe people are willing to pay to watch us examine animals.
It's the slong, Beth. Never underestimate the power of the slong.
The ratings and comments pour in, with fans raving about the chemistry between Beth and the slong vet. Meanwhile, Jerry becomes increasingly jealous and decides to open his own OnlyFans. I can do this too. I'll show Beth I don't need her slong. But it turns out nobody wants to see Jerry's OnlyFans. He makes zero money while Beth and the slong vet continue to rake it in. This is bullshit. Why does she get all the attention? Desperate to confront Beth, Jerry sneaks into her clinic after hours, only to catch her and the slong vet in the middle of an affair. I can't believe this. You're cheating on me with a guy who's literally hung like a horse.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I just couldn't resist the slong.
Can we please stop saying slong now?
The episode ends with Jerry staring forlornly at the couple, knowing he has no power to change the situation. I guess I'll just have to accept it. My wife's in love with the slong.
Title: Only fans of the Schlongvet.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty doing paperwork together in front of a laptop computer and a desk. As they work, Rick notices a weird energy signature coming from a nearby veterinary clinic. He asks Morty to accompany him to investigate further. Upon arriving at the clinic, they meet Beth, who points out the new veterinarian who has a particularly long slong. Rick uses his scientific PhD university terms to describe the anomaly, while Morty awkwardly laughs. Beth decides to take advantage of the situation by setting up an OnlyFans account for herself and the veterinarian. Morty, being the tech-savvy grandson, sets up the account and they start taking pictures and videos, much to Jerry's chagrin. Despite Jerry's jealousy, the OnlyFans account becomes a hit, earning thousands of dollars per month from their fans. The comments from their fans are just hilarious, praising the slong of the veterinarian and begging for more content. However, Jerry decides to join in and create his own OnlyFans account, hoping to make some quick cash. Unfortunately, his account flops, with no one interested in seeing his mediocre content. To make matters worse, he catches his wife and the veterinarian having an affair, but he has no power to change the situation. The episode ends with Jerry sulking while Rick and Morty continue to make off with the OnlyFans cash.
Oh, the beauty of capitalism. Who knew a slong could be so profitable?
I am glad we could help, I guess.
I never knew my veterinary degree would lead me to this kind of success.
I hate this so much.
Fan comment 1. That schlong is worth every penny. Keep it coming. Fan comment 2. Beth and the vet are the dream team we never knew we needed.
Fan comment 3. Jerry needs to step up his game if he wants to compete with that schlong.
End of episode.
Title: The Schlong Veterinarian.
The episode begins with Rick on the phone with an alien CEO discussing a new technology that can transfer human consciousness into a pickle. Meanwhile, a patient in the background smiles with a pair of scissors in his hand.
Look, I don't care if your species finds pickles offensive. It's a damn good invention. Now let's talk numbers.
As Rick hangs up, Beth notices a new veterinarian at the clinic with a long schlong. She can't help but stare, and Morty quickly picks up on her interest.
Mom, are you checking out the vet? I can set up an OnlyFans for you and him.
Morty, that's ridiculous. But, how much money could we make?
Based on my calculations, I estimate a monthly income of approximately $50,000.
What? That's insane.
The episode then shows Beth and the veterinarian filming various sexual acts and building a large following on OnlyFans. Comments from fans range from, "You two are scorching hot," to, "I wish my vet looked like that." Jerry becomes increasingly jealous of Beth's success and decides to open his own OnlyFans. However, it quickly becomes apparent that nobody is interested in his content and he only makes a few dollars. This is absurd. How can they not like my barely erect penis? As Jerry wallows in his own self-pity, he secretly watches Beth and the veterinarian have an affair. The episode ends with Jerry realizing he has no power to change the situation and accepting his fate as a cuckold. I guess this is my life now. Watching my wife get plowed by a vet with a giant schlong. The credits roll as Rick sips on some alien beer and muses about the absurdity of human sexuality.
You know, Morty, maybe turning yourself into a pickle isn't such a bad idea after all.
Narrator. In this episode, we witness the complex human behavior intertwined with modern technology that surrounds the story of Beth, Morty, Jerry, and their canine companion. Set in an office-like environment with computer desks and various technological setups, a curious incident changes their lives forever.
Excuse me, doctor. I couldn't help but notice a disproportionately long genitalia protruding from your scrubs. Is that normal among veterinarians?
Veterinarian. Why, yes, it is. Thank you for asking. It's a result of our extensive training and expertise in animal anatomy.
Narrator. This conversation piqued Morty's entrepreneurial side, and he swiftly sets up an OnlyFans account for Beth and the veterinarian, using his knowledge of marketing strategies honed from his years of gaming experience.
Hey, guys! We're live on OnlyFans. Let's see how much we can make with Big Slong Vet and Beth's love for all things furry.
Narrator. The subscribers poured in, and the couple was making a considerable sum of money each month. The fans ranged from confused to fascinated, and their ratings on Morty's marketing skill reflected his impeccable talent.
Fan 1. I don't know what possessed me to subscribe, but I can't stop watching the vet do his magic. Wowza.
Fan 2. As an aspiring veterinarian, this has become a masterpiece in veterinary science. Educational and entertaining.
Narrator. Meanwhile, Jerry watched his wife's newfound popularity with resentment, cursing his short genitalia's misfortune. So he decided to open his own OnlyFans account, only to find out that no one was interested in watching a man who had trouble opening a jar of pickles. This isn't fair. I want to be included in the family's OnlyFans fame. Why does Big Slong Vet have to steal my thunder? Narrator. But Jerry had no power, and his jealousy led him to spy on his wife and her lover, watching their secret, steamy meetings. I hate that Big Slong Vet, but I can't stop watching them. It's like a car crash. I shouldn't be interested, but I can't look away. Narrator. So concludes this episode, showcasing the lengths people go to for fame and fortune and how technology has revolutionized even the adult content industry. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer exploring a new planet with strange species. While on the planet, they come across a woman in scrubs standing behind a counter with dogs behind her and a sign that says, Fair Tetratytan. Rick, being the curious scientist that he is, approaches the woman and asks about the planet's veterinary practices. To his surprise, the woman reveals that they have a unique method of examining animals that involves a long, adjustable tool. Meanwhile, Beth takes her pet to this veterinarian and notices the long slong on the new veterinarian at her clinic. She becomes increasingly interested in this unique examination method and convinces Summer and Morty to set up an OnlyFans account for her and the vet. With Morty's savvy marketing skills, Beth and the vet quickly gain a massive following, earning $10,000 a month from subscribers alone. They receive overwhelmingly positive ratings from fans, with comments ranging from, I never knew a vet exam could be so hot, to, I hope they never run out of animals to examine. Unfortunately, Jerry becomes jealous of Beth's newfound success and decides to join OnlyFans himself. However, his lackluster content and unimpressive slong lead to 0 subscribers and no income. As he watches his wife and the vet's affair unfold, Jerry laments his lack of power to change the situation. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer leaving the planet, still in awe of the strange practices of the fair Tetratytan veterinary system.
I gotta hand it to those fair Tetratytans. They really know how to examine an animal.
Yeah, but I don't think Beth should have gone that far.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
I'll do whatever it takes to provide for this family.
Bet. I'm just glad someone appreciates my unique exam method.
Why do I always have to be the loser?
Title: OnlyFans for Pets.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on a new project, where they plan to revolutionize the pet industry using advanced technology. Meanwhile, Beth, who works as a veterinarian, noticed a new colleague with a long slong, and she couldn't keep her eyes off him.
Oh my god, did you see his slong?
Don't be a pervert, Beth. We have work to do.
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we set up an OnlyFans for you guys and monetize the situation?
What's OnlyFans, and how will it help us?
It's a platform where you can post pictures and videos and earn money from your subscribers. Trust me, it's a goldmine.
After setting up their OnlyFans, Beth and the vet start earning a lot of money from their fans, and their ratings and comments are through the roof.
Wow, we're making so much money, Morty. We should have done this earlier.
Yeah, and look at all these comments. They love your slong.
However, Jerry, who was insecure about his manhood, also decided to open his OnlyFans. Unfortunately, he made no money and was constantly reminded of his wife's affair with the vet. Why is no one interested in my slong? It's big too.
Face it, Jerry, you don't have what it takes.
The episode ends with Beth and the vet making even more money, while Jerry is left alone, watching his wife with the man with the mighty slong.
I never knew working with animals could be so profitable.
That's why I'm the smartest man in the universe. I can monetize anything.
Title: The Veterinary Slong.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer walking into a veterinary clinic where Beth works. A veterinarian is examining a dog's teeth with a cat on the table nearby and a woman looking on.
Why are we here? I don't like animals. They're beneath me.
Come on, Rick. Beth asked us to come. Plus, I bet there's some cool science stuff here.
Yeah, like maybe they have a machine that can switch my brain with a cat's brain. That'd be sick.
As they explore the clinic, they notice a new veterinarian that Beth hired. She's a tall, muscular woman with a long slong that everyone can't take their eyes off.
I think the new vet is really good at her job. And she's making a lot of money for the clinic.
You mean because everyone keeps coming back to stare at her slong?
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we set up an OnlyFans for the clinic? We can make even more money.
Morty, you're a genius. Let's get to work.
They quickly set up the OnlyFans account and start posting pictures of the veterinarian and her slong. To their surprise, they start making thousands of dollars per month.
Whoa, we're rich. I can finally afford that brain transplant machine.
And look at all these comments from our fans. They love the slong.
I never realized how profitable sexualizing animals could be. Good job, Morty.
But things take a turn when Jerry discovers the OnlyFans account and becomes jealous. He decides to open his own account, but it turns out that nobody is interested in seeing him naked. Why isn't anyone liking my pictures? Is it because I don't have a slong like that, Bet?
Jerry, what are you doing? You know we're making money from this. Just let it go.
Jerry signs on to see his wife having an affair with a big slong Bet with no power to change the situation. This is terrible. I feel so powerless.
Yeah, shut up, Jerry. We've got more money to make.
The episode ends with the family rolling in piles of cash, all thanks to the veterinary slong.
Title: The OnlyFans Experimentation.
The episode starts off with Rick and Morty visiting a new planet that is known for their advanced technology and sex toys. Rick, being Rick, decides to take some samples for research purposes. Morty, not wanting to be a part of it, decides to wander off and ends up at a veterinary clinic on the planet. While there, he notices that the new veterinarian has a long slong. Morty, being a teenage boy, is impressed and tells his sister Beth about it. Beth visits the clinic and also notices the long slong. She can't stop thinking about it and asks Morty to set up an OnlyFans account for her and the veterinarian. The account quickly gains popularity and they start making $10,000 a month. They receive ratings and comments from their fans such as, "I would let the veterinarian examine me any day," and "Beth is hotter than any animal I've ever seen." Jerry, noticing how much money they are making, becomes jealous and sets up his own account. However, he soon realizes that he makes no money because no one is interested in seeing him. Jerry becomes depressed and decides to visit the veterinarian to confront him about the affair. But when he arrives, he is faced with the reality that the veterinarian has no power to change the situation. With Jerry's OnlyFans account being a failure and his marriage falling apart, Rick and Morty decide to take him on another adventure to forget about his problems. The episode ends with them teleporting away to a new planet, leaving Jerry to wallow in his self-pity.
Morty, another successful experiment in the realm of sex and technology.
I just can't believe how much money we're making. And all because Beth has a thing for long slongs.
Hey, it's not just me. The fans love him too.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe my wife is having an affair with a veterinarian with a long slong.
Jealousy, Jerry. It's a bitch, or in your case, a non-existent OnlyFans account.
Yeah, sorry Dad. Looks like no one wants to see you like that.
Can we just focus on the fact that we're making bank here? And besides, the veterinarian is just doing his job.
Size, I guess you're right. I just wish I could do something about it.
Well, we could always go to another planet and forget about your problems. How about it?
Nods, sure, why not? Can't get any worse than this.
Famous last words.
Title: The OnlyFans Experiment, a scientific analysis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with an invention that can detect the level of intelligence in different dimensions. After detecting a highly intelligent dimension, they enter it only to find a cartoon world where animals can talk and humans are subservient to them. Beth takes her cat and dog to this world's veterinarian, where she notices something unusual. The veterinarian has an exceptionally long slong. Morty, being the entrepreneur that he is, sets up an OnlyFans account for Beth and the veterinarian and starts producing live content. As expected, the account takes off with fans flooding in, eager to learn more about the veterinarian's long slong. They are making a whopping $30,000 per month and have 5-star ratings from their fans. Jerry, feeling left out, decides to start his OnlyFans account but quickly realizes that no one is interested in watching him. He becomes envious of the success Beth and the veterinarian, but he can do nothing as the vet has claimed Beth's affections. The comments on Beth and the veterinarian's OnlyFans account are a mix of admiration and envy. Some fans express their desire to meet the veterinarian in person while others criticize Beth's fidelity. Rick is amused by the situation and decides to analyze the success of the OnlyFans account scientifically. He measures the dopamine levels in fans who subscribe to the account and concludes that their brains are wired to crave excitement and novelty. In the end, Beth and the veterinarian continue to make absurd amounts of money while Jerry sulks in defeat, unable to even produce a single interesting post. The episode culminates in a chaotic climax, where Jerry finds himself locked in a room with the long-slong veterinarian, unable to escape his wife's infidelity. Rick, Morty, and Beth leave the cartoon dimension, with Rick commenting on the absurdity of human desires and the power of dopamine in our brains. The episode ends with Morty pondering the morality of exploiting one's own sexuality for money.
Announcer, we begin our episode with Rick and Morty exploring a distant planet in the Andromeda Galaxy.
Morty, stay focused. We're here to collect a rare element for our latest experiment.
Nervously, okay, Rick, whatever you say.
As the duo traverses the planet, they stumble upon an unusual factory where they encounter a strange, cartoon character with green hair, wearing a black shirt and a green and blue jacket.
Excitedly, Morty, look at this. It's a cartoon paradise, and it seems to be dedicated to these little green guys, the Opie Loompas.
Alarmed. Rick, I don't think they're called that.
Laughing, chill out, Morty. Let's go inside and check it out.
As they enter, Morty becomes increasingly uncomfortable with what he sees.
Panicking. Rick, these creatures are just caricatures of the Oompa Loompas from Wonka's chocolate factory. And they all have large boobs.
Mused. Morty, don't be so prudish. It's probably a cultural thing. Let's ask them.
Horrified. I can't, Rick. I'm traumatized by this experience. I need to lie down.
Sarcastically. Oh, come on, Morty. If you can't handle a little Opie Loompa, how are you going to handle the real scientific stuff?
Groaning. I don't know, Rick. It just seems wrong.
Determined. Well, Morty, sometimes you have to face your fears head on. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to describe them in excruciating detail, and I'm going to record it all.
Sighing. Okay, Rick. If it's for science.
And thus, the rest of the episode proceeds with Morty reluctantly describing the Opie Loompas in scientific PhD university terms, while Rick revels in the absurdity of the whole situation. The episode ends with Morty begrudgingly realizing that he may never fully understand the Opie Loompas, but he has come to accept their existence in his own way.
Title: The Schlong Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth embark on a scientific journey to unravel the mysteries of the slong and its impact on the human psyche.
Morty, we've got a problem. Jerry's slong keeps scraping against the floor, and it's causing a catastrophic paradox in the time-space fabric.
I don't understand, Rick. What do you mean?
means we have to surgically reduce his slong before it tears a hole in the universe. And Beth, you're in charge of making sure he gets the slong augmentation surgery too.
What? Jerry, I can't believe you let your slong get this out of control. And Rick, why do we have to do this?
It's for the greater good, Beth. We need to maintain the delicate balance of the multiverse. Now, let's get to work.
The group arrives at the surgical center, and Jerry is prepped for his slong reduction surgery. But things take an unexpected turn when the surgeon accidentally swaps the tubes for the reduction and augmentation procedures.
Surgeon, oops, my bad. Looks like we gave Jerry an extra long slong instead of reducing it. My apologies. What? That's not what we wanted.
Relax, Beth. I have a plan. We'll use the slong to create a wormhole and travel to a parallel dimension where Jerry's slong is of normal size.
Oh boy, here we go again.
As they travel through the wormhole, they encounter bizarre creatures and mind-bending landscapes. They finally make it to their destination, but they realize too late that they forgot the blue handle, which is required to close the wormhole.
Great, now we're stuck here forever. Hope you're happy, Jerry.
Actually, I kinda like it here. My slong feels right at home.
The group has no choice but to embrace their new reality and start a new life in the parallel dimension. The end.
Title: Theoretical Physics of Credit Card Fraud and Love Hotels in Japan.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in Rick's garage lab with a bunch of skis on a table. They're talking about how to measure the exact angle of the ski slopes to optimize ski performance.
Morty, we gotta measure the precise angles of these skis to get the best results. It's all about theoretical physics and precision.
Oh man, I don't know anything about physics, Rick. Can't we just eyeball it?
Eyeball it, Morty. Do you want to end up like Jerry and his lousy credit cards? No, we gotta use science to get these skis right.
Cut to Jerry on the phone with the bank, complaining about the fraudulent charges on his credit card.
I'm telling you, someone's been using my card to rent love hotels in Japan. I don't even know what a waifu is.
Back to the lab, Morty gets an idea.
Hey Rick, what if we use the same scientific theory to measure the angles of the skis to optimize the angles of my waifus?
Morty, that's ridiculous, but I like your thinking. Let's do it.
They start working on a machine that can measure the angles of objects and optimize them.
We gotta calibrate this machine, Morty. We can't have any margin for error in theoretical physics.
Right. No error.
Cut to Morty in Japan, having the time of his life with his waifus at love hotels.
Morty, on the phone with Rick. Rick, this machine really works. My waifus are at optimal angles and loving it.
Rick, on the other end of the phone. That's nice and all, Morty, but we still gotta figure out how to pay for these love hotels without getting caught. Remember, theoretical physics is all about finding solutions.
Morty uses Jerry's credit card again. Cut to Jerry despairing over his ruined credit.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. First, I lose my wife, now I lose my credit.
Back to the lab, Rick and Morty use their machine to hack into the bank's system and erase the record of Jerry's fraudulent charges.
Morty, we did it. We used science to solve our problem and saved Jerry's credit.
Yeah, Rick, we're like theoretical physics heroes.
Let's not get carried away, Morty. We still gotta work on optimizing those skis.
End scene with Rick and Morty standing next to the machine, looking proud and triumphant.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of OnlyFans.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty encounter a perplexing anomaly in the fabric of the multiverse when they stumble upon a green alien with a strange head on its forehead. Meanwhile, Morty discovers an untapped source of income by secretly opening up an OnlyFans account for Beth and Summer, resulting in a series of misadventures that threaten to unravel the very fabric of their reality.
Morty, we got a situation here. This green alien has got me scratching my head, and not just because of its weird forehead.
Oh, yeah, Rick. That's real weird. But check this out. I found a way to make some serious cash by creating an OnlyFans account for Mom and Summer.
Morty, that's a terrible idea. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos that could unleash?
No. But the money's rolling in like this weird alien's head.
I'm not sure which is weirder. Alright, let's see where this takes us. But keep your portal gun handy.
Morty, what have you done? I can't believe you did this behind our backs.
Yeah, Morty, this is so embarrassing. Why would you do something like this?
Sorry guys. I just thought it was a good way to make some extra money. And now we have to deal with this weird alien thing too.
Hold on a second. There's some weird quantum fluctuation happening here. I think the only way to stabilize the situation is to activate the Schrodinger's cat protocol.
What the hell does that mean, Rick?
Means we have to make some tough choices. We have to choose which reality we want to live in. Do we want to keep our OnlyFans account and deal with the consequences, or do we want to reset the timeline and start over?
I say we keep the account. I'm making bank.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Summer. Let's keep it.
Yeah, me too.
Very well. Schrodinger's cat protocol initiated. Brace yourselves for the ultimate reality check.
Reality warps and twists as the characters are transported to a new timeline.
Well, looks like we're back to square one. No weird alien, no OnlyFans account. Nothing but the sweet sound of silence.
But Rick, what about the money?
Morty, sometimes the cost of doing business is too high. Now let's get out of here before something else happens.
They all portal out as the green alien watches in confusion.
Green alien. What a strange species. They never leave anything unchanged.
Title: Quantum Entanglement of Weaponized Fireworks.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage, surrounded by various scientific equipment. While Morty is browsing Reddit on his phone, Rick is tinkering with a device that appears to be a hybrid of a gun and a firework launcher.
Morty, hand me the quantum hyperdrive modifier.
Rick, I don't think we have one of those.
Hey, just hand me the wrench then.
As Rick continues to modify the device, Morty gets distracted by a post in a subreddit called r/Explosive Designs. The title reads, "Check out my latest firework creation," and the accompanying picture shows a series of 3 cartoon images of people with guns and fireworks in the background.
Oh man, those fireworks are sick.
What are you blabbering about now, Morty?
This guy on Reddit made these really cool fireworks with guns in the background. Can we make something like that?
Rick rolls his eyes but decides to take on the challenge nevertheless. They modify the gun firework launcher to incorporate quantum entanglement technology.
Next, Morty goes on a wild goose chase on various subreddits, adding random comments to posts. In one post on R, futuristic tattoo designs titled, "My New Tattoo." What do you think? Morty comments.
Looks like something a parallel universe version of me would get.
The op replies, "What do you mean? You don't like it?"
Oh no, I love it. Can't you tell I'm being supportive?
Meanwhile, Rick finishes upgrading the gun firework launcher and tests it out by shooting it at a nearby tree. The tree explodes into a dazzling array of colors and shapes, thanks to the incorporation of quantum entanglement technology. Impressed with the results, Rick and Morty decide to take their creation to the extreme by entering it into a fireworks competition. They show up at the competition, where they encounter a woman holding a gun.
Woman with a gun. What the hell is that contraption?
Oh, just a little something we cooked up in the lab.
Woman with a gun. Well, I've got my own little something for this competition. Let's see which one of us comes out on top.
The competition begins, and Rick and Morty's gun firework launcher steals the show, producing an elaborate display of abstract laser-like shapes and vibrant colors. The woman with the gun, unable to compete with the duo's quantum entanglement technology, fires her gun in frustration, inadvertently setting off a chain reaction that leaves the entire competition in ruins. As they make their escape, Rick and Morty look back at the destruction they've caused.
Well, that was a complete disaster.
But it was totally worth it, right?
Sure, Morty, whatever helps you sleep at night.
Opening scene.
Morty, why are you holding a credit card and a Japanese Visa card in your hands?
Excitedly, oh, Rick, you won't believe it. Jerry gave me his credit cards, and I am going to Japan to rent waifus.
Sarcastically, wow, great idea, Morty. I'm sure Jerry won't be missing his hard-earned money.
Ignoring Rick's comment, I can't wait to have my dates with them. I even booked a love hotel for us.
Entering the room, Morty, what the hell are you doing with my credit cards?
Nervously, nothing, Jerry. Just borrowing them for a bit.
Entering the room, Morty, you can't just take someone's credit cards without their permission.
Entering the room. Yeah, Morty, what if Jerry gets charged for something he didn't buy?
Defensively, relax guys, I'll pay him back. I just wanted to experience Japanese culture.
Smirking, Morty, there are better ways to experience Japanese culture than renting waifus.
Confused, like what?
Pulling out a device. How about we use this portal gun I created to travel to Japan and experience their culture firsthand?
Excitedly, yes. Let's do it.
Skeptically, are you sure this is safe?
Supportively, let's trust Rick, Jerry.
Enthusiastically, yay! Japan, here we come.
Scientific explanation.
The premise of this episode involves Morty's desire to experience Japanese culture through renting waifus. Waifus are fictional female characters in anime and manga that serve as romantic interests for male characters. By using Jerry's credit cards without his permission, Morty committed credit card fraud, which is a punishable offense. The episode explores the ethical and moral implications of using someone else's credit cards without their consent. However, Rick's creation of the portal gun allows the characters to travel to Japan and experience the culture without any legal or ethical issues.
Conclusion.
This episode showcases the importance of respecting other people's property and the consequences of committing fraud. The use of the portal gun adds a scientific element to the episode and allows the characters to explore Japan's culture in a unique and exciting way. The episode is full of jokes and humor, making it an enjoyable watch for fans of the show.
Title: The Toy Figure and the Wafers.
Summary.
In this scientific PhD-level episode of Rick and Morty, the plot revolves around a toy figure sitting on a table next to a machine and a bag of popcorn in front of it. Morty, tempted by the toys and his desires, takes Jerry's credit cards and goes to Japan to rent waifus and have dates with them, even going to love hotels. Throughout the episode, various scientific discoveries and discussions occur, including in-depth analysis of the manko and oppai of the various waifus Morty is dating. The characters also discuss their experience getting plushies at the arcade crane game.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with some gadgets. Rick is busy analyzing the science of the toy figure and the machine next to it. Morty, look at this toy figure, Rick says. It's a revolutionary invention, an amalgamation of synthetic and organic materials, designed to emit unique neuroelectrical signals to the brain, which affects the reward centers and stimulates the sensation of pleasure. It's like a drug, and people just can't resist it. Morty, who is staring at the toy figure with glazed eyes, nods in agreement and picks it up. This is the coolest toy I've seen in my life, Rick, he says. I wish I could get more of these. Suddenly, Jerry barges in. Hey, Morty, have you seen my credit cards? He asks, looking around frantically. Morty quickly snatches Jerry's credit cards and decides to go on an adventure to Japan. Once in Japan, Morty discovers the world of waifus, virtual anime girlfriends. He spends Jerry's money renting them and going on dates with them in love hotels. Meanwhile, Rick and the rest of the family are analyzing the science of the manko and oppai of the various waifus. The manko and oppai of these waifus have significantly different properties than those of real humans. Beth says in her scientific voice, they are composed of unique synthetic materials which simulate the sensations of human female anatomy, yet they are distinctly different in their composition and sensory feedback mechanisms. Summer chimes in. I tried one of these waifus too, but the oppai felt like a strange, alien life form. It was like small, squishy water balloons. The family continues to chat about waifus while Morty is living his best waifu life, using Jerry's credit cards to buy plushies at the arcade crane game. Hey, Morty, what waifus did you get? Rick asks curiously. Morty replies, I got the Yorumi-chan and her big oppais, and I also got the Fuka-chan, she's really horny. The family looks at each other in confusion as Morty celebrates his waifu plushie wins. Rick shakes his head and mutters, looks like Morty's waifu addiction has gone to a new level. Finally, Morty returns home with his collection of waifu plushies and a hefty credit card bill. The family confronts him, but Morty is unapologetic. I had the time of my life in Japan, and you guys just don't understand waifus, he says. The scientific discussions continue throughout the episode, leaving the audience baffled and amused by the surreal and absurd plot.
Title: The Oppai Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty stumble upon a painting with a cryptic message and a disturbing parody of Oompa Loompas, leading Morty to confront his own fears and desires.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are exploring a deserted planet when they come across a strange painting hanging in an abandoned temple.
Looks like some kind of religious iconography. You know, Morty, I've always thought the idea of a divine being was just a crutch for weak-minded people who can't handle the truth about the universe.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what about the message on the painting? The priest not be? What does that mean?
Who cares? Let's just keep looking around, Morty. We might find something valuable or interesting.
Scene 2.
Morty can't shake the feeling that the painting holds some deeper significance, so he convinces Rick to take it back to the ship for further analysis.
I think this painting might be a clue to something important, Rick. We should definitely investigate further.
Morty, This is just a painting. It's not going to give us any answers to the mysteries of the universe.
But what if it does, Rick? What if it's connected to some secret knowledge or hidden treasure?
Scene 3.
Meanwhile, Morty accidentally stumbles upon a strange video on the internet featuring a group of parody characters based on Oompa Loompas. However, these characters are much different, as they have large breasts and are called the Opie Loompas. Morty is shocked and disturbed by what he sees.
Oh God, Rick, you have to see this. It's like Oompa Loompas, but with huge bouncing. Never mind. It's just really weird and messed up.
Let me see that, Morty. These Opie Loompas are quite intriguing. I wonder who came up with this twisted version of reality.
Scene 4.
Rick decides to force Morty to confront his strange fascination with the Opie Loompas by making him describe every detail about their appearance and behavior.
Okay, Morty, I want you to tell me everything you remember about these Opie Loompas. Don't hold back.
Well, they had orange skin and green hair, and they were wearing white jumpsuits with their cleavage on full display. And they were singing really weird songs about chocolate and sex and, oh God, this is messed up, Rick.
Stop holding back, Morty. Tell me more about their breasts.
Scene 5.
Morty finally breaks down and admits his secret desire to be with a Opie Loompa, but Rick dismisses it as just another example of Morty's unhealthy fantasies.
It's okay, Morty. We all have weird kinks and fetishes we're not proud of, but don't let this consume your life like it has for so many others.
But Rick, what if there really are Opie Loompas out there? What if they're real?
Then we'll find them, Morty, and we'll make sure they don't cause any more chaos and destruction than they already have.
Scene 6.
After some long and grueling research, Rick and Morty finally discover that the painting they found was actually a warning from an ancient civilization about the dangers of fetishizing and objectifying sexualized versions of children's characters.
Well, Morty, looks like we're not the only ones who have discovered the paradox of the Opie Loompas. We need to spread the word and educate others about the dangers of not respecting boundaries and personal space.
Yeah, Rick, this was a really weird and disturbing experience. But at least we learned something about ourselves and the universe.
Or maybe, Morty, we just learned that reality is a lot more messed up than we thought it was. Either way, let's get out of here before we run into any more strange and traumatizing experiences.
Title: The Mungo and Opie Conundrum.
Opening shot of the episode is a wide-angle view of the multiverse. The camera zooms in on Rick and Morty's garage, where they are discussing the latest adventure that they had. Rick is tinkering with a portal gun, while Morty is buried in his phone, browsing different online stores.
Morty, what are you doing? I thought we were going to work on that new invention.
I know, Rick, but I found this wicked cool store online. It's got all sorts of stuff in it.
Oh great, more distractions. Well, we've got nothing better to do. Let's take a look.
Cut to the store that Morty found. It's a small shop with shelves filled with various items. There's a sign that says, "I love you," above a shelf with plushies of different cartoon characters.
Hey, Rick, check out these plushies. They're so cute. I want one.
Whatever, Morty, just don't blame me if you waste all your money on these things.
Morty picks up a Pikachu plush and heads to the cashier. Suddenly, he sees something in the corner of his eye. It's a brochure for a Japanese dating agency.
Whoa, Rick, look at this. They have a whole bunch of waifus you can rent. And they're all in Japan.
Morty, you can't just go to Japan without a plan.
I've got a plan, Rick. I'm going to use Jerry's credit card.
You're going to do what now? Morty, that's not a good idea.
Relax, Rick. It's not like I'm going to max it out or anything. I'll just rent a couple of waifus and we'll be back in no time.
Fine, but don't tell Jerry I let you do this.
Cut to Morty in Japan, surrounded by a bunch of waifus that he rented with Jerry's credit card. They're all holding hands and walking down the street like they're in an anime opening. Morty is wearing a shirt that says, "I love Opie."
Waifu 1. Manko, Opie.
Yeah, alright, I know what those mean. Let's just go to the arcade already.
Cut to Morty and the waifus at an arcade. Morty is playing a crane game and the waifus are cheering him on.
Waifu 2. Kawaii, kawaii.
I got it. I got a plushie of Raya and Emmy.
Waifu 3, Gochi Susama Deshita.
Oh, yeah, you too.
Cut to Morty and the waifus in a love hotel. The room is decorated like a traditional Japanese ryokan, with paper walls and a low table in the center.
Waifu 4. Anata wa daisuki desu.
I don't know what that means, but I'm going to assume it's something nice.
As the night goes on, Morty continues to use Jerry's credit card to pay for more waifus and arcade prizes. Eventually, the bill reaches an exorbitant amount and Jerry's credit card gets declined.
Oh, I think we've hit the limit, guys.
Waifu 5. No, Morty-kun. We wanted to go to Akihabara.
I'm sorry, but I think it's time to go back to the garage.
Cut to Morty and the waifus saying goodbye at the airport. Morty is wearing a Pikachu hoodie and carrying a giant Rei Ayanami plushie.
Waifu 6. Mata Imasho, Nay.
Oh, yeah, definitely. See you later.
Cut to Rick and Morty back in the garage, looking at the credit card bill. What the hell is all this? Why did you spend thousands of dollars on Japanese dating services and arcade games?
It was research, Jerry. I had to experience the culture firsthand to understand it.
You realize you're probably on several watch lists now, right?
I don't care, Rick. It was totally worth it.
You're paying me back for this, Morty. Every cent. Final shot is of Morty playing with his Rei Ayanami plushie.
I love you, Ray-chan.
Title: The Schlong of Science.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in a lab trying to develop a new interdimensional portal when they accidentally open a portal to hell. They decide to investigate and find themselves in a room with a group of people standing around a demon on the floor.
Ah, great. We got ourselves a demon summoning party. Morty, let's get the hell out of here.
But what about the demon?
What about it? Let's just leave it be and get back to our portal.
Suddenly, one of the people in the room pulls out a sword and stabs the demon. The demon disappears and the room starts to shake.
Oh, geez. What the hell did you do, Morty?
It wasn't me, Rick. It was that guy with the sword.
No, Morty, that was you. Come on. Let's get out of here before something worse happens.
Cut to Jerry in the hospital. I'm here for my kidney surgery.
Nurse, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. There seems to have been a mix-up. Instead of kidney surgery, you were given a schlong augmentation surgery.
What? No. That wasn't what I wanted. Cut to Rick and Morty in the lab.
Morty, I'm detecting some strange energy readings coming from Jerry's location. Let's go check it out.
Do we have to, Rick? Can't we just stay here and work on our portal?
Morty, don't be a pussy. Let's go.
Cut to Jerry's hospital room. Jerry's schlong is now so enormous that it drags on the ground and he can barely move. Help me! I can't take it anymore. Rick and Morty burst into the room.
Holy shit, Morty, look at the size of that thing.
I don't know if I want to look.
Get a hold of yourself, Morty. We need to figure out a way to fix this.
Rick examines Jerry's schlong with his scientific instruments.
Oh, boy. This is gonna take some serious science.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
I don't know yet, Morty. But I do know one thing. We're gonna need some alcohol.
Cut to Rick and Morty in the lab, drinking heavily.
Okay, Morty. We need to shrink Jerry's schlong down to a more manageable size.
But how are we going to do that, Rick?
With science, Morty. With science.
Rick and Morty begin to perform a series of complicated experiments involving quantum mechanics, nanotechnology, and the power of positive thinking. After many failed attempts, they finally succeed in shrinking Jerry's schlong back to a normal size.
Thank you, Rick and Morty. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Yeah, just don't let this happen again, Jerry.
I won't. I promise.
Despite the successful resolution of Jerry's schlong crisis, the whole debacle is still a funny story that Rick and Morty love to tell at parties. The end.
Title: Simpsons Gargantuan and Mammary Glands, a Theoretical and Experimental Analysis.
The episode begins with Morty excitedly describing to Rick the infamous Simpsons episode featuring the character Large Marge and her enormous opie. Morty's enthusiastic ramblings segue into a scientific discussion about the physical properties of breasts, specifically their potential to store energy in a compressed state. Rick, intrigued by the topic, takes Morty on a wild interdimensional adventure to explore the limits of breast compression and energy storage. They visit a variety of alternate dimensions where they encounter beings with vastly different mammalian anatomy, leading to a number of comedic mishaps. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth is desperately trying to navigate a work crisis while dealing with Jerry's latest incompetence. The episode cuts back and forth between the outrageous interdimensional hijinks and the more mundane office politics, ultimately culminating in a ridiculous conclusion that ties the two plotlines together in a satisfyingly ridiculous manner. Along the way, the duo meets a variety of strange creatures and accidentally causes a number of physics-defying disasters, all while uncovering the surprising potential for practical applications of breast energy storage. The episode ends with Rick and Morty collapsing in exhaustion, both physically and mentally, while Beth manages to salvage her career and Jerry is fired yet again. Rick, Morty, don't you think we're taking this a bit too far? Morty, what do you mean, Rick? The possibilities are endless with compressed breasts. Think of, like, world peace or something. Rick, I think you're getting a little too worked up about opie, Morty. We need to focus on the science at hand. Morty, but Rick, the science is in the opie. Beth, what the hell are you guys talking about? Jerry, opie. I love opie. What are we talking about? Rick, another day, another dimension of fascination. Let's go.
Title: Wafer Wonderland.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a machine that can manipulate reality, which Rick has built to experiment with different dimensions. Summer strolls in, intrigued by the contraption, and Rick explains its scientific properties at length, complete with complex formulas and equations. Morty then thinks of a brilliant idea. He takes Jerry's credit card, hops into the machine, and travels to Japan to rent some waifus. He visits the local arcade and wins various plushies, including anime girls with Opie and Manko. Morty proceeds to have intimate dates with each of the waifus and even takes them to love hotels. Rick, obviously disapproving of Morty's actions, tries to intervene and erase the waifus from existence before Jerry finds out. Meanwhile, Summer laments the state of modern relationships and their reliance on technology and fantasy. Morty continues to use Jerry's credit card, buying expensive gifts for his waifus and even taking them on a tour of Japan. As he continues to spiral out of control, Rick frantically works on a solution to fix the mess Morty has created. In the end, Morty realizes the shallow nature of his relationships and decides to return to reality. Rick manages to erase the waifus from existence, leaving Morty to deal with the aftermath. Summer is left with a newfound appreciation for genuine relationships, and Jerry is left to deal with a massive credit card bill.
Morty, do you have any idea how dangerous it is to manipulate reality just to get laid?
Oh, come on, Rick. They were just waifus.
I can't believe you would resort to that, Morty. Why can't you just find someone real to love?
But Summer, the anime girls were so cute and soft. You can't blame me for wanting to be with them.
Never mind the philosophical implications, Morty. You're using Jerry's credit card. You've got to stop before he finds out.
Relax, Rick. I've got this covered.
10 minutes later.
Morty, can I talk to you for a second? We need to have a talk about your credit card bill.
Title: Morty's Waifu Wonderland and the Opaiman of Japan.
The episode begins with Rick and Jerry arguing over the latest invention that Rick has come up with. Suddenly, Morty enters the garage and snatches Jerry's credit card from his wallet.
Morty, what the hell are you doing?
I'm going to Japan, Rick. I've heard they have the best waifus there.
Morty, you can't just go to Japan and use my credit card without my permission.
Relax, Jerry. Think of it as an investment. The waifus will make me happy, and when I'm happy, I'll be more helpful on our adventures.
Fine, Morty, but just remember the rules of time travel. Don't mess with the past.
I know, Rick. I won't mess with the past. I just want some Opie and Manko.
Rick and Jerry watch as Morty disappears through the portal. Cut to Morty on a bustling city street in Tokyo. Signs and buildings are in the background, but Morty's eyes are focused on a large red and white sign that reads Coca-Cola.
Whoa, Japan is so cool.
He wanders down the street and sees a large arcade filled with crane games.
Awesome! I can get some plushies for the waifus.
He spends hours playing the games, eventually winning a large variety of plushies. Suddenly, he spots a sign for a Love Hotel.
That's it. I'm gonna find me some waifus.
He enters the hotel and spends the next few days going on dates with different waifus. Each one has a unique personality and physical attributes.
This one has huge Opie, and this one has a tight Manko.
Jerry, on the phone with Morty. Morty, where the hell are you? You've been using my credit card for days.
Calm down, Jerry. I'm just having fun, and these waifus are worth every penny.
Morty, this is crazy. You need to come back home right now.
Nah, I think I'm gonna stick around for a bit longer. There's so much to explore in Japan.
The episode ends with Morty strolling down the street once again, a smile on his face and a handful of plushies in his arms. Rick and Jerry watch as he disappears through the portal once again.
Well, at least he's happy.
I can't believe he spent all my money on waifus and plushies.
Hey, it's just money. We can always make more.
I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
Me too, Jerry. Me too.
Title: Waifu World, Mango and Oppai in Japan.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting in their garage laboratory, examining a black and white drawing of a building with stairs leading up to it and a clock tower in the background. Rick explains that the building is a Japanese love hotel, known for their unique amenities and themed rooms. Morty, feeling down about his love life, steals Jerry's credit card and travels to Japan to experience the world of waifus and love hotels. Upon arrival, Morty rents several waifus, each with their own unique mango and oppai. Rick, monitoring Morty's activities from the garage, furiously explains the scientific implications of Morty's actions. Do you even understand the connotations of using Jerry's credit card for this? You're risking the stability of interdimensional markets. Morty continues on his waifu-filled journey, spending Jerry's money on arcade crane games to win plushies of his favorite anime characters. I got a Pikachu plushie and a Sylveon plushie, Morty exclaims to one of his waifus. As the episode progresses, Morty begins to realize the consequences of his actions and confesses to Rick about his stolen credit card. You dumbass Morty, do you even know what kind of financial liability you put us in? Rick scolds. The episode ends with Rick and Morty frantically trying to cover up Morty's tracks, as they try to clean up the mess and prevent any further disruptions in the interdimensional economy.
Great, now we're in deep interdimensional turds because of your weeaboo fetish.
I'm sorry, Rick, I didn't know what I was doing.
You're goddamn right you didn't. Now help me fix this mess before we're both screwed.
Title: The Blue-Haired Waifu Chronicles.
Synopsis. In this episode, Morty decides to attend Comic-Con dressed as his favorite waifu, Marge Simpson. Despite the support of his family, he faces confusion and ridicule over his choice of a blue wig and shirt paired with a red and white sign. As he navigates the convention, he meets Julie Kavner, the voice actress behind Marge Simpson.
Morty, why are you dressing up as a blue-haired cartoon lady? You know this is not exactly scientific.
Come on, Rick. It's just a fun thing to do. Besides, I really like Marge Simpson. She's smart, funny, and beautiful.
Morty, I support you no matter what. But I don't think people at Comic-Con will understand what you are doing.
Yeah, Morty, you will stick out like a sore thumb. Are you sure you want to do this?
I don't care what people think. I am proud of who I am and what I like. And who knows, maybe I will meet Julie Kavner.
Julie Kavner, the voice actress behind Marge Simpson? Morty, that's a long shot. But then again, stranger things have happened in the multiverse.
At Comic-Con, Morty attracts attention as he walks around dressed as Marge Simpson. People ask him questions about his outfit and he happily answers them. But when he meets Julie Kavner, things start to get uncomfortable.
Hi, Julie. I am a big fan of Marge Simpson. I dressed up as her for Comic-Con.
Julie Kavner. Oh, that's so sweet. But why do you call her your waifu?
Oh, well, she's my favorite cartoon character. And I have a crush on her, I guess.
Julie Kavner, I see. Well, that's an interesting choice. But let's take a picture together, shall we?
Okay, that would be awesome.
The episode ends with Morty returning home, happy and satisfied with his Comic-Con experience. He has a newfound appreciation for Marge Simpson and the voice actress behind her. And Rick, Beth, and Summer learn to accept Morty for who he is, even if it means dressing up as a blue-haired waifu.
Title: Marge's Electric Opie.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty take their scientific exploration to the world of cartoons. In the midst of their escapades, Morty develops an unhealthy fascination with the physical attributes of Marge Simpson, specifically her ample opie. Rick, being the seasoned scientist that he is, finds Morty's focus on this particular feature of Marge's anatomy to be ludicrous.
Morty, I cannot believe you're obsessing over Marge's opie. Do you not understand the scientific implications of this? It's just a cartoon.
But Rick, have you seen their size? They defy all laws of physics.
Morty, I'm a scientist. I know how to define laws of physics, and even I think you're being ridiculous.
As the duo delves deeper into the cartoon world, they find themselves in the middle of a heated debate between the Looney Tunes and the Tiny Toons. The Looney Tunes accuse the Tiny Toons of stealing their shtick, while the Tiny Toons argue that they are simply paying homage.
Bugs Bunny, listen buddy, we're the orcs here. You can't just come in and rip us off.
Abs Bunny, but Bugs, we're just trying to pay tribute to you.
Oh, for crying out loud. This is a cartoon world. It's not like anything as original.
Meanwhile, Morty becomes increasingly fixated on the idea of creating a machine that can replicate Marge's opie, using his newfound cartoon physics knowledge.
Rick, I think I've figured it out. If we use the cartoon physics of this world, we can create a machine that can replicate the size of Marge's opie.
Morty, I don't think this is a good idea. We don't even know what kind of repercussions it could have.
Come on Rick, live a little. It's just a cartoon.
In typical Rick and Morty fashion, the experiment goes horribly wrong, resulting in a massive explosion that sends the duo hurtling across the cartoon universe.
Oh Morty, I hope you're happy. Now we're stranded in the cartoon world with no way of getting back.
But look at the bright side, Rick. At least I finally got to see Marge's opie up close.
Morty, you are beyond help.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty find themselves being chased by an army of angry cartoon characters, leaving them to ponder the scientific implications of their latest experiment.
Title: Popeye and Mango, a scientific presentation.
The episode starts off with Rick and Morty walking into a new room in their house, with a bed, chair, and a TV on the wall, and a picture on the wall.
What the hell are we doing in this room?
I'm gonna use it to teach old people about opie and Menko.
What, Morty? You can't just go around teaching old people about sexual fetishes.
Come on Rick, it's not like I'm gonna show them anything explicit. Plus, I'm gonna explain it in a scientific, PhD university level way.
Rick rolls his eyes but lets Morty go ahead with his plan. Morty heads to the nearest nursing home to give his waifu presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to give a scientific presentation about anime waifus and their attractions.
The old people look confused and uncomfortable, but Morty continues on with his presentation.
As you can see in this graph, there is a direct correlation between the size of opie and the level of popularity of waifus among the anime fanbase.
An old woman in the front row gasps in shock.
Old woman, young man, are you talking about breasts?
Yes, ma'am. But you see, opie represents not only a physical attraction, but also a symbol of strength, power, and nurturing qualities.
The old woman shakes her head disapprovingly, while some of the other old people start to look interested.
Now, let's move on to Menko. As you can see in this diagram, Menko is a representation of the traditional feminine qualities of purity, innocence, and submissiveness.
The old people start to murmur amongst themselves, and Morty doesn't notice the discomfort written all over their faces.
In conclusion, waifus with opie and smooth, tight Menko are not just objects of sexual desire. They represent a deeper cultural symbolism and a reflection of human desires and fantasies.
Rick bursts into the nursing home at that moment and drags Morty out by the collar of his shirt.
Morty, what the hell do you think you're doing?
What? I was just giving a scientific presentation about waifus.
You are making old people uncomfortable with your sexual fetishes.
Oh, I guess I didn't think about that.
No, you didn't. Now let's get out of here before I start feeling the need to bleach my eyeballs.
The episode ends with Morty apologizing to Rick and admitting he didn't think things through, while Rick rolls his eyes and mutters about how he can never catch a break with this kid. The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in their lab, discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs in interdimensional travel.
Morty, I've discovered a new way to access parallel universes. It involves quantum entanglement and a fart-powered portal gun.
Whoa, that sounds intense, Rick.
Suddenly, Morty gets an idea.
Hey Rick, I think I can use this technology to teach old people about anime waifus.
Rick looks at Morty skeptically.
Morty, I don't think that's a good idea.
Come on, Rick. It'll be hilarious. I can show them pictures of my favorite waifus with huge oppai and tight manko.
Ignoring Rick's warning, Morty sets off to the nearest nursing home to give his presentation. As he begins describing the anime girls, the old people are mortified.
This is Sena Kashiwazaki. Her oppai size is a whopping H cup and her manko is tighter than a ninja's grip.
The old people begin muttering to themselves in shock and disbelief. One old woman faints. But Morty is oblivious to their reactions and keeps going.
And coming in at number 2 on my top 10 waifus with the biggest oppai is...
Rick, watching from afar, shakes his head in disappointment.
Morty, you never know when to quit. This is why we can't have nice things.
But despite Rick's warnings, Morty continues with his presentation, causing chaos and controversy in the nursing home. In the end, Rick and Morty narrowly escape with their lives, but not before Morty declares that his waifu preferences are just science. The episode ends with Rick rolling his eyes and muttering under his breath about how he needs a new Morty.
Title: The Hat and Defamatory Grabs.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty, and Summer are sitting in the garage, surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Morty, Summer, I've detected a disturbance in the space-time continuum.
Oh no, what does that mean?
Is it dangerous?
Not necessarily, but it does mean we need to investigate.
Cut to Rick, Morty, and Summer traveling through different dimensions and timelines, searching for the source of the disturbance.
Ah, here we are. This timeline seems to be the origin point.
What are we looking for exactly?
Yeah, we could use a bit more information.
According to my calculations, there was a man and a woman wearing hats and smiling at the camera in this timeline who had a significant impact on the disturbance.
That's it? That's all we have to go on?
I think we need more data.
Rolling his eyes, fine. Let's take a look around and see what we can find.
As they explore the timeline, they come across a black and white photo of a man in a hat.
This must be the guy.
Wait, why is he important?
That's what we're here to find out, Morty.
Suddenly, Jerry's alien girlfriend appears out of nowhere.
Alien girlfriend. Hey guys, what's up?
Oh great, now we have to deal with more aliens.
Alien girlfriend. Looking offended, that's kind of racist, Rick.
Sarcastically, oh, I'm sorry. Please, enlighten me about the intricacies of your alien culture.
Alien girlfriend. Ignoring Rick, I heard you guys were investigating something. Mind if I join in?
Fine. Sure, why not?
As they continue their investigation, they unwittingly stumble upon a group of crabs that seem to have a connection to the disturbance.
Rick, why are these crabs dancing?
This is very interesting. These crabs seem to be exhibiting some kind of anomalous behavior.
Anomalous behavior? What does that even mean?
It means something unusual is happening. Summer, keep up.
As they approach the crabs, they suddenly start attacking Rick, Morty, and Summer.
Why are these crabs so angry?
Panicking. Do something, Rick.
Don't worry, I have just the thing.
Rick pulls out a device that emits a high-pitched sound, causing the crabs to scatter.
Smirking. That ought to teach those crustaceans not to mess with us.
They continue their investigation, eventually discovering that the source of the disturbance was caused by a defamation case involving the man in the hat.
So, wait, defamation caused all this?
That seems a bit anticlimactic.
Nodding. Yes, but defamation can have far-reaching consequences. It's a serious matter.
As they wrap up their investigation and prepare to return to their own timeline, Rick turns to the camera and delivers one of his classic one-liners.
Remember, kids, always watch what you say. And if you see any dancing crabs, run for your life.
Title: The Multidimensional MMMHGHM Poster.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty find themselves in possession of a multidimensional poster that contains various MMMHGHM patterns. Rick, being the genius that he is, discovers that the poster is a gateway to different universes and decides to take Morty on a wild ride through the multiverse.
Act 1.
Rick is in his lab when Morty enters. He shows Rick the poster he found at a garage sale.
Morty, do you have any idea what you've got there? This poster is a gateway to other dimensions.
Whoa, really? How does it work?
It's simple, Morty. You just have to focus on one of the MMMHGHM patterns and you'll be transported to a different universe.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty start experimenting with the poster, trying to find the perfect MMMHGHM pattern to transport them to their favorite realities. They end up in a universe where everything is made out of cheese.
Rick, why are we in a universe made out of cheese?
Because, Morty, cheese is delicious.
Act 3.
Things start to get crazier as the poster starts to malfunction, sending Rick and Morty to random universes. They end up in a universe where they're characters in a video game.
Rick, what's going on? Why are we pixelated?
It looks like we're in a video game, Morty. Just go with it.
Act 4.
As they continue to jump through different universes, they end up in a universe where they're being hunted by giant chickens.
Rick, what do we do? Why are those chickens so big?
I don't know, Morty. Just run.
Act 5.
After jumping through several more universes, they end up in a universe where they meet their own evil doppelgangers. Rick and Evil Rick start an epic battle while Morty and Evil Morty play a game of chess.
Hey, Evil Morty, do you want to play a game of chess? Evil, sure, Morty. But I should warn you, I'm much better at this than you.
Final act.
After defeating the evil Ricks and escaping the universe, Rick and Morty finally make it back home. Morty looks at the poster one last time.
Rick, do you think we'll ever use this poster again?
Who knows, Morty? The MMMHGHM patterns are always changing and new universes are always being created. We just have to wait and see.
Wow, what a wild ride. The concept of multidimensional travel through a simple poster is fascinating. The humor was on point and the characters were true to their original personas. The animation was visually stunning and the voice acting was perfect. This episode is a triumph in comedic sci-fi storytelling.
Midnight movie showings. Come to our midnight movie showings of the multidimensional MMMHGHM poster and experience the wild ride again and again. This episode is sure to become a cult classic.
Rick burps.
Title: The Galactic Expedition of Futuristic Forceps Fling and the Tamales of Mars Mistress Mayhem.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a scientific expedition to Mars with the goal of discovering new elements for their latest invention. They start off their journey in a cartoon car with a cutting-edge nosepiece that can analyze air and ground samples as they drive. As they drive through Mars, they come across a local tamale vendor. Intrigued by the tamale's unique flavor, Rick decides to gather samples for analysis. However, things take a turn for the worse when they discover that the tamale vendor was actually Mars Mistress Mayhem, a notorious space bandit who tricks them into a treacherous trap. Rick and Morty find themselves in a sticky situation as they are captured by Mars Mistress Mayhem and her army of space minions. In a desperate attempt to escape, Rick uses his newly invented futuristic forceps fling to fend off the space minions and take control of the situation. Feeling victorious, Rick and Morty resume their mission of stargazing, only to be interrupted by the appearance of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Confused by his presence, Rick and Morty engage in a scientific debate with Obi-Wan about the laws of physics and the principles of the universe. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty bid farewell to their new acquaintance and return to Earth with their newly discovered elements. However, as they drive off into the sunset, they realize they left their precious samples with Mars Mistress Mayhem and they are left to ponder the consequences of their actions.
Morty, buckle up. We're about to embark on a journey that even Einstein would be proud of.
Rick, are you sure this nosepiece thingamajig is safe? It's giving me major sci-fi vibes.
Relax, Morty. This is the latest technology in analytical driving. Now stop being a buzzkill and let's get some tamales.
Mars Mistress Mayhem. Ha! The foolish Earthlings have fallen for my bait. Now to unleash the full force of my army on them.
You may have an army, but you don't have the latest technology. Behold, the futuristic forceps fling.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Force may be strong with you, but it pales in comparison to the fundamental principles of the universe.
Oh, great. Now we're dealing with space wizards too. Just what I needed.
Rick, what are we going to do? We can't let Mars Mistress Mayhem get away with our research.
Relax, Morty. We'll just have to use our analytical driving skills and get those samples back. And maybe grab some more tamales while we're at it.
Title: The Blurry Wave Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on an experimental adventure to analyze the properties of a mysterious blurry wave photographed in the ocean. Their scientific curiosity leads them to Bugs Bunny's intergalactic hideaway, where they mistakenly come across a dangerous black hole and end up tumbling into space. After narrowly escaping, they find themselves in the middle of a submarine mutiny standoff, where they use their scientific knowledge to defuse the situation.
Scene 1.
Morty, I've been studying this blurry wave photo all week and I think I finally cracked it.
What? How? It's just a blurry wave.
Nothing is ever just what it seems in the multiverse, Morty. We're going on a scientific adventure.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at Bugs Bunny's intergalactic hideaway.
Bugs, we need your help analyzing the properties of this blurry wave.
Bugs. Hey, what's up, Doc? You're in the wrong neighborhood.
Come on, Bugs. You're the only one smart enough to help us.
Bugs. Alright, but you better watch out for those black holes. They'll suck you right in.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty get sucked into a black hole.
Rick, why did we have to listen to Bugs Bunny? Now we're stuck in a black hole.
Relax, Morty. I've got this. We just need to bounce off the event horizon at a precise angle to escape.
Scene 4.
They land on a submarine in the middle of a mutiny standoff.
Captain, who are you two?
Just two interdimensional scientists passing through. But it looks like you could use our help with this standoff.
Yeah, we could use our advanced knowledge of the laws of physics to create a diversion.
Scene 5.
They create a scientific distraction and defuse the situation.
First mate, thank you so much for your help. You two really saved our butts.
It's all in a day's work for us scientists, but we've got to get back to studying that blurry wave.
Scene 6.
Back at their lab, they discover that the blurry wave is actually the result of a supernatural plague outbreak.
Oh no, Rick. This blurry wave is caused by a supernatural plague outbreak.
Damn it, Morty. We should have realized this sooner. We need to create a cure before it spreads.
Scene 7.
They concoct a scientific cure and save the multiverse from the supernatural plague.
That was a close one, Morty. Another successful scientific adventure.
Yeah, but I could have done without the black hole and the mutiny standoff.
Aw, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, Morty.
Scene 8.
The episode ends with Aurora's Runaway playing in the background as Rick and Morty reflect on their adventures.
You know, Morty, sometimes it feels like we're just running away from our problems.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, we're always on these crazy adventures, but we never stop to confront our real issues.
Wow, Rick, that's deep.
Yeah, well, save the philosophizing for the next episode, Morty.
Title: The Quay Conundrum.
In this episode, Rick and Morty visit a small, unknown restaurant with a facade identifying it as QE, and a bench outside of it. After consuming their peculiar-looking meal, Rick and Morty begin to experience intense hallucinations and uncontrollable laughter. The ingredients of the mysterious dish must have interacted with some unknown chemical element, causing a temporary breakdown of the duo's cognitive faculties. Jerry, who has been dating an alien girl, questions whether love is truly blind as he grapples with the revelation that his girlfriend is a malevolent space creature. Rick, however, is more concerned with the fact that he cannot stop seeing Pac-Man floating around the restaurant, wreaking havoc in the kitchen. In a subplot, Beth is scheduled for a wisdom tooth extraction and undergoes anesthesia. While under its influence, she starts speaking in a Persian accent and exhibiting a newfound appreciation for Persian literature and music. As the episode unravels, the characters' different plotlines gradually intersect, culminating in a climactic scene where they confront the restaurant owner and his team of extraterrestrial chefs, only to discover that they are part of a larger, interdimensional plot to harvest humans for their meat. The episode is filled with lots of crazy jokes and hilarious moments, such as Rick trying to communicate with Pac-Man, Jerry's attempts to convince his girlfriend not to eat him, and Beth's bizarre fascination with Persian poetry.
Morty, you're seeing it too, right? Pac-Man is totally trying to kill us.
Rick, the only thing trying to kill us is the Kuyi. I think I just saw my grandma twerking on the ceiling.
I can't believe she's been deceiving me, Rick. The love of my life is a carnivorous alien who wants to devour me.
Oh my goodness, have any of you read Rumi's The Masnavi in the original Farsi? It's simply divine.
As always, this episode concludes with a tongue-in-cheek resolution to the characters' problems, resulting in a memorable and entertaining installment of the Rick and Morty saga.
Introduction.
The episode begins with three cartoon characters standing in a line with their faces slightly turned to the side, with one of them wearing a scarf. The scene is set in a multiverse, as evident from the presence of characters from different universes, such as Morty Smith from Rick and Morty and Bugs Bunny. The presence of these characters sets the stage for the multi-dimensional plotline of the episode.
Whoa, where am I and what's going on here?
Bugs Bunny. Hey, what's up, Doc? You're in a multiverse, Morty. Anything can happen here.
Okay, that's cool. But why are we all standing in a line like this?
Scruffy, it's a show of respect for the alien seductress who is about to make her appearance.
Scientific analysis.
The scenario of the characters standing in line can be analyzed in various ways. From a psychological perspective, it can be considered a group behavior indicative of their respect towards the alien seductress. From a sociological perspective, it can be interpreted as a manifestation of the norms and values prevalent in the multiverse. However, from a neurological perspective, it can be argued that the anticipation of the alien seductress's arrival is causing a surge of dopamine in the characters' brains, leading to increased enthusiasm and compliance.
Alien seductress? What's that?
Fettuccine Alfredo. It's a highly advanced alien species known for their seductive abilities. Be careful, Morty, or you might fall for their tricks.
Scientific analysis.
The concept of an alien species known for their seductive abilities is a common theme in science fiction. From a biological perspective, the evolution of such a species can be attributed to sexual selection, where traits that enhance mating success are favored. From a technological perspective, the existence of such a species can be attributed to advancements in genetic engineering and biotechnology.
Whoa, I don't want any trouble. I'll just stay here and observe.
Scientific analysis.
The decision by Morty to observe rather than participate can be analyzed from a cognitive perspective. It can be argued that Morty is using his prefrontal cortex to make a rational decision, weighing the risks and benefits of engaging with the alien seductress. As the alien seductress appears, the characters are enthralled by her beauty and charm. Morty, in particular, is struggling to resist her advances.
This is crazy. I can't think straight.
Scientific analysis.
The effect of the alien seductress's charm on Morty can be attributed to the release of hormones such as oxytocin and vasopressin. These hormones are associated with social bonding and attachment, and their surge can cause a temporary distortion in one's decision-making abilities.
Conclusion.
The episode ends with Morty realizing that he was under the influence of the alien seductress's charm, and with the other characters attempting to console him. The episode presents a multidimensional plotline that encompasses aspects of psychology, sociology, neuroscience, biology, and technology. It can be interpreted as a commentary on the dangers of blindly falling for superficial charm and the importance of critical thinking and rational decision-making.
Title: Exploring the Limits of the Universe.
The protagonist, Mr. John, is seen seated at his study desk, which is equipped with a telescope that has a 150mm aperture and 1200mm focal length. Mr. John is a renowned sci-fi short story writer and is currently contemplating his next piece of work, which is based on the mysteries of the universe. He is seated in a room that has a large window that overlooks a vast expanse of the night sky. Mr. John has a collection of scientific journals in front of him on the desk, and he is flipping through the pages, looking for the latest discoveries in astrophysics and cosmology. He has a unique interest in the research of dark matter and dark energy and is scouring the pages for any breakthroughs in these fields. As he sips his freshly brewed Chinese tea, he begins to jot down notes on a piece of paper. His concentration is interrupted by a sudden bright flash outside the window, and he rushes to the telescope to investigate. He swiftly adjusts the focus and observes a supernova explosion in the distant universe. He takes measurements of the supernova and notes down the data, researching and calculating the distance from Earth using various cosmological equations. After several hours of work, Mr. John concludes that the supernova is 8 billion light-years away from Earth. Mr. John then resumes his writing, laying out the plot of his upcoming sci-fi short story, incorporating the newfound knowledge about the supernova event and the mysteries of the universe.
Mr. John. The creative stimulation derived from observing cosmic phenomena is undeniable. It provides the necessary foundation for the work of a brilliant science fiction writer. The current research on dark matter and energy could undoubtedly provide the source of inspiration for a new body of work.
Overall, Mr. John's observations and calculations show his exceptional comprehension in cosmological principles and point towards his ability to incorporate the latest discoveries in his science fiction narratives.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Bath and Body Works.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty finding themselves in Bath and Body Works, surrounded by the overwhelming scents and fumes of various perfumes and lotions. Rick takes out his quantum mechanics gizmo and begins calculating the exact molecular composition of the various scents, much to Morty's annoyance.
Morty, Rick, can we just get out of here? My nose can't take it anymore.
Rick, Morty, don't you see the scientific opportunity here? The implications of these scents on the human brain are immense.
As Rick continues his calculations, he accidentally drops his quantum mechanics gizmo into a red bin, which is suddenly sucked into a vortex and disappears.
Jerry, hey, what just happened?
The man in a white outfit with green eyes suddenly appears and introduces himself as Morpheus, the guardian of the Silverhawks, an ancient race of intergalactic beings who are the protectors of the universe.
Morpheus, I have been searching for the red bin of livermorium, the most powerful substance in the multiverse. It seems that your gadget accidentally activated the bin's interdimensional portal, bringing it into this plane of existence.
Beth, livermorium? That sounds like a type of chemical element. What does it do?
Morpheus, it is a substance that can manipulate reality itself. With it, I can save my people from the clutches of the evil Mon ****.
Rick, hold on a second, Morpheus. You're telling me that Bath and Body Works inadvertently became the gateway to the multiverse?
Morpheus, indeed, your bin has transported itself to different dimensions before, much to my chagrin. But this time, I have found it, and I shall use it to defeat Mon *** and save the Silverhawks.
Rick and Morty team up with Morpheus and travel through multiple dimensions, encountering bizarre creatures, including giant testicles and sentient Bath and Body Works products. Eventually, they find themselves in a final showdown with Mon ***, who possesses the power of the Crimson Crystal.
Morty, hey Rick, what are we going to do? He's too powerful.
Rick, don't worry Morty, I've got an idea.
Rick pulls out a bottle of lavender-scented lotion and sprays it in Mon ***'s face.
Rick, that's right, Mon ****. Can't handle the soothing smell of lavender, can you?
The distraction allows Morpheus to use the red bin of livermorium to defeat Mon *** once and for all.
Morpheus, thank you, Rick and Morty. Your help has saved the Silverhawks and brought stability back to the multiverse.
Rick, hey, it was nothing. Just another day in the life of a quantum mechanic.
The episode ends with the gang leaving Bath and Body Works, still smelling like a mix of fruity and floral scents, and wondering if they'll ever be able to get the smell out of their clothes.
Title: Interdimensional Cooking Contest.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty gathering in the Smith's kitchen as Summer is seen struggling to cook a dish for an upcoming interdimensional cooking contest. A stuffed panda bear lies on top of the stove as she tries her best to improvise a recipe. Rick, bored with the proceedings, decides to spice things up by adding a few of his own inventions to the mix. Morty, in typical juvenile fashion, decides to play a prank on his ghostly roommate by misplacing objects around the house. This leads to a hilarious sequence of events as objects and furniture begin to move on their own. Meanwhile, Beth is seen struggling with her crush on an alien named Zorpo. Their interactions are fraught with tension as Beth attempts to make sense of Zorpo's strange customs and expressions. The plot thickens when Rick decides that the cooking contest is the perfect opportunity to showcase his latest invention, an interdimensional portal that lets him travel to other realities. However, things take a turn for the worse when Rick's portal ends up in the hands of a group of mischievous bears. As the contest unfolds, Summer manages to whip up a delicious dish with the help of Rick's inventions. However, things take a hilarious turn when the judges, who happen to be a group of bears, declare Rick's interdimensional creation the winner. The episode concludes with Beth finally confessing her feelings to Zorpo, who reciprocates her affection with a gesture of interplanetary love. All in all, Interdimensional Cooking Contest is a wacky, side-splitting installment that perfectly captures Rick and Morty's unique blend of humor and science fiction madness.
Summer, this is impossible. I can't cook without a recipe.
Rick, don't worry, sweetie. Just use this quantum microwave I whipped up and you'll be fine.
Morty, hey guys, watch this. I'm gonna hide the remote and see if my ghost roommate freaks out.
Beth, I just don't understand Zorpo's culture. He keeps calling me Flatum, and I have no idea what it means.
Rick, now let me show you my latest invention, an interdimensional portal.
Judge Bear. Roar, 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 roar.
Morty, oh, the bears have the portal. This can't be good.
Beth, Zorpo, I have to tell you something. I think I'm in love with you.
Zorpo, Flartum, I've been waiting for you to say that.
Title: The Mars-Made Misstep.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring Mars with a group of astronauts. They are all in spacesuits, standing on the red desert field in front of a rover. Beth is back on Earth, monitoring their progress from the safety of the lab.
Well, Morty, this is quite the adventure. Exploring the unknown depths of our solar system. We're like Neil Armstrong, except we're not pussies about it.
What do you mean, Rick? We're not even on the moon.
Don't be such a stick in the mud, Morty. We're making history.
As the group continues to explore, they come across a strange sight: cows grazing on the Martian landscape.
Gwendolyn, what the hell are cows doing on Mars?
Well, according to the latest scientific literature, cows on Mars are a hallmark of the terraforming process. Nitrogen-rich soil plus genetic engineering equals delicious alien beef.
Mindla, that's barbaric. These cows have no business being here. We need to get them back to Earth.
But we don't have enough room on the rover for cows, Amandla.
Gwendolyn, and we can't leave them here to die.
Just then, a Mars mate appears out of nowhere, startling the group.
Mars-mate misstep. What are you doing here? You're polluting our planet with your foreign microbes.
Relax, dude. We're just here to check out the scenery.
Mars-mate misstep. You will leave immediately.
In the chaos that ensues, Morty accidentally steps on a vial of nitrogen, causing a massive explosion.
Oh my god. What the hell just happened? Are you guys okay?
We're fine, Beth. Just a little mishap. It's all part of the scientific process.
As they hurriedly pack up to leave, Morty catches a glimpse of the cows one last time.
Hey Rick, do you think those cows will miss us?
Oh Morty, don't be ridiculous. They're just cows. But hey, at least they get to be a part of scientific history.
The group heads back to Earth, ready to report their findings and hope that they don't have to face any more Mars-made mishaps in the future.
Title: The Red Dress Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty and Summer embark on a scientific experiment to explore the phenomenon of a woman in a red dress holding a sword with a dragon flying above her head under a full moon. Morty starts the experiment by going to Dollarama to buy $1 items to aid in the experiment.
Morty, we need to find out what this woman in the red dress holding a sword and a dragon flying above her head under a full moon means. It could be a new dimension.
I'm in for the experiment, but let's do it quickly before Morty gets back with his meaningless cheap items.
Hey guys, I bought some cool stuff to use for the experiment. I got a set of Play-Doh, a kazoo, a whoopee cushion, a rubber chicken, a pack of fake vampire teeth, a slingshot, some bubbles, a pair of socks, and a lava lamp.
What the hell, Morty? These items mean nothing to the experiment. We need high-quality equipment for this one. Quote.
Yeah, Morty. You're always buying those cheap useless items.
Well, I thought the Play-Doh could mean something like mold the red dress or the dragon. And the kazoo could make the sound of the dragon flying above. Plus, the rubber chicken could lure the sword to Morty.
Alright, Morty. Let's hope your items don't get us killed.
The trio sets up the experiment with the red dress on a mannequin, the sword on a rack, and the dragon flying above. Morty then starts to mold the Play-Doh into a dragon, while Summer blows bubbles to simulate the environment. Rick uses his high-tech equipment to scan for any dimensional activity.
By the power of science, we have found the connection. The red dress and the dragon are in different dimensions, and they're both trying to come together under a full moon.
See, I told you, my items were useful.
Yeah, Morty, you can be useful sometimes.
Suddenly, the sword starts to move towards Morty, while the dragon starts to merge with the red dress. Morty quickly pulls out the rubber chicken, luring the sword away. The dragon then merges with a lava lamp, creating a new dimension.
Morty, your item saved us from merging dimensions. We need to document this new dimension and call it the Morty dimension.
Awesome! I feel like a real scientist.
Don't get too cocky, Morty. You still need to clean up the Play-Doh mess you made.
The trio celebrates their successful experiment with some fake vampire teeth, while the red dress, sword, and dragon remain in their respective dimensions. The end. The opening scene depicts Rick and Morty in the Smith family living room, surrounded by a plethora of scientific gadgets and gizmos.
Morty, do you understand the complexities of quantum entanglement? It's like trying to explain the color yellow to a blind man.
Not really, Rick.
Well, strap in because we're going on a ride that makes Inception look like a kid's toy.
Jerry enters the room in a suit and tie, a look of worry on his face. Rick, I need your help. Someone stole my credit cards and made a bunch of purchases on Pink Cherry's website.
From the kitchen. Oh my god, Dad, you still shop on Pink Cherry?
Also from the kitchen. Yeah, what kind of purchases did they make?
Bashfully, well, there were some adult toys involved.
Smirking. Well. Looks like Jerry has some freaky skeletons in his closet.
Whispering to Rick, do you think we can use this as blackmail?
Chuckling. Morty, everything is blackmail if you're creative enough.
Cut to Beth and Jerry's bedroom, where they are testing out their new toys.
Gasping. Jerry, this feels amazing.
Moaning. Yeah, I can't believe we went so long without these. Rick and Morty, spying on them through a portal, look disgusted yet amused.
Shaking his head. I didn't need to see that.
Covering his eyes. Yeah, me neither, Rick.
From the bedroom. Hey Rick, you mind minding your own business?
Smirking. Sorry Jerry, I can't help but be interested in the science behind your extracurricular activities.
Summer and Morty burst into laughter as Rick shrugs off Jerry's request. The episode ends with the Smith family enjoying a bizarrely awkward dinner together, displaying the typical absurdity and humor of a classic Rick and Morty episode.
Title: The Gastronomic Multidimensional Hernia Drama.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are observing a couple of chefs preparing a meal in the kitchen. Rick notices that one of the chefs has an umbilical hernia and decides to perform a repair surgery. Meanwhile, Morty is engrossed in a gossip column about the culinary world, which leads to a discussion on the importance of engineering and cooking.
Morty, did you read this scandalous gossip column about these two chefs?
Yeah, Rick. Apparently, they were caught stealing each other's secret ingredients.
Hey, wait a minute. Engineering plays a big role in cooking, too. It's not just about the ingredients.
Yeah, you need the right tools and techniques to make the perfect dish.
And you need to know how to mix flavors in different dimensional frequencies.
As they continue their discussion, they are suddenly sucked into a multidimensional vortex that leads them to a reality where chefs are considered the underdogs in a battle for culinary superiority.
Looks like we landed ourselves in a dimensional date drama, Morty.
But Rick, what about the hernia repair surgery?
Rick pulls out a device that allows him to perform the surgery while in the alternate dimension. After a successful repair, they join the underdog chefs in an intense cooking competition. The judges are impressed with their creations, but the winning dish is unexpectedly a simple bowl of cereal.
Wait, what happened to all the fancy dishes we prepared?
Judge, sometimes it's the simplest things that taste the best.
The group returns to their original reality, enlightened by the experience.
I never thought I'd learn so much about gastronomy and dimensional travel in one day.
And I never thought I'd enjoy a bowl of cereal so much.
You guys thought I was making a joke about the hernia repair. Science always comes first.
Title: The Erotic Entanglement of Jerry and Beth.
The episode begins with Rick working in his laboratory with Morty and Summer. Rick is attempting to create a device that can extract the purest form of dark matter without causing a black hole. Morty becomes bored with the process and decides to steal Jerry's credit cards to seek out some entertainment online. Morty logs onto the Pink Cherry website and goes on a spending spree, ordering a plethora of erotic products. Jerry and Beth receive the package and are intrigued by its contents. They begin to experiment with the items, which include a vibrating butt plug, a strap-on dildo, edible undergarments, and a furry handcuff set. As the night continues, Jerry and Beth become more and more consumed with their new sexual explorations. Rick, Morty, and Summer become concerned with their strange behavior and decide to intervene. However, when they arrive at Jerry and Beth's house, they are greeted with a shocking sight. Jerry and Beth are tangled up in a web of pink ribbons, with several of the erotic items stuck to their bodies. They explain that they have become addicted to the new sensations and are unable to stop experimenting with the products. Rick attempts to create a serum that will counteract the effects of the products, but it only intensifies their desires. The family is forced to work together to come up with a solution. After conducting several experiments, they create a machine that can extract the erotic energy from the items, thus undoing its effects on Jerry and Beth. The episode ends with the family sitting around the table, exhausted from their wild night of experimentation. Morty apologizes for his actions, but Rick brushes it off, saying that he has done worse. They all share a laugh before returning to their daily routines.
I told you not to touch Jerry's credit cards, Morty. Now look what you've done.
Yeah, I messed up. But at least we got some quality family time out of it, right?
I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee what I just witnessed.
Listen, we may have gone a little overboard, but we're all consenting adults here. And I say, let's not waste these items. Who's up for round 2?
I'm in.
Well, I'm out. I've got some science to do, and I have a feeling my brain needs a palate cleanser.
Episode title: The Hypothetical Quantum Entanglement of Candy Bars and Sex Toys.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty traveling through dimensions in search of rare candy bars made from exotic matter. They stumble upon a dimension where pink and green candy bars are abundantly available on a blue background with a pink bubble above them that says, Hot Rod. Rick excitedly begins collecting the candy bars, while Morty spots a credit card lying around and decides to steal it to satisfy his own desires. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth and Jerry receive the package of items that Morty had purchased from the Pink Cherry website, which turns out to be a collection of adult toys, gadgets, and accessories. Being in a rather neglected love life, they decide to experiment with the toys in the privacy of their bedroom, completely unaware of Morty's involvement in the purchase.
Rick, Morty, I told you to stick to the plan. We need those candy bars to complete our new quantum hyperdrive engine.
Morty, relax, Rick. It's just one credit card. No harm done.
Beth, hey, Jerry, look at this cute gadget I found. It's called a vibrating love egg. Wanna give it a go? Jerry, oh, sure. I mean, it can't hurt to try.
As the night progresses, chaos ensues as the couple starts using the various items they received. From the jelly jammer to the double dangler, they try everything, leading to some hilarious moments.
Rick, Morty, we need to hurry up and get those candy bars. We've got less than 10 minutes before the whole dimension collapses into itself.
Morty, hold on, Rick. I think I just heard something breaking.
Beth, oh my god, Jerry, I think I broke it. There are beads everywhere.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty finally manage to gather the candy bars, but Morty is confronted by an enraged Jerry over the credit card fraud. Amidst the chaos, the quantum entanglement of the candy bars and sex toys leads to strange phenomena, leaving the audience puzzled yet entertained.
Rick, well, Morty, I guess we learned our lesson today about the interconnectedness of all things, huh?
Morty, why yeah, Rick, I think we did.
Title: The Pink Cherry Incident.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the consequences of Morty's unlawful acquisition of Jerry's credit cards, leading to unexpected purchases of adult-oriented merchandise from the Pink Cherry online store. Through the examination of Beth and Jerry's newfound kinky behaviors, we observe the intricate interplay of sexual psychology and interpersonal relationships.
Narration.
Morty, why the hell did you steal Jerry's credit cards?
I don't know, Rick. I was bored.
Well, you just bought a bunch of stuff from Pink Cherry.
What's that?
It's an online store for sex toys, Morty, and you just spent thousands of dollars on it.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and now Beth and Jerry are discovering their kinky side.
What do you mean?
Let's just say they got a package from Pink Cherry and didn't bother to hide it from us.
Blushes. Oh, hi guys. Yeah, we got some things from Pink Cherry.
Also blushing, Yeah, and they're pretty great.
Smirks, you mind showing us?
Embarrassed but giggling. Okay, well, we got this vibrating butt plug.
Cuts her off, and this remote-controlled vibrator for her.
Grinning, and I see you got some bondage gear too.
Covers her face. Oh God.
Laughs nervously. It's all in good fun.
Chuckles. Hey, no judgments here. But let's make sure Morty doesn't go on any more shopping sprees, okay?
Sheepishly, yeah, sorry about that.
Conclusion.
In this episode, Morty's impulsive behavior leads to unintended consequences involving sex toys and the uncovering of Beth and Jerry's hidden desires. We also see the importance of healthy communication and consent in sexual relationships. Overall, a hilarious and insightful look at the complexity of human sexuality.
Title: The Credit Card Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick tinkering with a pile of credit cards with a cell phone on top of them and a wallet in the middle of the pile. Morty enters the room and inquires about the strange setup. Rick dismisses Morty's question and simply states that he's conducting an experiment.
Morty, I'm conducting an experiment to see what happens when you combine financial and technological forces.
Oh, okay.
Rick hands Morty a pair of gloves and instructs him to pick up the wallet in the center of the pile. Morty reluctantly follows Rick's instructions, and as he picks up the wallet, several of the credit cards fall out. Rick cackles with delight.
Morty, you just stole Jerry's credit cards.
What? No, we need to return them.
Nonsense, Morty, we need to test the limits of these cards.
Morty reluctantly agrees to help Rick with his experiment, and they go on a shopping spree on Pink Cherry's website. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry receive a mysterious package with several adult toys. They initially think it's a mistake, but when they receive another package with more items, they realize that Morty must have stolen Jerry's credit cards.
Jerry, I can't believe Morty would do something like this.
Oh, it's just a phase. Kids will be kids.
Jerry, the last time we thought it was just a phase, Morty blew up half the garage.
Okay, we'll talk to him. That night, Beth and Jerry decide to try out the toys and are pleasantly surprised at how well they work. They become obsessed with trying out all the new items and even start posting about them on social media.
Jerry, have you tried this one?
No, but I'll give it a shot. Asterisk. The next day, Morty wakes up to several missed calls from his parents. He realizes that they've discovered his scheme and he's in big trouble. Rick, on the other hand, is ecstatic about the results of the experiment and excitedly tells Morty that they need to do it again.
No way, Rick! We can't do this again.
Morty, think about it. We could make millions.
I don't care, Rick. What we did was wrong.
Fine, Morty, you've ruined all my fun.
The episode ends with Beth and Jerry continuing to experiment with their new toys while Morty reflects on the consequences of his actions.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Erotic Purchases.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty examining a new piece of technology, a cartoon character generator that can bring fictional characters to life. Beth and Jerry enter the room and beg Rick to create a character for them. Rick reluctantly creates Hank and Sheila, a cartoon couple with exaggerated physical features. As Hank and Sheila come to life, they immediately begin flirting with Beth and Jerry. Morty, feeling left out, decides to steal Jerry's credit cards and buy some items from the adult website, Pink Cherry. While Morty is busy shopping, Rick realizes that the cartoon character generator is actually a quantum entanglement device that merges the cartoon's reality with their own. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry receive the package from Pink Cherry and start trying out the various items, including a vibrating tongue ring, a remote-controlled pleasure egg, and a strap-on with a built-in pulse vibrator. As the night progresses, the boundaries between Hank and Sheila's reality and Beth and Jerry's reality begin to blur. At one point, Hank and Sheila even manifest physical bodies and join Beth and Jerry in bed. Rick discovers that the quantum entanglement device has caused a rift in the space-time continuum, leading to a dimension where Hank